equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
That's too much, man.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Consequences.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
It's a great day for being sad. What?
That's hot.
Don't even play.
Follow the ridgeway, man.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Come on! Cal?
Right now.
What now?
Juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
China. I have to have my China.
Science.
Those are just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language, please.
Give me a joke.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
Bitch.
You ready the Second Amendment?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Winter is coming.
What is that sound? What the fuck is that? Hold the phone. What is that? See, no. Uh-oh. I might need to check something. Oh boy. I know it's wrong. Device. SWP. That's all. Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. So much to talk about, so much to do, and it is only the beginning of the week. I'm afraid this Sunday might not be such a fun day. With all that said, don't forget to buckle those seatbelts, space fams. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but safety is always first in these space flights. And my mouth isn't moving. What the why is everything just sort of acting all crazy today? There we go. Perfect. Okay. Well, good to see all of you. My God. Bunch of false starts here. Thankfully, we've gotten off the road. No vertical stream today because that didn't work. I think at least one person noticed that in the chat. But before we get to any of that, let me give some shout outs. We've got a 1, 2, and a 3. Mr. Spock, my dogs are Goth and Hermit Horologist. I also see Mo and Nope and a close fourth. Aaron W, Atticus Among Us. PB, Bob Carmody, Narwhal by Nature, Christopher DeBlante, MIDI Doctors. Who else? May Wormy. Amanda's Esoteric Corner. Tracy Eva. Orb Rumor, Look Bovine. Oh my God, so many people in chat. This is the longest beginning shout out of all time. I think I got Decipher. Delso Verde. I think that's everybody. If I didn't get you, I am sorry. But we have to get to the news. Gotta get to the space news. Anyways, you know where we're starting. The old United States of America. And if you missed this story, I figured we would start with this. Although there is... I cannot believe... I am going to struggle, I am going to toil at attempting to make this one fun. But oh boy, has it been a weird week, and the weekend hasn't been any less weird. But let's go back to Wednesday, or Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday. To this short story. Oh, we need volume. No, that's not good. There we go. God damn you. Let me try this one more time. U.S. Constitution disappears from the White House website after Donald Trump takes his oath. After taking over the Oval Office, Trump unveiled the new website of the White House. But the website showed new administration plans, including making America safe again. But it did not include the Constitution. Many people were alarmed when they found the link to the Constitution had been removed from the new website. Under former President Joe Biden, the website highlighted the history behind the creation of the Constitution. Pages for Abraham Lincoln, Barack Obama, and others also displayed 404 error not found. Yeah, so that was, the vibe of this week was, is the Constitution still in effect in this administration? At least that's how I was certainly feeling. Probably many of you as well. Speaking of the Constitution, let's go right into some other horrifying shit. Because this one happened over the last day. ABC News from 17 hours ago. GOP proposes new bill amending the Constitution, which would allow presidents to run for a third term.
What you talking about?
Time now for our social story. We asked you what topic you'd like us to take a deeper dive into, and you chose between President Trump's executive order to declassify documents related to the JFK assassination, Martin Luther King Jr. assassination, among others. Second option, whether a third term for president is possible, and lastly, a breakdown of this weekend's NFL Conference Championship games.
Wow, so great to see ABC listening to people online.
Could a resolution to amend the U.S. Constitution allow President Trump and other future presidents a third term in office? Interesting question. During a rally in Las Vegas today, Trump jokingly mentioned serving a third term. This comes just days after a House Republican is seeking to pave the way for the president to do just that.
I didn't make any stops along the way. It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times now. Headlines from the fake news.
Fake news.
Now it will be to serve twice. For the next 4 years, I will not rest. I will not yield. And together we will not fail. We will win, win, win. We will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back.
All right, joining me now is ABC News legal contributor and constitutional law professor Kim Whaley. Kim, thanks for taking the time to talk about this. President Trump says he's joking when it comes to this. He said that clearly today. But on Thursday, Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles proposed a resolution to amend the Constitution, allowing him to seek a third term in office. What does the Constitution say about term limits for presidents? Just for starters.
The 22nd Amendment says that it's 2 terms. That was an amendment that was added to the Constitution after FDR. President Roosevelt served 4 terms. It also says that if the president passes away in office, vice president becomes president, that person could finish that term. And then the 12th Amendment says if you're ineligible to be president, you cannot be vice president.
So as far as support goes, this effort faces obviously long odds of success. What does it take to amend the Constitution? I understand that's a very hard thing to do. And could someone get around the 22nd Amendment?
So it's only happened 27 times in American history. There's 2 ways, like what happened here. A member of Congress can issue a proposal in Congress, and then you would have to have super majorities in both houses of Congress, 2/3 of House and Senate. So you'd have to get a lot of Democratic support. And then it has to go to the states. And 3/4 of the state legislators have to also ratify that constitutional amendment. The other alternative.
Well, it would seem to be an uphill battle to legally make a third term happen for Donald Trump. They're already trying. But considering Donald Trump's history, with this kind of stuff getting floated, I'm sure he's getting ideas, non-legal ones. At least that's my thinking. Because as we know, sometimes Donald Trump, he doesn't like, to do things the normal legal way. Now, I figured while we're talking about Donald Trump attempting to be king, or Republicans attempting to amend the Constitution to give Donald Trump even more time in the White House, let's go here to this story, which popped up in my feed from CBS Miami. Apparently, a man has been arrested in South Florida for threats to Donald Trump.
What you talking about?
Yeah, good question, Willis. Let's find out. What does that even mean, CBS Miami?
House. And just before President Trump's arrival, one man arrested for making online threats to the president. West Palm Beach police announced the arrest of Shannon DeParo Atkins.
That's why.
The Okeechobee man now faces several charges, including written or electronic threats to kill. The investigation began after the FBI got a tip about
wow, sounds serious.
Facebook posts
I wonder what he said.
At the president.
Some of the posts were Lincoln, JFK, Reagan, Martin Luther King, and Trump. Atkins posted, unfortunately, one is still alive.
That's not a threat. Anybody else here? Anybody here a lawyer? I don't know the legal definition of threat, but I don't think stating historical facts is at all a threat, unless you
I don't want reality.
Don't want reality, I guess. Maybe that. I guess a threat to your what do you call it? Your mind. Your mindset, right? To your state of being. Oh God, I can't even think about reality. Oh,
I don't want
not
reality.
Historical facts. That's a threat.
Were Lincoln, JFK, Reagan, Martin Luther King, and Trump. Atkins posted, unfortunately, one is still alive. He wrote something.
Not a threat.
He also wrote another saying, "Bullets, please. Jesus, save America."
Asking Jesus to save America. If Jesus comes down and shoots Donald Trump, I mean, first off, I don't think this man has the power to summon Jesus to come and shoot Donald. I just don't think that that's possible. So, asking Jesus to save America doesn't strike me as being illegal or a threat. It's perhaps some magical thinking. But history and magical thinking do not add up to a threat, in my opinion. But apparently Florida police officers thought that it did, because they were apparently monitoring social media and found these statements to be utterly atrocious and rose to a crime. I guess we'll see if that's something this man is even going to be facing a jury for. I would assume that this is going to get thrown out. Because I know there's no evidence of, to me, of an actual threat. It's just musings of a man. But of course, for some, history is, it's a threat to their existence, right? Recognizing history, CRT, we heard Republicans absolutely lose their shit for years and years over CRT being in schools, which of course it wasn't. But that's just discussion of history, and they found that to be a threat to themselves, to their very way of life, remembering history. So maybe that's what it is. It's thought crime. Exactly. I literally took the words out of my mouth. Yes, indeed. That's right, Geode. That's what it sounds like. How dare you ask Jesus for help? That is illegal.
Jesus, I say that.
Illegal.
All right. Well, let's go back to talking about the king, see what else he has been up to over the weekend. Going into the weekend on Friday night, some stuff went down. CBS Detroit with the story.
President Donald Trump ordered a late-night purge of the government watchdogs in a move that's alarming to even some Republicans. Let's go ahead and bring in CBS News' Christian Benavidez. Good evening to you, Christian. But overall, it's been a pretty busy week for the president.
Terrell, that's absolutely right. And all 17 inspector generals were suddenly fired. Now, to be clear, IGs are not immune from removal, but federal law requires that Congress be given a 30-day notice and also specific reasons as to why each IG was fired. In an unprecedented move, President Donald Trump overnight fired more than a dozen federal inspectors general. The IGs are considered an independent check on abuse of power, tasked with investigating misconduct in federal agencies to assure it doesn't take place.
Can't have us one more example checking power here in the United States.
A lack of respect for rule of law. These firings are Donald Trump.
Who needs checks and balances anyways? It's not like our system of government is based upon that in any way in the slightest. Quit telling me about history, okay? History is irrelevant.
I don't want reality.
Misconduct in federal agencies to assure it doesn't take place.
One more example of a lack of respect for rule of law.
These firings are Donald Trump's way of telling us he is terrified of accountability and is hostile to facts and to transparency.
The move is likely to result in legal challenges. In a letter by the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration, he wrote that he does not believe the actions taken are legally sufficient. Federal law requires Congress to receive a 30-day notice and case-specific details. Even Republican Chuck Grassley demanded further explanation from President Trump, writing in a statement, "There may be good reasons the IGs were fired. We need to know that." President Trump is in Las Vegas to tout his proposal to eliminate.
Okay, there we go. I mean, now Schedule F didn't go so well as they were heading out, so now they're trying all sorts of new ways. You know, the DEI, ending of DEI in the federal government, and just sort of unilaterally dismissing inspector generals, or inspectors general. I forget how you're supposed to say that. You know, just kind of, you know, doing whatever regardless of the law. Who needs laws anyways? Crime is legal now, of course. Especially if you're the president. Now here's one of Donald Trump's more fun proposals, and I mean, I don't personally think it fun, but in terms of the things we're going to be talking about today, this one's going to be more of a laugh. But let's go to a group of idiots hanging out by the Gulf of Mexico? Of course, AP was on the scene to ask dum-dums what they think.
Whole families had a history of boats in this area on the Gulf of Mexico, and so if they change it to the Gulf of America, it wouldn't affect me. It sounds great, since I've been spending every 4th of July just about of my whole life on the Gulf of Mexico, and it would be great to spend 4th of July on the Gulf of America.
It would be the same
like
thing.
Fun.
It would be the same Gulf, idiot. Okay, I love this dummy. It would be way better if I could be on the Gulf of America rather than the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, how am I supposed to enjoy myself on the same body of water with the name I don't like? It'd be much more enjoyable.
Great to spend 4th of July on the Gulf of America. Sounds like fun.
Stupid.
Why? President Trump does a lot of things that people like and a lot of people don't like. That's what we get when we get a non-politician but a businessman in as president. So
I love how every single item of clothing this man is wearing has a brand on it somewhere. This right here, I mean, this dude loves it.
We gotta just put on our seatbelts and ready for the ride.
Thanks, stupid.
It's going to ruffle some feathers, but anytime you introduce change to the masses, it causes ripples into the effect of things in society. So I'm sure it'll upset some people, but it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's just a body of water. It's not going anywhere. And when you look at
it's not a big deal, which is why, you know, maybe we should just leave it as is, as it has been forever. And it's not like everybody else is going to change the name. We're going to be sitting around calling it the Gulf of America while everybody laughs at us and continues calling it the Gulf of Mexico, because Donald Trump doesn't have unilateral authority over the naming of geography on the planet, you know, just because it happens to be adjacent to the United States. It's also adjacent to some other places too. We could call it the Gulf of Cuba, perhaps. I mean, what do you want? I mean, would that be bad? I mean, it'd be just, you know, it'd be the same thing. It'd be the same body of water, just like this stupid person is saying. It wouldn't be, who cares about ruffling some feathers?
Of things in society. So I'm sure it'll upset some people, but it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's just a body of water. It's not going anywhere.
Exactly, not
and
going
anywhere.
When
you look at the way the world is, China's trying to get Taiwan. You've got other countries trying to step over their borders and take a little piece of land. It kind of would seem to fit that America steps out and takes a little bit more, just like.
I'm sorry, we got to hear this one again, because this is a fascinating take from this geopolitical analyst here.
It is China's trying to get Taiwan. You've got other countries trying to step over their borders and take a little piece of land. It kind of would seem to fit that America steps out and takes a little bit more.
So he thinks that he's we're going to control the whole Gulf of Mexico now, officially. And he actually thinks that's a good idea. He thinks China's fine. They can take whatever land they want, and so can we. Everybody should just go around taking little bits of land, and that's fine. You know, what a great take from this idiot. So glad we have him. So glad we have all these very stupid people. I'm glad, you know, the Associated Press really doing great journalism here. Hanging out around the Gulf of Mexico, asking the dumbest people in our society what they think. That's great. I'm so glad. Good job, Texas. Speaking of Mexico, let's talk about what Donald Trump's been trying to do this week.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yes, I know.
Tonight, a dramatic escalation of President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown. The first of 1,500 extra troops touching down in El Paso, Texas to support border security. And for the first time, migrants being deported not on chartered flights like before, but on military aircraft. 2 flights landing this morning in Guatemala.
We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get.
After a record 10 million illegal border crossings over the past 4 years, ICE now ramping up roundups of undocumented immigrants.
I thought it was 30 million. He was saying it was more than that.
arrests yesterday across the country, doubling its daily average in September. Cities including San Francisco, Salt Lake City, and Atlanta. In Newark, New Jersey, this surveillance video appears to show ICE agents making arrests. City officials and immigrant advocates say ICE agents raided this local business, arresting 3 undocumented immigrants and briefly detaining an American citizen, a military veteran, while they asked him for documentation.
They were scrambling up delivery ramp.
I wonder why they chose that one citizen. I'm sure it had nothing to do. I haven't seen the guy. But my guess is he probably looked, you know, visually speaking, like an immigrant. Love that. I love that. So yeah, they arrested a U.S. citizen and military vet before realizing their mistake. I hope this dude sues them for the entire ICE budget. You know, really, really do. And if they continue to do this sort of stuff, and we know that there's going to be a large element of racial profiling in all of this, you know, I hope that there's just a flurry of lawsuits that depletes the ICE budget. But of course, we're not just using ICE, we're using the military now.
Another news at 10 o'clock. Thousands of active duty U.S. troops have arrived at the southern border to support U.S. Customs and border agents just days after President Trump declared a national emergency. The troops' arrival comes as the White House says the biggest mass deportation in U.S. history has begun.
Officials say agents arrested hundreds of illegal immigrant criminals across the U.S. and hundreds more were flown out of the country aboard military aircraft. Mary Beth McDade live with the latest on the operation, MB.
Yeah, Micah, in court, President Trump says that he signed the executive order because he wants to make sure that the border is safe and secure by preventing criminals from coming into our country. Some 1,500 active Marine and Army personnel have begun a new mission to bolster security at the U.S.-Mexico border. Among those deployed near San Diego, Marines from Camp Pendleton. These service members will be providing ground and air support to assist troops already deployed, as well as Customs and Border Protection secure the border. They'll also be assisting in the construction of physical barriers. This marks the first batch deployed by the Department of Defense, following President Donald Trump's executive order to shut down all migrant entries at the southern border. Border security.
By the way, remember, we're using $100 million pieces of equipment here. You go back here. These Osprey helicopters that you see flying around here, these are $100 million a pop.
To assist troops already.
So there's $200 million right there. There's another $100 million.
Secure the border.
So great. So yeah, 500 people have been detained, rounded up by either U.S. troops or ICE, and then just in the last few days, essentially, since the midweek when they started these. And, well, they immediately tried to send them to Mexico. However, one Claudia Sheinbaum had, well, different story. Ooh, support characters.
Mexico refused a request from President Donald Trump's administration.
Please hold. Thank you. Support characters. Okay. Let's see. Come on, dice. The people want good characters. Okay. We're back.
Mexico refused a request from President Donald Trump's administration to allow a U.S. military aircraft deporting migrants to land in the country, said U.S. and Mexican officials. On Friday, 2 U.S. military flights and a commercial chartered flight transported about 80 migrants each to Guatemala. But the plan to have a C-17 transport aircraft land in Mexico did not move ahead, after the country denied permission. The U.S. State Department and the Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for comment. In a statement on Friday, Mexico's foreign ministry said it had a, quote, very great relationship with the U.S. and cooperated on issues such as immigration. When it comes to repatriations, we will always accept the arrival of Mexicans to our territory with open arms, it said. A Mexican official did not give a reason for the denial. Trump's administration announced earlier this week it was relaunching the Remain in Mexico program. It forces non-Mexican asylum seekers to wait in Mexico until their U.S. cases are resolved. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said that such a move would require the country receiving the asylum seekers to agree, but that Mexico had not done so. Sheinbaum has expressed openness towards accommodating Mexican nationals who are returned. But the leftist leader also said she does not agree with mass deportations, and that Mexican immigrants are vital to the U.S. economy.
Yeah, no kidding, they're vital to the U.S. economy on so many levels. We're not even going to start. I think we all know. But you probably know that originally, when Claudia Sheinbaum had made a statement about it, I thought I had interpreted it as her saying that she was just going to allow Donald Trump to deport whoever we wanted, or he wanted to. And you know, since then, I she has made things more clear, and so yeah, thankfully it looks like it's not going to be as easy for Donald Trump to just throw people over the border fence and just call it a day. Unfortunately, it seems another country in Latin America is less concerned about all of the mass deportation Donald Trump is planning on doing and already attempting. That is Guatemala. Guatemala receives migrants deported from the U.S. Damn you, Guatemala. I thought that was one of the shithole countries. Right? Isn't that... Or was it El Salvador? I can't remember which... There was a bunch of them on the list. I know it was like all of Africa. And then like a few in like Latin and South America that Donald Trump specifically mentioned. I just can't remember the whole list of them right now. Oh, God. Okay, there you go. It seems like Guatemala is giving Donald Trump the green light to deport whomever he wants to their country. Now, let's go here. I think this is a good place to go. Let's talk about another country that very near the United States, who Donald Trump has been threatening with all sorts of stuff. Not Mexico, Canada. Of course, Donald Trump has threatened Canada with tariffs, as well as an invasion, including making Canada part of the United States, 51st state. Governor Trudeau, lots of barbs being thrown by Donald Trump at Canada. But some Canadians are taking to a new viral piece of clothing, apparently. Why is Loop back open right now? It shouldn't be open.
A hat emblazoned with "Canada is not for sale" has gone viral after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened the country with tariffs and suggested it could become the 51st state. The hat attracted attention after Ontario Premier Doug Ford wore it during a meeting with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and other premiers to discuss Trump's vow to impose tariffs on imports from Canada.
Well, first of all, I'll talk about the hat that I'm wearing.
Liam Mooney is the founder of Jack Pine Dynamic Branding, the Ottawa-based design firm behind the hat. He says tens of thousands of orders have been placed.
When threats of annexation and threats of crippling tariffs have been uttered in the media or on social media, it felt incumbent upon us to take an action, some sort of small act of patriotism.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada.
Tariffs would cripple Canada's economy and also raise prices of oil and other goods in the U.S. Mooney says the inspiration for the hat came after seeing one of Ford's interviews on Fox News. In the segment, the host suggested to the premier that it would be a, quote, privilege for Canada to join the U.S.
I wonder who that was.
Ford responded that Canada is
Jesse
not
Waters.
for sale.
And that line sort of set us on to a path where we thought, you know, maybe there's something in the zeitgeist that would resonate with other people.
The company's principal creative director, Emma Cochran, says the hat's message has unified Canadians across the political spectrum.
It's just protecting our national sovereignty and saying we're not for sale at a...
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by this. And in fact, you know, I don't think I've ever had a good word to say about Doug Ford. I think Doug Ford is one of the most, like, shitty politicians, or at least he's on the list of, like, top 3 shittiest politicians in Canada. His party has the most nonsense name I've ever heard, the Progressive Conservatives. The two words are completely opposed to one another. He needs to make up his mind and maybe stop doing all the corruption and stuff that he does. Dude's constantly enriching himself. But this is one time where I'm going to say, great job. Write this down because it's never going to happen again, I'm pretty sure. Great job, Doug Ford. Full stop. That's it. Never again. Never. I can almost guarantee you're never going to hear that one ever again. Progressive Conservative, exactly. No, the name of the party breaks my brain every time I try and think about what that even means, right? The words are diametrically opposed to one another, and yet somehow he thinks that's a good name for a party. Oh, God. It's extra dumb. But those hats are pretty great. I think that Canada... I think Canada should, you know, appropriate some funds for the military and maybe put it to the hats. Get a hat for every Canadian, man, woman, child, and non-binary. Don't you dare write that in chat. That is not what I said. That is a lie. This is a lie. I've never said this. This is a slanderous, libelous comment that I do not endorse this. Well played, Aaron. Well played. I'll give it to you. Okay. Focus in, StreamLord. Focus in. What am I doing? Yes. Let's go to America. Go back to the United States. Let's talk about this.
Last September, each day before he opened up his juice shop, Ruby Jeans, Chris Good took the same walk along Kansas City's Troost Avenue that he would make as a child.
And this is the same corner, the same bus stop that you used to go to as a kid.
This is our bus stop.
The difference now is that he owns part of the block. This was his dream, to bring his community access to vibrant, nutritious food.
Thank y'all so much for the patience.
Good launched his business in 2015 to honor his grandmother, Ruby Jean, who passed away from diabetes.
She loved us endlessly, and the way that she communicated that love the most was through her food.
Good was also answering a call in his community, helping to revitalize a poor neighborhood. He opened a store in his childhood neighborhood in 2017. 5 years later, he bought the building right on Troost Avenue.
You look west of the line, it's about 95% white. You look east of the line, it's about 95% black.
In 2018, Lester reported on the role Troost Avenue played as Kansas City's historic racial dividing line. A transformation underway then continues today. New high-end condo buildings, trendy restaurants, and businesses like Ruby Jeans, filling long-time vacant real estate.
I would love some, thank you.
But progress comes with a price.
What's it been like for you trying to hold on and grow this business?
It's been tough.
In 2023, Good received a letter from the county. Following a new property value assessment, his taxes were going up by 657%.
Wow.
At first, he thought it was an error. But homeowner taxes were going up too.
I think anybody would think that that's an error. That's insane.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I've never used that sound shot seriously. But what the fuck is this, dude? Wow, a tenfold increase in assessed value, almost 670% or whatever that was in increased taxes on a guy trying to help his own childhood neighborhood. But of course, you know, the fucked up sort of property tax system that we use to fund our school systems and things like that, you know, can have negative effects in places we don't expect, right? And, you know, you get a little bit of gentrification going on. You go and buy a little space to start a restaurant, and suddenly people, you know, getting pushed out.
New property value assessment, his taxes were going up by 657%. At first, he thought it was an error, but homeowner taxes were going up too. To Good, his level of increase just seemed unfair.
There's somebody stroking a piece of paper with a pen apathetically, unconsciously, has no connection to the service that we provide to this city, the gravity that we are for this city.
But in a statement to NBC,
yeah, and I find it hard to believe that this guy is going to be able to find $250,000 a year to like to outlay for taxes when he's just selling fruit and vegetable juices to a neighborhood. I would assume, I've never been to Kansas City, but in most poor neighborhoods in the United States, the access to healthy, fresh food, non-processed, non-Dollar General type food, not fast food, is almost non-existent. This is the kind of business that needs to exist here and is being, well, it's being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. 40 likes? How is that possible? We've been streaming for 50 minutes. You know, you all are getting so good at liking the stream. I gotta say, I appreciate you. Okay, here we go. Who is it from the GCU that's going to help bring us some support? Oh, it's Benjamin Sisko from Deep Space Nine. Let's get Captain Benjamin in here. There we go, Captain Sisko. Very Star Trek-y in our emotional support today. All right. Now let's talk about something good that happened. Right before Joe Biden left office, he pardoned one Marcus Garvey. If you're not familiar with him, well, Democracy Now! Is here to help fill you in a little bit.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Last week, President Biden made history by issuing more pardons and commutations than any president before him. Among the thousands of pardons was one that came after more than a century. Black nationalist leader Marcus Garvey received a posthumous pardon for a mail fraud conviction in 1923. Advocates and congressional leaders had pushed for Garvey's pardon for years, with supporters arguing Garvey's conviction was politically motivated and an effort to silence the Pan-African leader who spoke of racial pride. This is audio of Marcus Garvey speaking in Harlem in 1924.
The Negro is a man. We represent a new Negro. His back is not yet against the wall. We do not want his back against the wall because that would be a peculiar and desperate position. We do not want him there. It is because of this that we are asking for fair compromise. Where the Belgians have control of the Belgian Congo, which they cannot use, they have not the resources to develop nor the intelligence. The French have more territory than they can develop. There are certain parts of Africa in which they cannot live at all. So it is for you to come together and give us a United States of Africa. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are not going to be a race without a country. God never intended it, and we are not going to abuse God's confidence in us as men. We are men, human beings, capable of the same acts as any other race, possessing under fair circumstances the same intelligence as any other race. Now Africa's been sleeping, not dead, only sleeping. Today Africa's walking around not only on our feet, but on our brains. You can enslave as was done for 300 years the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men, but you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men.
Born in Jamaica in 1887, Marcus Garvey established the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League in 1914. In 1917, he established the headquarters of the UNIA in Harlem. Black self-reliance was central to his ideology, and he established the Black Star Line, a shipping company which raised over $600,000 before collapsing in 1922. In 1923, U.S. authorities prosecuted and convicted Garvey for mail fraud in connection with the Black Star Line. He served a 2-year sentence, was then deported to Jamaica. He died in 1940 in England. For more, we go to human rights lawyer and Howard University's School of Law professor Justin Hansford. He's executive director of the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center, the first American to be nominated and elected to the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. Professor Hansford is the author of Jailing a Rainbow, the unjust trial and conviction of Marcus Garvey. So, Professor Hansford, you and Howard University were instrumental in achieving this pardon in the last hours of President Biden's tenure. Tell us the story of Marcus Garvey.
Yes, good morning, Amy. This is a pleasure this morning to talk about one of my personal heroes. You know, Marcus Garvey, as you described, was one of the first anti-colonial global black leaders. He created an organization of over 6 million people. And what he did was do more than simply provide inspiration, but he also provided a blueprint for Pan-Africanism, the creation of the red, black, and green flag. His words, for example, we will emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, would later be a foundation for the lyrics of reggae music, which were quoted by Bob Marley, and images and ideas sent across the globe. And, the parents of Malcolm X were devout followers of Garvey, and that served as an...
Yeah, so there you go. A little bit of older kind of news there, as, of course, Joe Biden is no longer president, but I figured that was important to note as he is now gone. This is one of the last things that he did as president. Now, of course, I well, maybe not, of course. Maybe some people don't know this about Garvey, but I do. I have mixed feelings about Marcus Garvey. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunate. I think they're just fair and sort of founded in reason. There was so many good things to say about Marcus Garvey. He was a brilliant man who was determined to have black people treated the same as white people in the United States, which is the sort of thing that around here we're into. However, even though he had a great impact in many ways, some of the things he did and or espoused were not so great, like racial purity, stuff like that. And when I say racial purity, I mean he literally went to the KKK at one point to work with them on racial purity, right? Because he believed that it was sort of like he's sort of a paradox, if you will. There's so much stuff that when I listen to him, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's got so many great. And then he starts talking about that. I'm like, oh no, oh Marcus, slow your roll, pal. But yeah, I mean, if you are at all intrigued, I would recommend you look into it. So yeah. Anyway, that was the last pardon that Joe Biden put out there. So felt like a good thing to work into the beginning of this stream here before we get fully into Donald Trump world, which we are entering immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here and talk about Donald Trump's executive order on DEI, which he gave, what was it, day one?
Really what we're talking about is equal opportunity and access for everyone. However, what the Trump administration and his minions have done is anytime you see a Black person or person of color in a job, they yell, that's a DEI hire. So there's a presumption that Black people get hired solely because of race, but white people don't get hired solely because of race.
Right,
President Trump's executive order, which repealed, among other things, a 1965 anti-discrimination executive order that was signed by and issued by President Johnson. So if he's repealing anti-discrimination laws, then you have to ask, are you saying discrimination is a good thing? One of the things his executive order does is specifically request, I think within a...
That is, I think, what most sensible people are interpreting from this. That's personally what I took from it when I heard about it immediately.
Ask, are you saying discrimination is a good thing? One of the things his executive order does is specifically request, I think within 120 days, that each federal agency identify 9 potential organizations that can be sued, that can be, I think they described it as a civil compliance investigation that can be investigated. This is, in my opinion, big government run amok. Why is the federal
big government
illegal?
I thought they hated big government. All right, let's go to a familiar place to talk a little bit more about all of this.
Because they had to pull it down. Starting with the Biden administration. I think it was literally his first day in office. Rude. He signed Executive Order 13985. And then in June of 2021, he signed Executive Order 14035. That entitled Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility in the Federal Workforce. In 1965, LBJ signed a law that said, executive order that said, You cannot discriminate, federal government, you cannot discriminate when you give out federal contracts.
Yeah. And basically every president since, not basically, every president since has just kept that executive order in place.
Because it would be wrong, I think we can all agree, well, maybe not some of us, that you should not specifically deny a black-owned construction firm a federal contract because it's owned by a black guy or a black woman or a woman, a white woman.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Or somebody, who is handicapped in some fashion, have some, physical challenge or...
help, I'm being repressed.
And this is basically what we've been living under. Executive order, and then in 2021, Biden issues this executive order 14035.
This is the print version, right?
And this is the print version of it. Basically, I've got a.
It's unfortunately been, I think, taken down from.
It has been taken down. You got to go into the Wayback Machine. They did take it down.
That's.
But the executive order 14035 was basically to reestablish a coordinated government-wide initiative to promote diversity and inclusion in the federal workforce and expand its scope to include equity and accessibility. Provide agencies with information, resources, and a methodology to assess the current state of DEIA in their workforce. Issue a government-wide DEIA strategic plan, including a framework to address workplace harassment and data-driven approach to increase transparency and accountability, et cetera, et cetera. What does this mean in practice? Data collection. Review existing policies and provide guidance to improve collection of workforce demographic data. In other words, who's working for us? Do we have a department where it's 99% white men? Or for that matter, is it 99% black women? Either way, that would be a problem. Promoting paid internships. Why is this important? Because generally, internships only go and are taken by the sons and daughters of wealthy people.
What?
And we don't want just wealthy people working in government. We want
nepotism
people
exists?
of low income to have these opportunities too.
And then just generally, interns should be paid.
Interns should be paid, but it's also promoting them. So issue guidance to increase the availability of paid internships, fellowships, and apprenticeships to reduce reliance on unpaid internships and similar programs and improve outreach to recruitment of individuals from underserved communities. In other words, if your dad is not a lawyer or a doctor or an insurance salesman or somebody who's making a ton of money, or your mom for that matter, they may not have connections to these agencies or to people who know people who know people. And this is to go out into communities, low income communities, maybe black communities, maybe Latino communities, maybe Asian communities, and contact schools, contact whatever, and say, we want to increase the awareness that this exists here so that we can get a diverse group of people in. And that doesn't mean this isn't still merit-based to the extent that that means anything. You still got to be qualified, whatever that means, to work as an intern. But the idea is to get more, essentially, make sure your flyers are going to all around town instead of just in one section of town. Professional development and advanced training and learning. Issue guidance for tracking demographic data for professional development programs. Implement increased DEIA training. Issue related guidance and best practices, basically to figure out how to do this type of stuff. Advancing equity for employees with disabilities. So assess current hiring practices. Evaluate equity in employment. In other words, are we paying people with disabilities? what we pay other people? Are we making sure that we're making them the opportunity to have the same jobs? Are we dealing
like good
with
questions to be asking?
Reasonable? Improve the process for requesting reasonable accommodations. In other words, like maybe if there's somebody who can't use the bathrooms the way that they're structured, they need a bigger stall or whatever it is. Let's come up with a process in which people can ask for this stuff without it being like some type of, a crap show, as it were.
For the question.
This seems to be all just like sort of basic human
civil rights
consideration.
It's
but
2024.
Also,
Who needs civil rights anymore?
Fairness.
Yeah.
Common sense.
Come on.
We shouldn't have to make, somebody who's like, someone, metaphorically jump through hoops
Fairness
if they're
is
not
illegal
able
now.
to use the
Illegal.
bathroom in an easy way because of some type of physical disability. Improve equitable access to employee services and health medical benefits, update employee identification standards, expand availability of non-binary facilities, and mitigate barriers to security clearance. In other words, if someone's trans, if someone identifies in, some other way, just make it easier for them to get to work. This has nothing to do with like hiring only gay people or hiring only trans people. It's just that
I feel like that's
if you
what they
have
hear.
someone who's there with these type of needs, just provide them and figure out how to do it in an efficient way. Pay equity. Review government-wide regulations and guidance to address any pay inequities and report recommendations to advance equal pay. If white men are getting underpaid systemically in our government, we should find that.
We should find that out.
Fix it.
We must.
And
we must do the research. I'm sure that when we do the quantitative analysis, the truth will be revealed.
Help! I'm being repressed!
If white women are getting paid unequally throughout our government, we should find that and fix it. Black women, black men,
yes,
gay people, whatever. We should find it and fix it. Evaluate whether formerly incarcerated individuals face any barriers in accessing federal employment opportunities and consider establishing new hiring authorities.
Illegal.
Basically, outreach to people who are eligible to get federal jobs because they've done their time, and it will help rehabilitate them or help with their rehabilitation if they have jobs. It's not, like they're not getting jobs they're not qualified for. But this is all just basic stuff.
Some people
That's
are.
It right there.
I can think
keep
of somebody
that in.
right now. Pete Hegseth. We talked about how unqualified he is, and not. Do anybody remember that story from last stream? It still makes me laugh. Oh God, hold it together. Oh God.
Keep that in our reserve because we're going to need that down the road.
We are going to need it.
So that's what it is. DEI is not some type of like DEIA, I should say. It's not some type of like, we're only going to hire black people here for this agency. This is not about quotas or affirmative action. It is actually about dealing with the workforce as it exists now. And about making sure that when we put up a sign that says job offered, that we're not just putting it up in the, student union at Harvard or at Yale.
Come on, it's the best place to put it.
We're not just putting it up in the offices of the Heritage Foundation.
Oh, it's another great place.
For that matter, whatever the wishful thinking Democratic Party one was.
Come on!
We're putting up this sign everywhere. Low income people, black people, white people, Latino people, everybody gets a shot at these jobs. We welcome their applications. There's nothing about lowering standards.
Right. But that's essentially what they want diversity to mean.
Mm-hmm.
They want it to mean that if you aren't...
Absolutely. Tracy Eva, thank you for thanking me for cheering you up. I'm glad I could do something to help cheer somebody up here today. Really appreciate that super chat. What was I about? Oh no, there's a spot in here I want us to get to. Hold on. Let me double check. I think I need to go a little further. I forgot how long this video is. There's like a spot I really want to hit. Oh, yeah, here we go. I think this is yeah.
And across every agency in our government, they got this letter. And we've gotten at least a half a dozen of them from people who work in the government who are listeners to the show. This is from NASA. Dear agency employees, we're taking steps to close all DEIA offices
NASA,
and end
come
all
on.
DEIA-related contracts in accordance with President Trump's executive orders titled Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing in Initial Recessions of Harmful Executive Orders and Actions. These programs divided Americans by race, wasted taxpayer dollars, and resulted in shameful discrimination. This is all nonsense.
It really is.
This is all nonsense. Now, I'm not talking about how, what's happening at your, the company you work for.
Now, I'm just going to take a moment here. I want everybody to write this down for me. Come on, don't be a dick. There we go. Write that down. Okay, DEIA truth at opm.gov. It's going to come up later. Also, something I find hilarious right now has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I am loving, I never noticed this until now. I love how Captain Planet is pointing at the super chats.
I don't know what's happening at the company you work for, but in terms of the government, this is the way that it is to deal with existing workforces and provide more opportunity to apply to jobs, period. Mostly interns. We are aware of some efforts by some in government to disguise these programs by using coded or imprecise language. If you are aware of a change in any contract description or personnel position description since November 5, 2024, to obscure the connection between the contract and DEIA or similar ideologies, please report all facts and circumstances to DEIA truth at opm.gov within 10 days. There will be no adverse consequences for timely reporting this information. However, failure to report this information within 10 days may result in adverse consequences.
What does that even mean? What adverse consequences? Or they
think about getting this at your job. Put aside incident. We got it also. Just show we got it from the Defense Health Agency, more or less the same thing. We got it from the Air Force. We got it from where else? DHS. We got it.
And there was one. There's also one.
Yeah, we got all these mailed in, but it's going out to everywhere in the government. Aside from this not meaningfully in any way reducing government spending. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Got to pay somebody to watch that email.
This is not going to change the hiring practices outside of there. It will be more swampy and crony hiring. That's the only thing that this does. It decreases the pool of applicants. But this other part about you better tell your friends, look around in your agency, and we want you to start tattling on people.
Yeah, exactly.
This stuff is the stuff that authoritarian governments are made out of.
This is full on. This is Holocaust talk.
This stuff is the way to demoralize these workers. What we're watching.
I'm not talking about the, but that was basically something the Nazis did. If I recall correctly, telling people to report. If they see a Jew somewhere, and if you don't, and if we find out that you knew about a Jew and you didn't tell us about it, there's gonna be bad stuff that happens to you. Whoa, what just happened? Why did I just lose that? Oh, there we go. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super chat. Your friend's husband works at the Treasury and they came in person to tell them that they need to switch. They need to snitch. Jesus fucking Christ. Already? This is really... Oh my God. They need to snitch on fellow coworkers having DEI in their emails. Wow. What does that even mean? Wow. This is where we're at. This is where we're at right now.
As vote would say.
100%.
Yep.
This is
turn on your fellow worker.
This is page 1 of chapter 1 in their attempt to strip these agencies of any institutional knowledge, of any long-term civil servants. This is all part of their Schedule F program, where they're going to replace as many of these people as they can with political appointees.
Loyalists.
Now, remember, if you have no obligation to go outside of a very small cadre of people to hire, it's going to be much easier for them to do. It's going to be like there is going to be no friction in bringing in all of those resumes they have at the Heritage Foundation, where it wasn't about merit. It was about what groups have you been a part of in your college career that suggest you're in favor of Trump. That's it.
Yeah.
When you want to talk about like their notion of DEI hiring, which is you're favoring one group over another. That's what they're doing.
100%.
DEIA specifically says, like, we're not putting up barriers to some people getting in. And what they're doing is not only are we building these barriers, we're building them taller.
Yeah. I mean,
and thicker and wider.
See something, say something, but about the existence of, anybody who isn't a white man, I guess.
So that...
Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that.
Email address, what was it?
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm assuming only people internally.
DEIA truth at opm.gov. I mean, anybody can email that.
I guess anybody in theory could email that email address.
They absolutely could.
Interesting.
No, Emma doesn't follow this date. This is exactly where I wanted to end this. It was a little further in than I was remembering, but that's exactly where I wanted to end this, because Emma, she didn't finish her thought. I'm almost positive she was thinking this, which is why I told you all to write this email down. You get enough people, and maybe even without people, use something like a MailChimp, sort of like a spam email service. We could flood the zone, to steal a term from Steve Bannon, flood the zone with shit. Do you get what I'm saying here? I think I'm being clear, but what I'm saying is create some burner emails, set up some MailChimp accounts, and just start auto mailing that email address over and over with just stuff to piss them off about, right? Point out, whatever you want in those emails. Doesn't matter, just whatever it is. They have to pay somebody to read those emails. Well, let's make it hard for them to get through them. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I think Emma was thinking, but never got there in this discussion. But really, that seems to be the only way in my mind to fight back against this nonsense, aside from just completely ignoring the orders, of course. But this gives, I think this gives the internet some stuff to do here. Just thinking out loud here, just opining on the possibilities. And, the guy who I am almost 100% positive was behind this is one Russ Vogt. Vought? Whatever his name is. I'm calling him Russ Vought. Or Vote. Votey Vought. The horrible Russell. Now, if you're not familiar with Russ Vought, he is one of the founders and head sort of thinkers, if you can call him that, over at Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's mandate for Donald Trump's current presidency. And I figured we'd go back a couple of months ago to see one of his statements he made at the Center for Reimagining America, or Renewing, whatever it's called. The Center for Stupid People who want to usher fascism back into this country in full. Here was one of his statements at this private conference ProPublica was kind enough to upload it
We want
to
the
us.
bureaucrats to be. We want the bureaucrats.
Oh my God, what the fuck is going on?
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the
He's serious. You hear that one person laughing? He powers straight through that laugh. He doesn't even give a chuckle or a smile. He's like, no. We want them to not want to go to work. And this is one of the things, this DEI policy, this sort of be a snitch on the existence of diversity in your workplace. Like, this is 100% Russ.
not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
Yeah. Oh, Vought didn't respond to requests for comment? No kidding. Yeah, he wants to traumatize people based upon some very specific metrics that he has. Like being a liberal or being any of the people covered under DEI. You know, those are the sorts of people that Russ wants to just deport from the country immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So yeah, there you go. That was the vibes he was talking a few months ago before the election actually got done. He was already talking about his plans. Now, Russ was in the Senate this week answering questions from senators for his confirmation hearings. Let's see what one Bernie Sanders had to say.
Mr. Vogt, we are living in a moment in American history where at a time when 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. Three multi-billionaires own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. People are struggling to put food on the table. Very rich are getting much richer. We have heard from our Republican colleagues in the House that they think it is a good idea to go forward to provide massive tax breaks to the billionaire class and at the same time help pay for that by cutting back on Medicaid. And I know that you are more than aware that Medicaid not only provides health care to tens of millions of lower income people, but 2 out of 3 people in nursing homes in America, elderly people, are on Medicaid, paid for by Medicaid. You are going to be an advisor to the president if you are approved. Will you tell the president that it is immoral, that it is wrong to cut Medicaid, cut health care for low-income Americans, for children, and for the elderly, and give tax breaks to the very richest people in our society? Is that something we can count on you to do?
Senator, one of the problems, and I appreciate the questions, one of the problems that we have in the Medicaid problem is the extent to which, instead of being a program for the poor, it's alone, and the extent to which it's meant for nursing homes and things of that nature. We have able-bodied working adults on the program that are benefiting from a higher match rate than the populations that it was originally designed for. And as a result of that expanded match, you also have states kind of chasing that match in other ways that have made it so that they're not looking at improper payments.
All right. You're going into I don't have a lot of time. You're going into another area, and that is a healthcare system in general. As you well know, unfortunately, the United States of America is the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. And the result of that, despite Medicaid, and we can argue about this or that aspect of Medicaid, despite that, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. And importantly, and your colleague, Mr. Musk, made this point, we are spending far more on health care than any other country per person. I wonder, as an advisor to the president, will you try to determine how it is that countries around the world are able to provide care to all of their people, and in some cases spend 50% per capita of what we're spending. Do you think
It's a mystery.
the function of the American healthcare
It's a mystery,
system
Bernie.
should be to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies? Or do you think maybe we should have a system that guarantees healthcare to all people as a human right? Do you believe that healthcare is a human right?
Senator, I believe that it's very, very important that we put the healthcare dollars that the taxpayers are covering for the healthcare system, which you just mentioned is substantial, and to make sure we have the best outcomes in those programs. I want the people who benefit from Medicaid to have a great Medicaid program. And I look at a situation, the tragedy we had where DeMonte Driver, a 12-year-old, dies of a toothache because the infection was never
You're right.
never,
The
never
healthcare,
found.
look, I don't want to argue. The healthcare system, in my view, is broken. It's dysfunctional. But my question to you, it's a simple one, as an advisor to the president. Do you think we should join every other major country on earth and say, you know what? Whether you're poor, you're rich, you're young, you're old, healthcare is a human right. We are the richest country in the history of the world. Do you think we should do what every other major country on earth does?
Senator, I think it's important to provide legitimate, evidence-based outcomes for people within the healthcare system, and to make sure that we tailor all of the dollars that are spent towards.
But that, you didn't answer my question.
That they have good
Mr. Vogt,
healthcare.
my question, question
He doesn't want to answer that question.
In America, should we do what every other major country does and say, I don't care if you're poor, you're rich, you're old, you're young, healthcare is a human right? Yes, no?
Senator, I think the president has not made
That's a no.
He didn't. He ran on.
No, I don't. Okay, Russ, thanks, pal. This guy is evil. And he's about to be at the head of the OMB. This is not about, he is. Doesn't want to talk about the privatized healthcare system we have because all of his buddies at the Heritage Foundation love privatized healthcare. It makes so much money for stockholders and things like that. People like that, you know? Oh, God. And it helps keep people repressed, forcing them to work jobs they don't want to, just so they can afford healthcare. And in many cases, not even afford healthcare, or have healthcare actually do what it's supposed to do. Oh, God. This guy. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say this way back. That's what's been bugging me. I hate when I have a thought that doesn't come out that I want to say. But narwhal, I never noticed until literally today when I clicked your super chat. This isn't it. I'm just going to click it for fun, though. I never noticed that you had a... I just thought it was a checkerboard. But I'm just now noticing that it's actually an MC Escher drawing. Super cool. I'm a big fan of Escher. Alrighty. Oh, yes, of course. Ron Johnson. I'm sure Ron Johnson has equally good questions for Russ, right? Right? Let's find out.
Senator Johnson.
Mr. Vogt, thanks for being here again. Hope this is one of many appearances before this committee. In your appearance before the Homeland Security Committee, I really spent a lot of time on spending. I want to focus on the other part of the budget, which is revenue on this one. But I do want to just kind of talk in general on macro terms. If you take a look at federal outlays averages over the decades, back in the 60s, we spent 8.2% on average. 70s, it was 19.6, 80s, 21.5, the 90s, 19.9%, the 2000s, 19.6%, the 2010 through 19, 21%. This year, we're right around 25% of GDP federal spending. What do you think is an appropriate level as a percentage of GDP? I mean, what would be a goal for this administration to, again, we talked about getting back to a pre-pandemic level spending. 2019, we spent 4.4. Last 5 years, we've averaged 6.5% or $6.5 trillion. What's an appropriate percentage of GDP for federal spending?
Well, Senator, it's a great question. You know, we haven't set a fiscal goal yet for this administration, but I think trying to get back to historical levels of outlays is one of those important first steps.
Okay.
To begin to find out ways to be able to not set records as a percentage.
You got to go back to historical, whatever the fuck that means. Of course, the budget changes every year because of different needs, the changing needs of our country. But Ross doesn't care about needs so much, just purely fiscal spending. You know, he'd actually prefer to not ever think about needs ever of anyone but himself. And so, yeah, he's gonna try and get our funding. I wonder how spending is gonna look during this Trump administration, where they're gonna cut, because we've been hearing all sorts of huge numbers about how much money is gonna get cut from the budget. I have lots of suggestions I've pointed out, like the military budget's actually one of the best ones, since it's $1 trillion a year. A lot of wiggle room there, in my opinion. We just talked about how they're using $100 million Ospreys helicopters to move migrants around inside of the country. That could be one thing we could stop spending money on. Just an idea, Ron. And Russ, both of you. Okay, now, we're going to go back once again in time to another Russ Vought speech. This is from ProPublica. This is from ProPublica. Wow, good work. Good work, me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This is also from 2 months ago. This video is titled, quote unquote, "Their entire apparatus is exposed to our strategy." What in the hell could he possibly mean by that, Russ? Please explain yourself, sir.
A new Trump administration must move quickly and decisively to turn the tables on the left by using the powers that have been delegated to the American state, the American government. This is the dragon smog's underbelly that lacks the scales that protect the belly. It is their Achilles heel. Because they never passed a constitutional amendment.
That was a... Sorry, we just have to pause that there. If you're unfamiliar with that reference, and I don't blame you if you aren't, it's pretty niche, but the dragon smog is a reference to the Hobbit from J.R.R. Tolkien. I'm glad Russ decided to bring some facts from the nerdery here, but well, not facts, but some references at least. And yeah, this is an interesting one to say the least.
That lacks the scales that protect the belly. It is their Achilles heel. Because they never passed a constitutional amendment, they have to rely on the precedents and the paradigms. Their entire apparatus is exposed to our strategy. They are exposed to a president who, if he's a radical constitutionalist, who chooses to think and act like Thomas Jefferson or James Madison. And guess what? We have in Donald Trump a man who is so uniquely positioned to serve this role, a man whose own interests perfectly align with the interests of the country. He has seen what it has done to him, and he has seen what they are trying to do to the country. That is nothing more than a gift of God. Of course, this is why they fear him so much.
Once again, Russ Vought did not respond to comment on these video clips of him saying insane things when ProPublica reached out. Okay, before we go on to talking about stuff, I figured we'd unpack that reference a little bit because I think probably many people here are still reaching for more on that. What the hell does he mean by Dragon Smog's weakness? Well, for some information on the Dragon Smog, we'll go here. But here's something from me personally. The fact is in the novel, in The Hobbit, which I have actually on my tiny bookshelf over here, the Dragon Smog really loves gold. And for no other reason than just having all of it. It seemed to be basically the dragon smog's only real thing. I mean, he hated the dwarves, but it was just because they had so much gold and he wanted the gold. And it just really, it was purely, he didn't eat the gold, he didn't use the gold for anything aside from just as like a bed. But let's go here to something that okay. So yeah, if we follow Russ Vought's analogy by the book itself, what he is suggesting is that the federal government, and specifically Democrats, are literally hoarding gold, right? For the purpose of having as much as possible to sleep on, right? Not to redistribute it to poor people or people who need health care or whatever else, right? You know, to make sure that the government runs properly, you know, so that FEMA can, you know, give assistance. He believes that essentially that is the goal of the government, is just to hold on to the money and to never help anybody, right? And to just be evil dragon. And what he pointed out, I believe, well, at least the way that, I can't remember the exact wording he used, but they have a chink in their armor, which the dragon smog technically had. And that is their weakness. And the weakness is that they don't know what to do with all that money. And they've never actually done anything in government aside from hoard money. Which, I mean, the analogy is pretty weak, I'm not going to lie. But this is what he said, okay? And I'm trying to keep things fun today, okay? This is what I'm trying to do my best. This is the best I can do.
That would stand against me.
So this is later on in the book. It is much later on in the book. Russ sees him here as, what's his name? Bauer the Bowman? I can't remember his name now. My Hobbit references are slipping out of my brain. But so I guess Russ Vought sees himself as Bauer the Bowman, whatever his name is, holding the arrow that's going to destroy the government, right? Smog is the government, or the federal government, and he's going to destroy it, and he's going to use his child to assist him in this, and he's protecting the whole village from the smog in this moment, and that's all. He's got to stop the government from taking everybody's money.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Okay, there you go. A few movie references in there, technically literary references, but the best way, I think, these days, since every book has been turned into a movie now, is just to watch a clip for reference. That is the Hobbit movie, which came out, I think, was that? God, time is going too fast now. Was it 4 years ago? I can't remember now. Okay, there we go. But yeah, that's the sort of analogies Russ is coming to the table with. Now, let's see what Senator Grassley of Iowa had to ask old Russ here about. Wait, why is this here? This should not be here. Put this here. Yeah.
Senator Grassley.
Yeah. I've got a figure in front of me of $610 billion of improper payments just in health care. I would bet a lot of this information comes from whistleblowers. So my question to you is about whistleblowing. Do you have any role in protecting whistleblowers, encouraging whistleblowers, maybe changing the culture in a lot of agencies that treat whistleblowers like skunks at a picnic? Would you tell me about if there's anything you can do to help this process of whistleblowing that helps us explain not just the waste of money, but also improper government action?
Senator, thanks for the question. I think that whistleblowers play an enormous role in helping us weed out waste, fraud, and abuse. As a Senate staffer and Hill staffer, I benefited greatly from reading Inspector General reports.
You benefited greatly
which they
from reading.
Were a
Sorry,
part
say that
of.
again.
From my standpoint, reports in which they and Hill staffer, I benefited greatly from reading Inspector General reports in which they were a part of. My standpoint.
This is a really weird vibe for me personally. If you on so many different levels, I don't even know where to start with it. But here's Russ Vought saying he actually, in response to Senator Grassley's question, I love whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are great. The Inspector General's great. Now, he's already contradicted this statement by what's happening right now in the government, right? I mean, there's, in many ways, it is, well, for instance, well, in terms of the Inspectors General, all of them, all 17 of them got fired. What was it, Friday night? But then in terms of the whistleblower thing, it does seem like he's into whistleblowers, but just a certain kind of whistleblowers, because of course they've asked all government employees to start whistleblowing on the existence of diversity in their workplaces. But, you know, when I heard this discussion, something came to my mind immediately, something from the first Trump presidency. Let's go here to see what Donald Trump had to say about whistleblowers back then, 5 years ago.
I want to know who's the person that gave the whistleblower, who's the person that gave the whistleblower the information? Because that's close to a spy.
Illegal.
You know what we used to do in the old days when we were smart, right? With spies and treason, right? We used to handle it a little differently than we do now.
Yeah, he's referring to firing squads. So yeah, I wonder which whistleblowers are going to get the firing squad and which ones are going to get the Medal of Freedom. It seems to be very inconsistent. Although I'm sure we could guess who it is that he's thinking of in terms of right now. But so I guess they're into whistleblowers, but not. It's all very confusing. Okay. God damn it. We've got more Rust to go through. More Rust. This guy sucks so much. All right, Lindsey Graham. All right, Lindsey. Do not disappoint us. I'm sure you have some very good questions for Mr. Vought.
So, to start with, what would happen to the economy if the 2017 tax cuts that were passed through reconciliation by the Republicans expire and go away?
Only good things.
I think Americans would have a major tax increase on their hands that would lead to
specific Americans. Others would not even notice, of course. If you're making less than, I don't know, I think like 200,000 or something like that. I can't remember the number, but you're not going to notice. Also, it would actually probably be good for Americans because the tax credit from your property taxes, no longer, like, you know, like a lot of normal people were put into really bad positions because of that one being taken away. So yeah, this is fascinating here. Lindsey Graham's barbers
less
on
innovation,
strike.
a lot less productivity, and we would have a worsening economy that I would not want to predict how bad it would be.
Oh,
so
God.
the Treasury Secretary nominee said it would be catastrophic.
Oh, did
Do you
he?
agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is it
so
true?
that's
Who's
one of the things
Treasury
we want to do on
Secretary?
our side.
Oh, right.
What would
right?
Is it like
George Soros fund manager, previous George Soros fund manager, now Key Square Group founder and CEO. What's his name? I can't remember his name now. Steve? Russ? I cannot remember these guys' names. It's all the most generic white guy names ever. Oh God. This is the problem with the lack of diversity, is everybody's names start blending together. God damn it. What is that asshole's name? Somebody help me with this one. But yeah, oh no, a hedge fund manager who's not going to be Treasury Secretary. He thought it was a bad idea. Oh, that's so sad.
$1.5 trillion of new taxes if all this goes away?
That's the static cost of it, yes, sir.
Yeah, so we don't want it to go away. I guess they do. So on
Yeah, all the regular people want this fucking tax cut gone because it didn't help any of the regular people. It just helped the people who are doing the very best in our society right now.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alright, let's go to a place that makes more sense. We're still going to be talking about Russ, but maybe this will help us interpret some of the crazy.
There are basically two main overarching, I think, themes and goals of this administration. The first is going to be a vicious immigration crackdown, and we're going to be speaking about that with our second guest in just a bit. But there's also the gutting of the administrative state. And yesterday, there were confirmation hearings for Russ Vought, who is the nominee for the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. He is the Project 2025 guy who was caught on that hidden camera, or I guess in that stunt. We played that a few months ago, working with conservative think tanks to come up with a fast-track plan to gut the administrative state, attack programs that help people, that keep people out of poverty, that keep people fed. And he has also talked about wanting, I think, to inflict pain or terror, trauma. That was the word. Thank you, Bradley. On federal workers. Because
we just went over that, actually.
Right-wing thought and right-wing populism, or whatever the hell they're branding it as, is about punching down. It's not, don't look up at the billionaires who are lining the seats sitting behind Donald Trump at his inauguration, doing a homage to a fascist salute, if we're being extremely charitable or protecting ourselves legally, from in front of the U.S. presidential seal. Don't look at the most powerful people. Look at federal bureaucrats who may piss you off. That's who Russ Vought is going to be targeting. And Senator Tim Kaine has been really good in these hearings. He's also, I think, incentivized to be aggressive here because I was reading that 145,000 federal workers live in Virginia, right? Yeah. So, these are a lot of his constituents. We'll play this whole thing here. This is Kaine questioning Russ Vought about his comments about wanting to traumatize members of the federal workforce.
Mr. Chair, congratulations on the nomination, Mr. Vought. I want to go back to the comment that Senator Warner read to you. There's 140,000 federal employees in Virginia, and you gave a speech that got a lot of attention when you said, we want bureaucrats to be traumatically affected when they wake up in the morning. We want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. Now, I pay attention to the way people say things because there's a million ways you can make a point. And the way you choose to make a point tells you something about the person. There's a wonderful, since I had an Old Testament reference over there, I'll go to a New Testament one, Luke 6:45. From the fullness of the heart, the mouth speaks. We want people to be traumatized. We want people to be traumatized. I've heard a million people in this room give speeches about we want to cut the budget, we want to reduce federal spending, want to deal with the deficit, but I haven't heard anybody give a gleeful speech about traumatizing the federal workforce. You don't want federal air traffic controllers going to the airport traumatized, do you,
That's
Mr.
what we
Vogt?
want. That's
No, Senator. You don't want the people inspecting our food, our medicine, our infant formula.
We need our air traffic controllers terrified while directing air traffic. They should be sweating bullets. My God, that just sounds horrifying. Just that first example. It's just I can't imagine. Just pure terror inside of control towers at every airport. Oh, God.
Senator. You don't want the people inspecting our food, our medicine, our infant formula as federal. You don't want them to go to work traumatized, do you?
No, Senator.
You don't want the people interdicting drugs at the border, you don't want them going to work traumatized, do you?
No, Senator.
And you don't want people who are working for you at the OMB, who many people would think, well, they're in the White House, they must be, you don't want them traumatized, do
No,
you?
Senator. Thank you for expanding on that.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I had to, because I got 140,000 people, and most of them have families, and they're trying to do a good job. Was your comment about people being traumatized just focused on the federal workforce, or was it more broadly about state employees and local government employees too?
Senator, it was about the weaponized bureaucracy that unfortunately...
I'm going to get to weaponized in a minute, but you were talking about the federal workforce.
I was talking about the bureaucusy that I experienced and that have...
At the federal level.
Can you pause it, actually? I'm sorry. So...
He's just speaking his truth.
God, honestly, but this is the thing, and it's bothering me about this era of there's no objective truth. It's just my truth that matters. And usually the people whose truth gets to break through are the wealthiest people, like Elon Musk, who's telling people, no, don't believe your lying eyes.
It's what I experienced.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst of this postmodernist thing, and also therapy speak.
This. That's why they
this is too meta
so readily.
Right. It's just okay, because I can't really compete on the facts of what you've said, you have read a quote back to me, I'm going to make it about the bureaucracy. He was talking about workers, not the structure. The bureaucry would be the structure.
And
you were talking about the workers.
That.
Yeah, and you know it. I mean,
100%.
Kane is laughing in his face. But just the attempt at the sleight of hand of saying, oh, no, the bureaucracy, not the workers. No. Why would the bureaucracy
We want the buildings to be
that's
scared,
not what you
okay?
said.
We want the Capitol building to be traumatized. Although we've already seen that, actually, now I think about it. From Trump supporters, from Republicans, attacked. Maybe that's what he want. Maybe that's what he's saying. He just wants the buildings of the government to be traumatized. He wants freedom to attack any structures, physical structures. That's what it is. He doesn't want the people to feel scared. No, Russ cares about people. Or does he? It doesn't seem like he does. Okay, let's go to one other before we take a break here. We're getting close to break time. My God, this is going... Actually, it's not going that slow. I just have an insanely long list for this Sunday Fun Day. I did not set up a lot of fun for myself, I don't think. This 103 videos to get through. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That's not my fault. It's just the news and me trying to open my mouth while drinking from a fire hose. Let's go here. Another person who was in the Senate trying to get confirmed, in fact, did get confirmed. A guy who we talked about is not even close to being meritorious and might actually be an undocumented immigrant. Let's go here to one Peter Hegseth. This was J.D. Vance swearing him in.
I, Pete Hegseth, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the
This
same.
pocket square is killing me right now. He's got the American flag pocket square. He's got the American flag tie. Just in case any of us didn't know how much Pete loves America, well, he's got the correct outfit to prove it to you for good.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. The duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
There you are, Pete Hegseth his third wife and his 5 children, who are all from different marriages and women. Well, not all, but there's a real diversity going on here in this family. And I don't mean in terms of ethnic background. No. Just in terms of mothers. Although, unrepresented, the other mothers are gone. I don't know why. I wonder why they're not here.
I want to thank the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. We could not have a better Commander-in-Chief than him. It is the honor of a lifetime, sir, to serve under you. We look forward to having the backs of our troops and having your back in executing peace through strength, in putting America first, and in rebuilding our military. Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice
Thank
President,
you
yeah.
for,
yeah, thank
breaking the
you.
tie.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. Thanks for segueing me into what I wanted to say here, Pete, because old Petey here almost didn't get nominated, almost didn't get the nomination cleared here. He almost didn't make it through the Senate. Who was it? I don't know exactly. I forgot to look it up. I know that Joni Ernst, or actually I don't know if she voted for him. Huh, maybe it was Joni. Maybe Joni decided not to, as well. But Marsha Blackburn, was it, that came out? I can't even remember now who it was. Oh, my brain just broke. Just trying to remember all the Republican lady ghouls out there. It's difficult, okay? But I know that at least one Republican came out and voiced her dissent, leaving him in a problem here. Enough people apparently voted no from the Republicans in the Senate against Mr. Hegseth here, and J.D. Vance was forced to break the tie, which in many ways makes him his responsibility, right? Or we're going to make sure that it's his responsibility from now on. So, whenever Pete here does something stupid, we can remind J.D. Vance that he was the vote that broke the tie. He stuck his neck out there for this guy. He really believes in Pete. So if Pete fucks up, well, we know who to go to. We could have had a different person. We didn't have to have drunk SecDef, but now we do. But of course, he's promised that he's going to stop drinking. And everybody who's ever promised to stop drinking has stopped drinking, of course. Never happened before.
I don't want reality.
Now that Pete Hegseth has been confirmed as Defense Secretary, he begins a term that will be immediately marked by security at the border. But there's a lot of different initiatives that President Trump has eyed for the military that he might need to take on very quickly. First of all, Trump has questioned whether or not all of the aid for Ukraine is necessary. And the new administration is eyeballing that aid to see if it could be better spent or if it should be parsed out in a way that gets Ukraine to the negotiating table faster.
I love about that, because this has already happened, okay? Because the second they got in there, they stopped all U.S. aid, aside from aid to Israel. So they were very specific. We are fine with only one country getting aid, and that is Israel, our one and only ally in the Middle East, aside from Saudi Arabia, even though, well, whatever. It's better to just forget. But, oh, yeah, I guess Pete will be the one to look over who gets aid or not. Priorities, right? Now, Pete here had another comment. I figure we go to this here. This was also at the swearing in. Poly market odds on Pete? Good question. I don't know.
Mr. Secretary, say a few words.
Listen to him. Wow. He really wants a drink right now.
All praise and glory to God.
Jesus, I
His
say
will be
that.
done, and we're grateful to be here. And as I said in my hearing, it was Jesus and Jenny. I would not be here without you, sweetheart.
Jesus and Jenny.
Thank you so much.
The two J's, Jesus and Jenny, until Jenny gets too old, then I'll find another one. Maybe her best friend. I don't know. Thanks, Pete. Jesus and Jenny. That's why he's here. There we go. By the way, somebody asked me a question. I gotta go back. Or I don't even know if it was a question, but somebody said something that I feel like I have to respond to. And now there's so many comments in here, I can't even find it. Oh, my brain is broken. Oh, it's too late. It's too late. The chat, I can't. Chat is too vivacious today. But there was something that I wanted to respond to that I cannot remember what it was. I'm sure it'll come to me later when it's completely irrelevant. Okay, it's time, unfortunately. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you are, don't forget to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe either. You know, you got to hit the subscribe button to chat and also know when the Galactic News Network puts out more content or starts a live stream. Otherwise, you'll just be in the dark, floating through space without any know-how to get to the content. Now, while you're doing all of that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. We got all sorts of great ways for you to do that, of course. On YouTube, got the memberships and the super chats and the super stickers. So many cool things there. Subscriptions and bits and things like that over there on Twitch. But, of course, you could always become a Galactic Patron on Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Some say more than the entire Milky Way galaxy. Only $3 US. Get yourself an avatar, shoutouts, and much, much more. So, you make your decision on how you want to help keep the content coming, and I'll be right back after this short break. I am back. And you know what that means. Time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss all that sweet, sweet space content. Oh, Narwhal. Narwhal. Thank you for reminding me. Actually, yes, you absolutely can. And I wanted to extend this thing to people, but I should do it in Discord. But all the patrons, I know we have the Galactic Philanthropist, the setting on Patreon, where you can, if you pay extra on Patreon, you can be incredibly wistful and mercurial, if you will, and just sort of, you know, flit from one avatar to the next, unlike regular patrons. But since it's the new year, I figured I'd give all patrons one replacement of their avatar, first come, first serve, in terms of spaces and whatever else. But pretty sure, aren't you? You're already one, aren't you? Either way, yes, you can because of that. All right, chat. Let's get back to it. And thank you for the super chat. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, get back to the content, of course. What? Where are we? Oh right, we just ended with Pete. Let's segue over here now to another ghoul who's coming into our... Well, already she was in government, but now she's gonna be the DHS secretary. That is one puppy killer, Kristi Noem. Let's talk about Kristi. She's going to be in charge of the DHS, like I mentioned. We're going to have a couple of things to talk about with Kristi. We already know about the puppy killer thing, so we're going to skip past that. But let's... oh, wait, that's the wrong one. I just hit the... Let's go here. See what Donald Trump thinks about Kristi. I mean, he had some very nasty things to say about Kristi at one point, I think, if I recall correctly. But now he's got some different things to say.
With a party of common sense. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to, and by the way, Pete Hegseth got approved. And Kristi Noem just got approved, Governor. She's going to keep it. She's a tough one. She's a tough one. And she's going to do a great job. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. We want to bring prices down. Too high. They went way up. They didn't come.
How is she going to help with that at the DHS? That's such a random segue. But there you go. Donald Trump saying, Kristi Noem, she's a tough lady. Tough woman.
Hey, folks, do you like oranges?
I do.
Oh, I do
what
too.
About lemons?
I do.
Sure, they're great.
Limes?
Yeah, gotta
like
have
lemons
those.
and limes.
How are you supposed to have tequila
NBC
without
News,
limes?
Bay Area. This is, I would assume Northern California. Is that what it is? Has some bad news for you.
Oh, no.
Now, if you're an American, there's going to be a great opportunity for you opening up. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Americans racing.
Ooh, this is promising.
To pick these citrus fruits
at... Is that what it is?
Hopefully,
damn it,
increased pay because they can't be lorded over, with their immigration status. And of course, get ready to pay for more of your oranges and lemons, which, frankly, we should pay more for stuff.
And
is so that people can get a working,
livable wage.
A livable wage. But rounding up immigrants is one way to do it. The other way to do it would be to give them legal status so they could unionize. But here is a news report from NBC News.
It's the peak of the citrus harvest season in Kern County right now, but the industry is taking a hit after immigration agents conducted several operations last week targeting undocumented immigrants with criminal records. The California Farm Bureau reports that the action made some ag workers too afraid to show up for work, bringing the area's citrus harvest to a virtual halt.
Definitely, we are certainly very concerned about what is happening and how that is unfolding.
The Monterey County Farm Bureau says it is keeping a close eye on the developments in the Central Valley. Harvest season in the Salinas Valley begins in late April. The Farm Bureau said,
"Is this going to make eggs cheaper?" I hear that was one of Donald Trump's important promises to people. I'm just trying to do the math. Will this make eggs cheaper?
The threat of deportations could be enough to deter many of the 55,000 migrant workers the valley needs to operate during harvest season.
They're not going to show up for work, and that means crops will remain in the field and not be harvested and probably lost at that point.
The Farm Bureau says that could lead to higher food prices.
They were called essential workers during the pandemic when our nation needed them, and now they are asking us to be there for them when they need us.
The Farm Bureau joined Monterey County leaders on Wednesday to pledge to do what they can to protect workers and their families.
Con instrucciones precisas de nuestra presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum.
The Mexican Consul General says consulates across the country have a direct order from the President of Mexico to assure the basic rights of undocumented immigrants aren't violated.
Our growers remain concerned.
Just to be clear, the reports on the ground say that this idea that the ICE is just going after migrants with criminal records is total BS.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. They are harassing everyone they can, and they're finding migrants who are undocumented, regardless of whether they've been convicted.
I mean, we just got done talking about how they just arrested an American citizen, right? Not a migrant. And not just a citizen, but a army veteran. So no, it wouldn't seem like it's not even just migrants. It's just anybody, I guess.
Or accused of any type of crime. And I will remind you that it is not
drink over there.
a criminal act
BRB
to enter the country without documents.
Illegal.
Any more so than speeding is a criminal act. It's a civil violation. That's what's going on. We're going to feel it soon with these prices going up.
Yeah.
But again, don't make the mistake of saying that, like, well, because we won't provide a path to citizenship and allow folks like this to have their rights as citizens or workers and to collectively bargain is justification for rounding them up and sending them out. If we really want to do this, let's go to those farmers who hired undocumented workers and let's lock them up and see what the dynamic is, how different that would be.
Well, remember they tried to do that in Florida and all of those business owners freaked out because they were like, we're okay with you holding over the immigration status, holding that over our workers' heads so we can pay them
that was actually
minimum
convenient.
wage and potentially abuse them. But you're going to come after us if we hire undocumented people? And then quickly the Republicans in Florida just scuttled that part of what they were trying to do.
Here is CBS on Wednesday night. CNN, speaking with Greg Mose, a South Dakota-based dairy farmer. And he's already... wait a second. What's going on here? Go ahead.
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
How many hours does this go on?
It's 24 hours a day. You know, we could milk 8 hours a day, but it wouldn't be feasible or profitable for us to produce milk.
So you need workers like this year-round?
Yes.
24 hours a day.
Christine Noah
Interesting.
of South Dakota, her farmers.
Well, America, you better be ready to get on the farm immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Working nights, working weekends on the farm, making sure those cows get milked. That sounds fun, right?
So you need workers like this year-round?
Yes, yes.
Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, her farm is just a few miles away. This farmer who voted for her, who voted for Trump, who still supports them, doesn't believe that they would round up immigrants and ask them for their immigration status, because it's an open secret that farms in this state are held up by undocumented workers. Are you worried, like some of your
Pause it for 1 second. Now, here's the open secret she's not telling you, is that farm down the road, Kristi Noem's farm, is not somehow living in some different bubble from every other farm there, but she knows she's got undocumented immigrant workers there.
What?
That's why that guy is so confident they're not going to round up his undocumented immigrant workers, because he knows that she, down the road in her farm, has undocumented
Kristi
immigrant
Noem
workers.
hiring
now, CBS could tell us this.
Workers.
CNN.
Illegal.
CNN. It would just... Let's just drive down the road. Hey, I wonder if Kristi Noem has undocumented immigrant workers.
That's a great question.
Anybody in the car think that? You know, we're out here.
Thanks,
they flew
Jeff,
us out
for the
here.
question.
Maybe. No, forget it. Go ahead.
Undocumented workers. Are you worried, like some of your other farmers, that if there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants, that you might lose workers? You might not have enough workers.
Well, the question I asked, how are they going to do that? Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes. That's why I predict nobody will be filling the shelves, nobody will be producing food. If we once have to shut down and be gone, it's never coming back.
You know what? I just realized eggs will be free. Well, not free. I mean, there just won't be a price. You won't be paying because there won't be eggs there. So in a way, Donald Trump is making eggs cheaper, I guess, because you just won't buy them anymore because they just won't exist. You won't have to worry about how expensive eggs are anymore. Okay. We're just gonna stop eating them and food as well. It's fine, everybody. Just tighten your belt, okay? Come on.
Come on!
Now, this was fascinating to me. When I saw this, I got this one recommended to me. I don't usually get a lot of videos with this individual recommended to me, but I thought that this would be a good thing to... I should have put this behind earlier. I put this after this one. I meant to put this after Pete. But let's just go here to Pod Save America.
J.D. Vance saying on the Sunday shows before Donald Trump was inaugurated that obviously we shouldn't pardon people who committed violence. It was the response to that finally led Trump to say, according to Axios, fuck it, let's let them all out. The Trump base people were mad that J.D. Vance thought that they were going to go one by one. So that was basically a trial balloon.
Think about what that means for the dynamic between Trump and J.D. Vance.
Jump scare.
In the same way with the Matt Gaetz nomination, right? I mean, they nominated somebody for Attorney General, reportedly at the behest of Boris, who they later said were shaking people down for bribes in order for him to suggest them to the president as potential appointees. I don't know, maybe somebody should follow up on that. But reportedly at the behest of Boris Epstein, they named a guy who was actively under investigation for statutory rape, drug use, and prostitution to be Attorney General of the United States. And you can question Donald Trump's judgment in doing that. Sure, that's a discussion. What's in Trump's head? What are his aims? Fine. Politically, more interested in the fact that they then had the vice president-elect J.D. Vance personally grab Matt Gaetz by the arm and walk him into the
He definitely did
of
that.
all of these Republican senators, who they then leveraged into endorsing Matt Gaetz for Attorney General and saying, yes, they would vote for him. Give Matt a chance. To have humiliated J.D. Vance that way and cost those Republican senators forever. Those Republican senators will have it on their record that they thought Matt Gaetz was a great choice for Attorney General before they then pulled him and wasted all that political capital.
Yeah, I thought that was a good point because I had almost forgotten about the Matt Gaetz thing. I think we need to remember to write that down. Rachel has got a good point there. And JD, we already talked about how JD is putting his neck out all over the place, right? He was back there. You just got done watching him put his neck out for Pete Hegseth. Meritless man. He also did it for Matt Gaetz, which didn't even come to fruition. It's wasted capital. JD is just getting slaughtered by Donald Trump in the political arena. His own commander-in-chief. Poor JD. All right, let's get on talking about Mr. Trump. He's been busy. He's been flying all over the United States, making appearances in places. Here he was in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a very slow walk there, Trumpy. He's looking very low energy. I always wondered, or I'm certainly wondering right now, how do they get the armored cars to Las Vegas? Do they drive them across the country while Donald is flying? How does that work? Anybody know anything about this? Because I'm just thinking, is there just a car waiting, an armored car waiting in every city ahead of time? Or are they just gunning it on the highway, 130 miles an hour, to make sure they they wouldn't even get there in time? But I just how do they do that? Oh, they fly them in a cargo plane. Duh. Thank you. Why did I not think of that? It seems like a great use of energy, flying a fleet of fucking armored Cadillacs to every place Donald Trump goes. That's a good use of tax dollars and energy. He's fine. Everybody he's saying everybody loves him. He just has a unprecedented, a very precedented, but as they've been saying it, unprecedented mandate. It doesn't. I mean, he's. I don't know why he's so worried about getting. Just drive a regular car, man. Come on.
Come on.
Now, of course, while he was in Vegas, he had to stop at the casino. I mean, what else you can do in Vegas?
The golden age of America begins right now, but I have to be honest with you, I'm really here for a different reason. I'm here to say thank you. I went to nationwide, over 4 million workers depend on tip income, including an estimated 700,000 single moms. And here in Nevada, we will have a quarter, think of it, a quarter of the typical restaurant worker's pay comes from tips. I didn't know that much. That's a lot. You haven't been reporting them for the last 10 years.
Wow.
So here's our deal. We're going to have no tax on tips from now on, but we're going to go after you viciously for all the money you didn't report for the last 10, 15. We're going to go after you for all the money you didn't report for. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I have to say
you got to say it twice.
Because they're going to say Trump.
Even though I'm kidding, got to say it twice.
Is after all. Trump is after all restaurant workers.
USA! USA! USA!
You were censored again. The setting is ridiculous. Look, there's only one setting. You know, there's one setting of moderation for creators. At least I've only seen one setting. It's auto mod or no auto mod. You know, allow everything or allow nothing. I don't even think it allows everything, but it's, you know, there's only, from my understanding, there's only one setting, unless I'm missing it. But Donald Trump, he had to have some fun, of course, while he was here in Las Vegas at the casino. I love how they got they got this one employee waiting to talk about how great their CEO is. Yeah, gotta do that. Look at Donald Trump just palling around at the casino. All these degenerates. Donald Trump left Las Vegas and decided to go back to Florida, where, of course, he calls home, to the coral, peach-colored house. But before going there, he stopped at his very fancy golf resort
President
at
Donald
Doral.
Trump waking up in Miami. We saw the president there walking down the steps of Air Force One after landing at Miami International Airport late last night. He is in South Florida for a House GOP conference hosted at his Trump National Doral Resort. Trump comes to Miami from Las Vegas after a visit.
Makes perfect sense. You know, if you're a president, might as well hold meetings at your hotel so you can make some extra cash. We're literally watching 15 seconds of that. I just wanted it for that one piece of it, because I thought it was, you know, we're just returning back to the previous Trump presidency, but now they have Project 2025. Now they're more organized than previously. And it's just disturbing, right? He's just going to continue to do all the same shit he did before, enrich himself by getting government funds funneled into his own hotels. Oh, God. That's where we're at. Meanwhile, more stuff has been happening around Elon Musk, continuing to happen. This guy's been the center of the spotlight here, basically pushing Donald Trump out with his Hitler salutes and things like that. And some troubling stuff has been coming out around this, and I don't mean the salutes. I mean the response to the salutes. Let's go here to the Humanist Report. What is this?
The sun's going to come out. It'll be hot and humid. Definitely make sure you limit your time outdoors and stay hydrated.
You're such a light to be around.
Thanks a lot for welcoming me and welcoming me into your home.
That lovely woman that you just heard from is Sam Cuffle. She is an on-air meteorologist respected by her peers and loved by her community in Milwaukee, and she also does sports commentary on local radio shows from time to time, but she was just fired from the news station that she works for criticizing Elon Musk. Now, if you're wondering whether or not she paused the weather report to attack Elon Musk,
the
answer is no. She criticized him on her own personal private Instagram account and was subsequently fired because of it. But let's take a look at what got her fired in particular. So in an Instagram story, she reacted to Musk's Nazi salute, writing, "Dude, Nazi saluted twice during the inauguration. You fuck with this and this man, I don't fuck with you, full stop." Now, she also shared a gif of Mac, a character from the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, saying,
"How dare she share her opinion on social media? That is, gross."
That's too much, man!
"Screw that old bitch, he's a Nazi." Now, Dan O'Donnell, a radio host in Milwaukee, got wind of her Instagram story and snitched to her employer on Twitter, writing, "Exclusive, CBS 5'8" meteorologist Sam Cuffle makes a pair of vulgar Instagram posts while spreading the lie that Elon Musk was giving a Nazi salute during yesterday's presidential inauguration." Hey, fuckwad, she's not a liar. You're the liar. It was a Nazi salute. Here's how it looks compared to out and proud Nazis.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, so it was a Nazi salute. But this guy is more offended by naughty words than Elon Musk's Hitler salute. But it doesn't matter how disingenuous he's being, because he got what he wanted. The Milwaukee Journal reports staffers at WDJT-TV, Channel 58, were alerted by email on Wednesday.
Now, what I think we should do is twofold, right? Same thing that we were talking about earlier with the, what was it again? The DEI truth email. I think we got to do the same thing here with this particular CBS station. Right? I believe they're a CBS affiliate, right? Let me double check that before I suggest what I'm about to suggest. Oh, God. Yeah, CBS station. So what I think we should do is twofold, right? We do the same thing we were talking about earlier with that supposed... fascist reporting mechanism that's been created for DEI, the existence of DEI. I think we do the same thing here with CBS. We flood their emails, but also CBS, we watch plenty of CBS videos around here. I'm sure some of you even have watched a CBS video online before. And I say we just flood every single CBS video with comments about how they need to stop embracing the destruction of the First Amendment, how they should rehire this woman for voicing an opinion outside of work. Just things I'm thinking out loud about. But when I saw this story from Mike here, I was like, oh, we gotta talk about this one. 100%. Because we also have more Musk stuff to talk about too. So let's not turn away from Elon quite yet, because some stuff. Oh, I gotta pull this up. I forgot. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, let's go here to this story, because apparently Elon Musk has been frozen out by the Ice Queen.
The White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, has denied billionaire Elon Musk a prime office space near the Oval Office. Musk is head of the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk will instead be based in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, located outside the main White House complex. Now, this is being seen as a deliberate move by Wiles to maintain control over the West Wing and to protect President Trump's focus. In another sign of Wiles' determination to distance Musk from Trump, the executive order establishing DOGE specifies that its chief administrator must report directly to her.
Ooh.
Earlier,
Demoted.
when President Trump was asked if
Demoted. Elon has to go through a woman to speak to Donald Trump?
What?
Unbelievable. Shocking. Let's get deeper into this story. What do you say? Here's the Times from a couple of days ago, I think. Trump's ice maiden freezes Elon Musk out of the West Wing. Susie Wiles, the president's chief of staff, has denied the billionaire touted as the real vice president a permanent office in the heart of the White House. The ice maiden at the heart of the Trump administration has won her first big battle this week at denying Elon Musk a permanent base in the West Wing of the White House. Susie Wiles, a veteran political fixer from Florida and the first female chief of staff, earned her name from President Trump for the calm professionalism she brought to his election campaign. Observers called her job the toughest in America. She must bring order to Trump's White House operation, control access to the president to keep him focused. Gotta stay focused. Wow, I wonder how Elon is taking all of this. This is probably very upsetting for him. But earlier today, not 4 hours ago, Donald Trump came out with a different, well, it's a statement nonetheless. I don't know if it was necessarily fully different, but he came out with a denial of this supposed report that Elon is being boxed out of the House.
Mr. President, there's reports that Elon Musk now must go through Susie Wiles and that he doesn't have an office in the West Wing. I'm curious how you feel about that.
It's not Elon's office. We have an office that's set up for purposes of when I do an executive order, that the order is carried out, not that it sits around for 3 months. And we'll have about 20 people, maybe more, working out of that office. It's really an office for a lot of people that go and make sure that the executive office, when I do an executive document, very important executive.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like Elon's not getting an office in the White House. And what I actually heard is that he is being relegated to the guest house. There's other compounds on the White House grounds where he's been relegated to. Wow. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like he's going to get a permanent office in the White House. And he's going to have to use the sort of overflow office. Doesn't sound like he's going to get his name on the desk. I'm sure Elon, I mean, thinking about Elon in a guest house of all places? Oh, God. Oh, poor Elon. He'll never be able to get through it. Wait, why are you doing this? Don't do this. Okay. Just for funsies, I thought we would go here. See what the Pope of the Jews, Ben Shapiro, had to say about Elon's recent gestures, I guess you might call it. But hard to...
This was a long time ago, on Monday, when Elon Musk desperately tried to show how much of his heart goes out to you. And he mistakenly ended up doing some type of thing that everyone interprets as being a Nazi salute.
Including like actual white supremacists who were very excited about it. He did it not once but twice, and as AOC pointed out, repeated for emphasis and clarity.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. But we're in the era of don't believe your lying eyes, because a lot of wealthy people own our communications platforms, and they can just promote all of the accounts that will gaslight you about the very obvious thing that you just saw right in front of your face. Now, love this post-truth era.
And there's no better way to suss out a complete bootlicker than someone who has made their built their reputation on being the Pope of the Jews. And one of the things that you have to do as Pope of the Jews is also police things like anti-Semitism. And we have the actual Pope of the Jews. As you know, he is Jewish and is very sensitive to anti-Semitism, but also has incredible interest in staying in the good graces of this oligarch, Elon Musk. So let's tune in. This is a little bit suspenseful because we have Ben Shapiro, and we're going to see where will Ben Shapiro, can you guess what Ben Shapiro is going to, A, really hand it to Elon Musk and say, hey, buddy, what are you doing with your Nazi salute? Or B, you guys have him all wrong.
I gotta say, I have a pretty high radar for Nazism.
So high, it misses a lot of stuff.
Stake in this particular game. I feel like I can spot some Nazis when I see them. My Nazi radar does not go off around Elon Musk. You know why my Nazi radar doesn't go off around Elon Musk? Because he's not a damned Nazi.
Oh, thank God.
In fact, I got one other reason why his Nazi radar may not go off around Elon Musk. It's because
broken.
Elon Musk is a friend of mine. He's extremely
there's that
wealthy.
too.
In fact, I
doesn't work on
rely
my
on his
friends.
good graces in many, many aspects of my life.
That's because his Nazi radar is a little bit more updated to the current conservative context, where it only goes off and beeps when somebody criticizes the state of Israel.
That's a good point. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the only way to make the radar work, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been really good with that Nazi radar when he hired Candace Owens.
Yeah, where's the Ben Shapiro videos about Nazis in Tennessee walking the streets and assaulting people? I'm sure that there must be a litany of those videos, right? We talked about it here on this stream.
Well, sometimes that radar gets jammed, buddy. Go ahead.
It's true. Raspberry jam.
My Nazi radar does not go off around Elon Musk.
You
You
have
know
to
why
use
my
the
Nazi
Schwartz,
radar
Ben.
doesn't go off around Elon Musk? Because he's not a damned Nazi. In fact, Elon and I, 1 year ago, this week, were in Auschwitz together, visiting Auschwitz.
No Nazis
Together.
ever been to Auschwitz before.
We did an event where
Besides
he
for the
spoke
actual Nazis.
about anti-Semitism and how evil it is, and the evils of Hitlerianism.
You know what's fun? I love how, I feel like he lives by this phrase which is emblazoned behind him, right? Work will set you free. This is the life motto of Elon. He's proud to be here in a way that these two guys are not, I think. It's an awkward vibe. Very awkward.
Anti-Semitism and how evil it is, and the evils of Hitlerianism. What is wrong with you people?
Hold on for a second. I didn't know this.
Wow.
I didn't know this, Emma. He was in Auschwitz. He went to Auschwitz. Well, of course, if you go to Auschwitz, you are definitely not a Nazi, unless, of course, you were there early on in Auschwitz's.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Bad Lefty, good to see you. We were worried about you. I know that you got hit by that storm. I'm glad to see you. By the way, I'm gonna add a goal into chat because I already know just by looking at where I'm at right now. This stream is gonna go long today. I'm pretty sure. If I'm doing the math right, we're already on almost on the third hour of the stream. So I'm gonna give you a full 3 hours to get this goal done so we can get all the content. Because like I said, I have like 100 freaking videos today. To get through, do that, set timer, 3 hours. Give us all the content, StreamLord. There you go. Starting the goal. Alright, back to the content. The stream never goes long. It's so true. We never do. It's never happened before.
I don't want reality.
Always wrapping up early. Oh, where am I now? Okay. Oh, good. Oh, god damn it. We're at this part. Oh, no. Well, let's talk healthcare, people. What do you say? PB jumping in immediately with a spinning mood dang on a very, very cool gaming chair, it would seem. Thank you, PB. Much appreciated. Yeah, that was fast. There's one. Okay. Let's go to PBS NewsHour to start us talking about healthcare. But first, let's talk about the thing which I believe Joe Biden got done before leaving office, that being the removal of medical debt from people's credit scores. Before we get into the horrors of what are about to be coming our way.
Cost of health care is one of the leading reasons for consumer debt in this country. More than 100 million Americans are burdened with medical bills they can't pay. In the final weeks of the Biden administration, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB, issued new rules banning credit agencies from including medical debt on credit reports. Those rules are set to take effect in mid-March. Ali Rogan discussed what this new protection will mean for people carrying medical debt with Noam Levy, a senior correspondent with KFF Health News.
Noam Levy, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us first about what sort of medical debt ends up on people's credit reports.
So most people probably are familiar with if they don't pay a medical bill, maybe it gets sent to collections, but only some medical bills actually get reported on people's credit scores. So it really depends on kind of what the hospital or what the doctor does. But the tricky thing for consumers is you may not know, or patients, you may not know when you go to the hospital how much jeopardy you're really in.
But now this new rule is going to eliminate that completely, right? Tell us how that's going to work.
That's right. So there are about 15 million people who still have some kind of medical debt on their credit score. And what this regulation will do is force the credit reporting agencies to remove those bills so people will no longer have any medical debt on their credit reports. And it will also prohibit lenders from considering unpaid medical bills as they make decisions about whether or not to extend somebody a mortgage or some other kind of loan.
Is this going to have a...
It is going to have a huge effect, and it's been too long. I mean, the fact is medical debt, once it's on your credit report, never falls off, if I'm not mistaken. There's only two kinds of debt in this country that don't come off of your credit report. And, you know, people... In the largest economy, we're always reminded the United States is #1, and yet somehow we can't manage to give people health care because, I don't know, we're spending $1 trillion on our defense budget or whatever else, right? Or making it a privatized industry rather than nationalizing it. You know, lots of options we could choose to facilitate quite easily. And this was one of those things I was really glad to hear about when it happened. Oh, God. So fucked up. Now, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we're going to go back to old Russell Vought, Heritage Foundation Project 2025 ghoul, who is now the head of the OMB and the main advisor on finances, fiscal policy for Donald Trump, because he had some stuff to say about healthcare in his Senate hearing.
In the run-up to the election, we talked quite a bit about Russell Vought. He was part of the offshoot organization aligned with the Heritage Foundation that developed Project 2025. There's a lot of stuff in Project 2025. What is it, 900-page document? The heart of it is, some of it is sort of like standard conservative stuff and stuff that's been around, some of it like radical policies. But the fundamental heart of it has always been centered around the destruction of the administrative state. You'll recall that's what Steve Bannon called for at CPAC 8 years ago, right around now. I think it was in February of 2017. And it took them a while to sort of figure out how they were going to do it. And by the end of Trump's first term, they wanted to create this Schedule F employment edict, essentially getting rid of the civil service status of a lot of the career people who work in our government, who work for Republican administrations, who work for Democrat administrations, and just bounce back and forth. It doesn't matter, because there has been at least a begrudging one on the Republican side that we need agencies in government to function. You know, Nixon started the EPA.
Right.
I don't want reality.
The conservative movement is such that they started to believe their own rhetoric so intensely that there is a sense that it is really a problem to have government. Now, understand, all of this, it is about extracting America's wealth. When you get rid of an agency, almost every agency, not every, but almost, much of the ones that are sort of forward-facing to the public, what they do on some form or another is inhibit corporate profits, because a lot of those profits come at the expense of society. It's too expensive to burn this chemical. We're just going to dump it into the river. Society will deal with it. Dead fish, cancer, whatever. You know, we could do full disclosure on this stock offering, but that would cut into our ability to profit from it, so we won't. No, the SEC says, actually, you have to. We could go down the line with this. People get it. You know what? It's much easier. We're going to make a lot more money if we can put 75 chickens into this little coop and just give them a ton of antibiotics and not worry so much about any diseases they might have. And we're going to sell more chicken. Well, you know, the USDA,
in theory,
the FDA,
as long as you don't
people will
deport
step in.
all the people who
Not
work
as much
on
as I'd
farms.
like them to, but that's the idea. And they want to get rid of these agencies so that they do not inhibit corporate profits. And when they assault health and research, they just want to privatize that too. Because health research that is done by the government is not for profit.
What?
And so they will do things that are not efficient. If your sense is the only thing that's efficient is one that drives profit, then all of the research the government does, and the government does it because the private sector won't.
I mean, and it's all also a completely false notion. It's not, corporations are not more efficient than the public sector, because a lot of the money that they extract or that they make goes to things like corporate stock buybacks that are just about inflating the wealth of the wealthiest people on the board or the executives. There's a lot of waste. The Pentagon is probably our government agency that outsources, I don't have the figures in front of me, but I would not, in terms of dollar figures, has contracts with private companies, and they're the most wasteful part of our government. They fail audits every single.
Yeah, Emma's right on point there. Sasha G, thank you for another Mood Dang sticker. This one's looking surprised. God dang, do I like those super stickers. I don't know why I like them so much, but the Mood Dang ones are really great. Honestly, all of them have their own fun vibes to them, and it's 2 now we've gotten already. I know it's not counting super stickers, but of course I'm counting them. I keep track. But yeah, I mean, the fact is, you know, making sure that this or that thing doesn't cause problems for society, does that help profits? No, probably not, you know. So that's why having the government to do things like research, as Sam pointed out, pretty important for sure.
Hey, Tim Kaine say, is it woke to do this? Is it woke to do that? Well, I think from their perspective, they think it is. Let's start with Jeff Merkley about his support for the failed welfare reform, because in the 90s, Bill Clinton signed the welfare reform that the Republican lawmakers brought him, because that's Bill Clinton. And it wasn't until we started having severe job losses that we really saw the impact of what was happening here. Extreme poverty went through the roof. Go ahead.
let's turn to work requirements. You've been a big advocate of work requirements. You encourage states to adopt waivers that would allow them to do that.
Pause it,
for
incidentally.
Medicaid.
He's saying work requirements, not for getting some type of welfare payments, work requirements for Medicaid, for health care. And also, just to be clear here,
my dogs are goth with a doggy dog sticker. Number 1. Technically, yeah. I mean, no, well, actually, number 3. But either way, number 1 in my heart. Dog is looking real cute. I don't think I've even seen that one. My God, where are you people finding all of these super stickers? And why doesn't, it's bothering me that that YouTube doesn't count the stickers. The stickers should count just as much as the chats. And of course I'm counting them, but it's very annoying that they don't keep track of them, because then it's like it's not making clear to everybody what's going on. But we're at 3 now. Thank you, my dogs. Appreciate you. Oh God, I have to pee. I have to go back. Are you gonna play for me? Come on. Play. Go web go.
work requirements for Medicaid, for health care. And also, just to be clear here, a lot of times when you can't work, it's because of health reasons. Okay.
You encourage states to adopt waivers that would allow them to do that for Medicaid. One state tried it, Arkansas. It produced no increase in the hours worked, no increase in employment. It failed. Why did it fail? Because the way that people are able to work is when they're healthy. When they can't access health care because you want to cut it off, they're really trapped in poverty. And trapping people in poverty is really, well, not helpful. Now that your idea failed so miserably, are you going to advocate for it again?
You know, Senator, one of the major legislations that our side has been very proud of since the 1990s was the impact of welfare reform in the 1990s. It led to caseload reductions, people getting off of welfare, going back into the workforce. And we think that type of thinking should be applied to other federal programs. And it's informed not only Medicaid, but other programs to be able to encourage people to get back into the workforce, increase labor force participation, and give people, again, the dignity of work. And you believe cutting off health care encourages people to work when they need to get better health in order to work? It doesn't make any sense. Again, and it's been a failed experiment, but you've answered the question. You're still an advocate of that failed approach that traps people in poverty and is quite disturbing. Now,
let's be clear here. He does not want to defend the Arkansas experiment that took place in the last Trump administration.
But he is the same. He doesn't want to.
Arkansas sought
directly
a waiver,
defend it, but then all of his words are in fact defending the exact policies that he's talking about. It's a real sort of. It's like a weird gaslighting moment. I feel like the next 4 years is just going to be filled with that. Just a sense of like you're just being lied to, like you're like you're being told something that is obviously not the truth.
Arkansas sought a waiver, and within from CMS, and they imposed a work requirement on it. Mm-hmm. The work reporting requirement harmed thousands of people. It's from the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities. Took away their health coverage, leaving many uninsured.
It's almost like people need money for other things than healthcare. I mean, sure, healthcare is extremely expensive, but you also, even if you do have healthcare covered by the government, for instance, you still have to most likely pay your rent. You probably have to pay your energy bill. Maybe you have internet. Maybe you like to eat sometimes. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here, but there's a lot of stuff that people have to pay for aside from healthcare. So, incentivizing as, and really, I mean, it's not incentivizing. That's the word I believe Russ just used. People to work by taking away their healthcare is an insane thing to do, right? Because if you're too sick to go to work, you can't. You know, it's not like you're gonna just you're gonna go die on the factory floor. What? Like what the fuck? 55 likes? That's a lot of likes. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the Galactic Cantina. Need to get one of our characters from the GCU here. Oh god, what just happened? That's a night. We already have that one. How is it going to land on 19 3 times in one day? Oh, and then it falls to the ground. That's good. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Okay. All right. All right. We're going to keep talking about healthcare for a while, I'm afraid. Because some of the things that have been said over the last week about healthcare are, well, they're pretty crazy, right? The World Economic Forum's happening in Davos with all the billionaires. And the Wall Street Journal did a bunch of random discussions with all of the AI CEOs. And so a lot of insane things were said about healthcare recently. Let's start off here.
Only 10% is digitized. 90% is still the analog way. We have the traditional slides. They need to be kind of analyzed. There are not enough people to do it. So there still we are at the early stage of actually getting that into full digital kind of day and age. So I think there are two ways of looking at it. On a positive, we're moving. We have use cases. We have technology. And actually, I think we are further ahead than some other segments that are still wrestling how to apply it and really get kind of the benefit from it. But to do this at scale is something that we still struggle with. And that's where we need to have the system to play ball.
Roy, thank you. And that dovetails neatly to Shabana because the...
I love how this guy, in a conversation about making... using AI for healthcare, is essentially here to tell us, you know, only 10%. There's so much financial opportunity for us billionaires here at Davos, Switzerland right now, because only 10% of people are under an AI-based healthcare system, and we can get the rest of the 90% on there. Oh my God, the savings! Oh, the savings! So exciting. Hold on. I gotta find this one guy. Where is he? No. Sorry, it's like a 37-minute conversation. We already watched part of this earlier, so I just want to watch a different piece which we didn't watch. Oh, it's this guy. Pretty sure it's this guy right here, right? Oh, wait, actually, no, that's the guy. But wait, it was later on, I think, that he says it. Where is it? Is it here? So, by the way, the guy that was just talking... forget his name. CEO... of Philips, I believe. Roy Jacobs.
In terms of systemic impact on health. Now, Philips has been involved in various initiatives here, tackling value-based healthcare, health systems, sustainable resilience. What is the most important public and private enablers that we need to focus on globally? What can you tell us about these enablers?
I think, and I said it before, if you want to really leverage the power of AI, you need to free the data first and actually make the data flow.
Yeah.
So no silos.
And do it around the patient. So the patient data need to be put in the hands of the patient first, or put in the hands of kind of the bodies, governments that actually can orchestrate it in the right way. Currently, data are locked up in silos across the world still. That actually makes that you cannot travel. If you're a patient, it's very hard for you to travel.
Anybody living in the United States right now, how do you feel about giving the Donald Trump government all of your medical data? Or perhaps the CEO of Philips, Royal Philips here, the Dutch company, multi-billion-dollar company, taking in $18 billion in revenue in 2023. This guy is the CEO of Philips. They are a healthcare-based, or healthcare-ish company. They do more devices and stuff like that. But yeah, this guy is suggesting that. I mean, I love that. He's like, well, the best way to make AI more profitable and more functional is to have everybody just give up their data willingly or not willingly, I guess. I don't know if he cares if it's willing or not. He just wants the data. Interesting.
With the data, or to kind of keep them. And if you want to enrich them and put the AI on top, I think so. That's for me the data, and the data challenge is one big enabler to unlock power of AI. The other is kind of how we train the algorithms with the right clinical data. As you know, the common algorithms, they leverage the web to get their knowledge from. We need actually to train it on proprietary data. And also there, if you look kind of what are the data sets that we can train, we know they will get more powerful if they get more data. Currently, you're still limited in some of the data sets that we can use to train them. So I think the better we can train them, expose them to kind of the right data sets.
I wonder if Roy is interested in paying people for that data. You know? He doesn't seem like the sort of guy who would be interested in doing this if, for instance, he had to pay each person a number that they were willing to, like, you know, I mean, not like some sort of flat rate, but like each person's data, like, and you'd have to get the permission from the. This is what I'm suggesting. Like is that? I wonder if he would be on board for something like that. You know, you want to give me $1 million for my health data? Yeah, I might consider it. You know, but if you're just going to take it, no, I would say.
And also integrate those data sets, because I was talking about imaging, pathology together with genomics data together. That actually gives you a really full view of the patient and its situation. Now, there are not a lot of kind of current bodies that I can see that can do that in an easy and digital manner. So how can we kind of really accelerate that journey? And there's a lot tangibly.
So yeah, this entire discussion here was centered around how these people can make more money, essentially, on our health care systems. How they can introduce AI to remove workers from the scenario, from, you know, to put more things in between people and their doctors so they can reap more profits. It's all so good. It's all so good and so great. That's the vibe. This is what they're planning to do, okay? Like, and I wish we had time. And the fact is that the audio on this was so garbage. I would watch more of it, honestly, but it's just, I don't know if you notice, it just keeps cutting in and out, and it's bothering the hell out of me. It's probably bothering you too. But I listened to the whole goddamn thing, and they just go on and on about how there's just so much opportunity in automating all these medical things, how it can be, you know, how there's a huge market for it, and it's only in 10% of, you know, of medical situations. And, you know, wow. So with that sort of growth possibility, oh my gosh, we have to get on it now, regardless of the cost to people or, you know, to the actual well-being of patients. You know, why talk about, you know, the actual health outcomes, you know, when you could make money instead? Let's talk more about the effectiveness of automation in medical interactions.
As artificial intelligence increasingly becomes part of daily life, both its benefits and its pitfalls are becoming apparent. Take medical centers. Many of them use an AI-powered tool called Whisper to transcribe patients' interactions with their doctors.
That is the creepiest fucking...
Researchers have found that it sometimes...
That is the creepiest name. It's like so... What's the word? Oh, God, I can't think of the word right now. My brain is breaking. It's too early for that. it's just so like clandestine sounding, sort of like, you know, like dark. It's like a dark healthcare word, you know. Oh, we're gonna whisper. You won't even know. You won't even know that the AI is listening to you right now, making decisions about you.
Invents text. It's what's known in the industry as hallucinations. That raises the possibility of errors like misdiagnosis. Garance Burke is an Associated Press global investigative reporter who's been looking into this. Garance, I first want to give folks an example of what researchers found. Here's what a speaker said. And after she got the telephone, he began to pray. Simple sentence. But here's what was transcribed. Then he would, in addition to make sure I didn't catch a cold, he would help me get my shirt, kill me, and he began to pray.
That's weird. I see about 8 words over here. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 words over here. And then I see an entire paragraph over here. A single sentence broken up into all sorts of nonsense. This is not what we should be doing. Okay? Especially when, I mean, sure, like, oh, you don't get the right cat photo. Okay. Not a big deal. Your AI generated video guy has 6 fingers instead of 5. Not a big deal because the stakes are very low. But when it comes to healthcare and you have fucking, you have mistakes like this, right? This isn't ready for what they're suggesting to take over the other 90%. It shouldn't even be involved in the 10% that they mentioned, right? It should be 100% completely out of the healthcare space because this could be detrimental. Just think about this in any other circumstance. I mean, what in the actual fuck?
Kill me, and he began to pray. What sorts of other hallucinations have been found?
Yeah, so in talking with more than a dozen engineers and academic researchers, my co-reporter Hilke Schellman and I found that this particular AI-powered transcription tool makes things up that can include racial commentary, sometimes even violence.
No, absolutely, Donald. I'm gonna put this one up because I just want to, because I totally agree on this, right? Don't use it until it's perfected first, right? But here's the thing about this statement: there's too much risk to the bottom line of all these healthcare companies if they don't, right? They're all they care about is money. They don't care about the outcomes, right? We've been talking about healthcare for a while around here, and perfection is the enemy of profits. Okay, they gotta just put this shit out so they can start banking. So they can start, getting rid of healthcare workers and replacing them with non-functional robots.
Rhetoric. And of course, what we're talking about here, incorrect words regarding medical diagnoses. So that obviously leads to a lot of concerns about its use, particularly in really sensitive settings like in hospitals.
We asked OpenAI about this, and here's what they told us. They said, we take this issue seriously and are continually working to improve the accuracy of our models.
So seriously, we're going to keep rolling it out.
Hallucinations. For Whisper, our usage policies prohibit use in certain high-stakes decision-making contexts, and our model card for open source use includes recommendations against use in high-risk domains. Given those warnings, why do so many medical centers use them?
Don't use it in high-risk domains. Oh my god. Their own fucking spokesperson from OpenAI says don't use their own software in high-risk domains, and we're being told that we need to roll it out worldwide in healthcare. There's some real paradoxes running around here. They're breaking my brain a little bit. I love this. I love this sort of like scared shitless sort of like you hear all these people, Sam Altman, even Elon Musk, coming out and talking about all the potential problems with AI, and yet they're all pouring billions, trillions of dollars into the technology, trying to roll it out in every possible situation for profit, and then And you know, but at the same time they're saying, oh, but don't do it here because that would be bad. Oh God, the inconsistency is fucking mind-boggling. This AI bubble is out of control. At some point we're all going to realize, oh, this was a bad idea.
In high-risk domains. Given those warnings, why do so many medical centers use this?
You know, I think we're at a time when a lot of healthcare systems are looking to AI and AI agents to do things that human beings do more efficiently and at scale. There's a lot of talk about the promise for AI to help unlock new kinds of diagnoses in electronic healthcare records that haven't been possible before. But here's really the concern is that if these AI models are not, up to the task of the very kind of precise and specific language that is used to analyze these kinds of electronic health records, we could end up with some really problematic transcriptions that have nothing to do with what a patient actually told a doctor.
In healthcare settings, did you find any places that checked the accuracy of these transcriptions?
There are some places that have adopted OpenAI's Whisper model and really sought to fine-tune it, and then keep the original audio, say, of what the doctor discussed with the patient, so they can fact-check that original recording against whatever.
Oh my fucking God. So what is the point? What is the point? I'm genuinely asking. Aside from making money, what the fuck is the point? And not for the hospitals. It's not like the hospitals make money by buying access to these things or buying whatever equipment is needed to use this stuff, right? No, it's about reducing work hours, right? So you can have less people working on one thing, right? But if you need to have somebody to monitor this and to make sure that the robot is doing its job right, then what the fuck is the point? Why have it? Just have somebody actually listening who's not an idiot robot that doesn't hallucinate words into things, you know? Like, it's just so. This is the epitome of stupid for money, right? It's just, we're going to be stupid, but it's going to enrich a certain group of people and do nothing else. We're going to have the same number of people working on this. We're going to have to keep the audio. We're going to have to review it later if it's important. You know, adding that sort of thing into into the healthcare environment makes negative sense. It makes less than zero sense. Because it's going to cost, like, think about it. It's going to cost hospitals more. And so what are they going to do? They're going to jack up costs on people, and then the outcomes are not going to be improved. They're probably going to be worse. Because some doctors, like she was saying, there's a bunch of doctors that aren't even double checking this stuff who are using it. So, it's going to worsen the medical experience for everyone aside from the AI companies. Utterly idiotic. It is a complete waste. And trillions of dollars are being funneled into this technology right now. Of course, they're not just using it for transcriptions, they're also using AI for checking claims. I don't know if you remember this one from earlier.
Jimothy! Yeah, boss, what's up? I've got great news. Really? What is it? We denied over 300,000 claims in the last 2 months. Oh, I don't want to jinx it, but we are on track to set a new insurance industry record. This is something to celebrate. Yes, we have a chance to win 5 straight corporate malfeasance awards. How is it possible to deny that many claims? Oh, we have an automated system. If there are any mistakes in clinical documentation, claims are immediately sent for review. Oh, okay, then a physician looks through it to make sure it's an appropriate denial. Jimothy, did you not see my air quotes? I did. I was just hoping you didn't know what that meant. Our medical directors just deny all of them immediately. So they're not looking at any clinical documentation before they deny a claim. Nope. Just click and submit. Our medical directors can deny a claim in 1.2 seconds, which is well below the industry standard of 1.5. That doesn't seem possible. I know, right?
Yeah.
They click so fast that many of our doctors need treatment for index finger arthritis, which, of course, is not covered by insurance. But why are we just blanket denying everything? That's the best part. The appeal process is so confusing that only 5% of denied claims are appealed. We save so much money by making our customers pay out of pocket or go bankrupt.
Correct.
Well, somebody's got to go bankrupt, but it won't be.
Yeah. So not only can AI hallucinate random shit into existence in your health stuff, it can also be used to just automatically deny your claims. It's very helpful. And maybe soon we'll have healthcare like this.
Oh, is someone not feeling well? Your illness is very important to us.
Next.
Welcome to the Health Master Inferno, powered by Pure Me Technology.
This goes in your mouth. This one goes in your ear. And this one goes in your butt.
Hurry up, asshole! Come on!
Shit, hang on a second. This one.
Hurry up!
This one goes in your mouth.
Come on!
All right, but we're not done talking AI.
Well, I want to start with a thank
please
you.
hold. Oh, yeah, of course you do. You would. You gotta thank the billionaire for showing up to an interview. Come on.
Come on!
All right, let's go to this guy. This is the CEO of Anthropic AI company, getting involved in all sorts of stuff they probably shouldn't be involved in. Let's see what this piece of shit had to say. He's smiling, big old grin from this motherfucker. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Well, I want to start with a thank you because I built a Davos assistant using Claude. And I mean, really, my bosses should thank you. It doesn't get jet lag.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know, any logic.
Yeah, I'll bet. Because I'll bet it would be better to just have a normal human rather than a computer. You know? But of course, her bosses don't have to pay a salary or healthcare or anything like that. So I'm sure they would absolutely thank him.
And I mean, really, my bosses should thank you. It doesn't get jet lag. We don't have to pay for it. You know, any lodging. And it's been so helpful to me. It's got my calendar. It's got my notes. It's got all of these things. But there are some shortcomings, and I wanted to go through some product questions. And I wanted to first get a sense of people in the crowd. How many people here use Claude? Any power users? Okay, perfect.
One
and this is
power
going to be
user.
a great conversation for everyone. So I wanted to go through some of the list of the stuff that I wanted.
I love how this company is currently valued at like $60 billion or something, and one person in the room of what you would assume is a room filled of people interested in this spoke up. Like I said, this fucking bubble is out of fucking control. I mean, it's insane. It is insane. It is insane. They are valuing these companies at insane metrics, while the clear purpose of this stuff and all that, and the use cases, the actual, what do you call it? Number of users. That's not actually the word. There's another word for that, but the saturation, I think, is the word for like of user. It's just. Oh my god.
You can. It's going to be a fun game. You can decide if you want to tell me exact timing.
Who is Claude? Claude is not a real person. Claude is a fake person. It is an AI generated project from Anthropic, who this guy is the CEO of. And she's just talking about an AI assistant. That's what Claude is. Claude is a way for us to get rid of all of the secretaries. We don't need secretaries anymore. We can just have Claude.
You can tell me if it's coming, not coming, but so here we go. Access to the web.
Access to the web. So yeah, that is an area that we're working on and is going to come relatively soon. I think one thing to understand about Anthropic is, you know, the majority of our business is enterprise focused, and so often enterprise focused things get prioritized first. Web is more on the consumer side of things, but we've been working on it for a while. We have some ideas that we think are different from what other model providers have done, and so, you know, I'm not going to give an exact date, but that's coming very soon. We understand the importance of it for consumers.
Okay, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. It's 35 minutes long, but there is some stuff in here that we need to hear from this piece of shit. I'm gonna watch. I think let's watch this piece, and there's a few spots we got to hit here because he says some insane shit.
Of my ex and talking about social media, I won't lean on them too much, but I thought it was really, and as we're seeing in the room, you've got a huge group of power users, and so lots of people wondering about your next models.
Yes.
OpenAI has obviously gone with these new reasoning models, O1, 03. What's your plans there?
Yeah. So, you know, we are, I think, in the not too distant future, going to release some very good models. I won't specifically say names. To say a little about the reasoning models, our perspective actually is a little different, which is that, you know, there's been this whole thing of like reasoning models and test time compute, as if there's the normal models and the reasoning models. There's somehow a totally different way of doing things. That's not our perspective. We see it more as a continuous spectrum, that there's this ability for models to think, to reflect on their own thinking, and at the end to produce a result. If you use Sonnet...
Reflect on their own thinking. Yeah, right. Okay, weirdo. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I think this is where things started getting really out of hand. Of course, we've talked about how when AI is fed back, AI data comes with even worse implications. You know? It's a black box of a black box. No way to know how it came to any conclusion. Or if any of that data was perhaps, I don't know, fed straight out of BitChute or, you know, 8chan or whatever else. Oh boy.
Workers being adaptable in terms of taking advantage of comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is remarkable. Even if a machine does 90% of your job, what happens is that the other 10% becomes super leveraged. You spend all your time doing that 10%.
This guy, look at the excitement on this man's face when he's talking about this. Who else is feeling excited when they hear that? Oh, okay. I have to do 90% of, now I can just focus on one task all day like a robot? Like, that's basically what I feel like this man is saying when he says that, right? I think some people appreciate like a break from one thing. And in fact, the human mind appreciates breaks. I don't know if you know this, but you know, to switch from one thing to the next, it's actually beneficial for your thought processes, for your sanity, for a number of things, including stress, right? But if you're focused in on one thing and one thing only over and over and over again, it becomes monotonous, it becomes stressful, and among other things, it can, you know, depending on what you're doing, it can create work injuries because you're overusing one particular motion. Oh my God, no, he doesn't look, no, don't shit on Rick Moranis. I mean, I guess I can see a little, I can see it a little bit. But this guy's got at least 50 pounds on Rick Moranis here. He needs to hit the treadmill. But what the anybody else here, would you like to just, you know, like, would you like to decrease the things that you know, maybe you do. Maybe you just want to get rid of 90% of you can just do one thing all day. That sounds incredibly monotonous and horrible to me, right? It seems like, you know, you're just going to let, you know, but you're still going to have to make sure the AI is doing everything right, I guess. Oh, whatever. Keep going, dummy.
You do 10 times more of the 10% than you did before.
Yay.
And you get 10 times more done because the other 90% is leverage. So that can be good for humans. You can also learn how to sculpt your efforts around what the machine is doing. And so we can also think from a product perspective how to design our products to enable complementarity rather than substitution. There was this interesting study from the economist Eric Brynjolfsson about a year ago that said, by default, when companies deploy AI, they tend to deploy it in a replacement mode. But when they think more, when they pay more attention to deployment, they often find ways to deploy it in a complementary mode. When they do that, the productivity increases are greater. So that suggests there's some path dependence. There are different ways to deploy the technology. And we are thinking about that as we design this virtual collaborator. Again, I'm not gonna lie to you, there's a brutally efficient market here, right? If doing things in a complementary way is like, somehow will be reliably outcompeted in the market by not doing things in a complementary way, then the whole industry is in a difficult position, and we have to think about how to get around that. So there are...
This guy needs to swallow his saliva. It is gross listening to him talk. Is anybody else feeling that right now? Jesus Christ, I can barely think of anything else.
Very powerful market forces here, but I think there may be an opportunity compatible with those market forces to take a different path that's better for the whole industry, that's innovative, that manages to be better for humans while outcompeting the other approaches. That's a short term. In the long term, I feel very strongly that I don't know exactly when it'll come. I don't know if it'll be 2027. I think it's plausible it could be longer than that. I don't think it will be a whole bunch longer than that, when AI systems are better than humans at almost everything, better than almost all humans at almost everything, and then eventually better all humans than everything. Even robotics, we make good enough AI systems, they'll enable us to make better robots. And so when that happens, we will need to have a conversation at places like this, right? At places like this event about,
I'm sorry, I gotta let him finish.
How do we organize our economy, right? How do humans find meaning? Right, there are a lot of assumptions we've made when humans were the most intelligent species on the planet that are going to be invalidated by what's happening with AI. And I think the only good thing about it is that we'll all be in the same boat.
That is such a... I don't know if he actually believes what he just said, but that was one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. And it's the most self-interested, one of the most self-interested statements I think I've ever heard. And it's just a lie, right? We won't all be in the same boat. This guy will be in a boat made of money. He's already a billionaire, him and his sister, who are both co-founders of this project, of this company. $60 billion valuation with Google investments and other things like that. When robots, outcompete humans for all jobs, people like this man right here that you're looking at will be so enriched they'll be living in the fucking clouds, okay? The rest of us will be in one boat while they laugh at us from a bunker or from some sort of a sky tower in a altered carbon future. Like this dude, this is like... This dude, this is the most blindly optimistic sounding. He's like, oh, but it's such bullshit, right? Because of course, I think he must know that when that happens, he'll actually be fine, and everybody else will be in a boat. It'll be him and Sam Altman, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk. They'll be in, mega yachts, and and the rest of us will be in a different boat where there's no food, no jobs. No healthcare. I mean, I guess we're already kind of in that boat, but it is going to be a lot worse. Let's just be real. It's going to be much, much worse than it is now. So just imagine that. Oh my God. I can't remember if I wanted to hear any more of this garbage. I think that might do it. Oh, I'm trying to think. Let's listen just a little bit more. Oh, it's so painful. See, we're all going to be in the same boat from a billionaire. Thanks, pal.
Actually afraid of the world where 30% of human labor becomes fully automated by AI, and the other 70%. That's going to cause this just incredible, class war between the groups that have been and the groups that haven't been. If we're all in the same boat, It's not going to be easy, but I actually feel better about it because we're going to have to sit down and say, whoa, it's not like we're randomly.
We could do that right now and say, actually, this is a fucking bad thing. And we should probably stop everything we're doing right now that you're talking about in such an excited way. Because this entire conversation, this dude doesn't have the time to swallow the spit in his mouth, and because he's so excited about talking about it. And I wish these guys would just stop. I wish, honestly, I really do. And they're not. And, so I started having other thoughts in my mind, but they need to be stopped one way or another. They need to be fucking stopped, okay? Because you can hear he followed the conclusion all the way to the end, and then stopped at the actual he followed the logical steps to get there, and then said, actually, that's when we have the conversation. When everybody's enslaved by robots, that's when we'll talk about it. My robots and Elon's robots. That's the time for the conversation. Not before it. Not before we pump trillions of dollars into it and raise everybody's energy prices because we need literal mountains of energy to run these AI models, train these AI models. These people are admittedly pushing us towards a dystopian future, and yet they don't seem to have any issue with it because they're the ones profiting from it. And it's disgusting. And they need to be stopped. Because what leverage will we have at that point, right? Go on strike? No big deal. No big deal. We already got the robots. We'll just, sorry. Sorry, we don't care.
What is computing power? Conventional data.
Well, if you're wondering why your energy costs are so high, maybe it's because we're rolling out data centers all across the country. Data centers which take up as much as 500,000 electric vehicles worth of energy to run. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This is how much energy and resources is being funneled into this shit. It's out of control. It is out of control.
Requires additional computing power. Conventional data center services run on processors known as CPUs. AI relies on graphics processing units, or GPUs. The IEA estimates that asking OpenAI's ChatGPT to compose an answer requires nearly 10 times as much electricity as a traditional Google search. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google have all announced plans to tap into nuclear energy to help power their US data centers. They've also helped finance new wind and solar farms and other alternative energy sources. In the near
Now, I have talked about nuclear energy in the past. Generally speaking, I think it is preferable to using things like coal or natural gas, but in no way do I support using nuclear power to fund to power these things, right? To supply these billionaire assholes with the energy needed to complete the suppression of the entire human race. No. Make that illegal immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I mean, can you imagine? We've talked about ghost wells in the past, right? Where, oil drillers just leave wells that leak and then refuse to clean them up after the fact. They destroy the environments all around them. And then they, they use shell companies rather than keeping them. They choose not to have the responsibility. They do whatever they can to not have responsibility over those unusable oil wells, right? They're all over Texas and other places in the United States, Louisiana. There's a bunch of them, right? There's just ghost wells from ExxonMobil, Shell, whoever else, right? Just sitting around just ruining the environment because they're not being dealt with because it costs $1 million a piece in some cases to solve these leaking wells, right? Now think about billionaire tech bros like Elon Musk. What happens when there's a disaster? What happens when there's an environmental disaster around their nuclear facilities? Because they've been talking about making mini nuclear reactors to power these fucking data centers, right? And what happens when that happens? Are they going to take care of it? Or are they going to divest themselves from the responsibility and leave it up to society to deal with the radioactivity? That's my question. All right, let's talk about other places that AI is being used. Fast food.
There are more high-tech changes coming to fast food chains. Some Wendy's now using AI to take your drive-through orders. But does it really work better than talking to an actual human? Our Adrian Broaden's got an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at the new technology and put it to the test.
It looks like a typical drive-through.
You can start placing your order when ready.
Can I get a number 8, please?
But the voice taking orders at this Wendy's
What dipping sauce?
is actually powered by artificial intelligence.
Did you know who you were talking to?
Yeah, it was a robot.
It's part of the future for Wendy's. They call it Fresh AI.
We're always thinking about what is the right technology that solves the right problem at Wendy's.
Here's how it works. A customer drives up and talks into this speaker.
Hi, welcome to Wendy's. Feel free to order whenever you are ready.
The AI takes the order, listening and responding to questions.
Can I get 2 double stacks?
Inside, human workers watch a monitor as the order comes. Then they prepare the meal. We went through the drive-thru to see how it works. Hi, I would like 6 regular nuggets and 6 spicy nuggets. Spicy nuggets here, regular nuggets here. Let's try it again.
Nuggets.
On this run, I tried to trip the AI. 5-piece nugget. Ordering something not on the menu. That's when a human stepped in to help.
I do apologize about that.
Oh, we do need the humans. So why are we using the fucking AI? She could have just been answering. It's hilarious. We keep talking about it. AI is not ready to roll out, and yet they keep doing it to try and, suck customer data up and all this other stuff, and and hope that one day they can just get rid of all their workers. But we still need the workers. So as the rest of us have to deal with the inefficiency of it, including workers themselves, still continue. It's like we keep getting told that it's all great. It's all so great, but yet it can't figure out how to respond to you asking for something not on the menu.
That's too much, man!
Maybe one day we'll have fast food like this. It'll be much better, I'm sure.
Enjoy your extra big-ass fries.
You didn't give me no fries. I got an empty box.
Would you like another? Extra big-ass fries.
I said I didn't get any.
Thank you. Your account has been charged. Your balance is 0. Please
What?
come back when you can afford to make
no,
a purchase.
No.
I'm sorry you're having
Come
trouble.
on. My kids
sorry
are
you're having
starving.
This should help you calm down.
Oh, that is good.
Please come back when you can afford to make a purchase. Your kids are starving. Carl's Jr. believes no child should go hungry. You are an unfit mother. Your children will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr. Carl's...
Here we go. There we go. That's probably what we're going to have in the future. You can get charged for fries and there'll be nobody to talk to about why you didn't get them. It'll all be so good, so great, because you'll get your children will be taken away by Carl's Jr. You get a free shot of happy gas, I guess. It'll all be very good and great. You know who? I know one guy who thinks it'll be great. One Salesforce CEO, Mark Benioff. Go fuck off, Mark. But not really. Tell us your idiotic musings, please.
I want to test your patience a little bit, talking about the elephant in the room, which is, of course, President Trump. You have been understandably supportive and optimistic of the new administration, but I wonder how you kind of rate the week one executive orders, the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, shutting federal DEI efforts, pardoning the January 6th protesters, ending EV subsidies. How are you evaluating things so far?
Well, I think that, we can really evaluate that the current administration and what's going to happen by what we saw with Trump 1, which is that a lot of the things at the beginning are not exactly where we're going to be in 6 months or a year. So, I'm very positive. I'm just looking forward to seeing what's going to happen.
He just told you a bunch of things that have already happened, and Mark, no idea how to respond to that. It's almost like Mark is made of AI. He's like, yes, you've told me all of these details, and I'm going to give you an answer that is not relevant to what you've just said. I hope that was good for you. Did you like that? Was that enjoyable?
And it's a new day, and it's an exciting moment. I mean, I can't somehow get off my phone. It seems like there's another news story. I don't know how you're feeling.
I just realized what this is. I thought that this was... I did not realize this... It makes sense that this is at fucking Davos. I did not realize Bloomberg had their own house in Switzerland. It all makes sense. It's perfect.
But I feel like every minute there's some new thing that I don't even know about. Like, well, you told me like 20 things I don't even know.
Up with this stuff.
Hey, what do you think about this? I don't know. Have my phone back to me.
We'll keep doing that. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. Davos kind of messes with your perception of time, but Trump appeared with Sam Altman, Masayoshi's son, and your mentor Larry Ellison to announce Project Stargate. Tremendous branding there. And the number bandied about, I guess, was $500 billion. It's unclear whether that's real or not, to build new data centers and sources of energy to support the next generation of AI and U.S. competitiveness. How are you reading the practicalities of that alliance and the project?
Well, I think the big news is that OpenAI is moving off of Microsoft, so you can see the real. Are
you being facetious?
No, you can see that this is a break with Microsoft. So Microsoft's not involved. This is the first time that OpenAI is moving into a non-Microsoft data center. This is really the result, I think, of Microsoft hiring Mustafa Suleyman and starting to build their own large language models, which I expect will compete with OpenAI very aggressively. And I think it's the end of the. This is the end of the OpenAI.
A real
Microsoft
break.
race.
This is what we need. We need big competition in AI space, right? We need as many data centers and language models as possible. There's no way that any of that goes wrong.
The alliance that was first forged, it almost put OpenAI on the map when Microsoft made a big investment.
You really saw it here last year, even before Microsoft hired Mustafa Suleyman, who's an incredible computer scientist, as you know.
Now, of course, Mark's business model is highly dependent upon data, upon all of that stuff, right? Salesforce is sort of one of the main competitors to Oracle, although Oracle definitely beats them in this one. But him and Larry Ellison are basically the same guy.
The lineage of Google, Inflection, now Microsoft. Sam and Mustafa were not getting along well on panels that they were on here at Davos. You can go back and see that. I remember one specific panel that I was in, and thought they were going to come to blows, but it didn't happen.
And so has Larry.
I just want to read this because this is directly off of Salesforce's own website. This is the Google search when it comes up in Salesforce, www.salesforce.com. This is their pitch. Salesforce, the #1 AI CRM. enables companies to connect with customers through a unified Einstein 1 platform that combines CRM, AI, data, and trust. Ooh, and trust. Who specifically are we talking about when we say trust? Us? Am I supposed to trust you? Yeah, sure. I'm sure you're not doing anything nefarious with that data of yours.
Ellison and Oracle, you think, stepped in as
and like, for instance, like, I don't know how many people are familiar with Salesforce, but like, it's used by a lot of not just salespeople, but like customer service. Like when you call into a customer service line, which is in many cases now AI already, as they've been eliminating a lot of, you know, customer service reps all over the entire business landscape, right? But you call in, and all of, like, when they know who you are, right? Like when they know information about you, when they know about the previous call, right? When they transfer you to somebody else and they know what was going on in the previous discussion, it's because of Salesforce keeping a record of your call, right? That's basically what it's used for, right? So your data is already on Salesforce's servers, right? If you've ever called into a customer service line, highly likely they use Salesforce, and that they recorded that call and that data was reaped from that call. That's what they do. That is what Salesforce does. And now they're trying to integrate all of that data into AI and sell it to more businesses.
technology partner or a source of funding for OpenAI?
I can't speak to those specifics, but what I can tell you is that I think it's a big moment in the history of OpenAI that they're not running on a Microsoft data center.
And how does it impact, I guess, Microsoft's competitiveness on AI going forward? We'll talk about Copilot and the like, but do you feel like, because of these developments, Satya and Microsoft are in an unfavorable strategic position?
Well, I think, as you know, Microsoft doesn't have today their own frontier model. So they rely on OpenAI, and now OpenAI is saying that they're going to another data center structure. So it's a big moment.
Right. And to just close the loop on Stargate, part of this is obviously driven by national security concerns and the idea that, that it is vitally important for the U.S. to maintain this lead. I mean, do you share the concern and the urgency? And do you think China is close to AI parity?
Well, you have, 6 questions in there, Brad? Let's peel it apart one by one. I think that we're just seeing a incredible amount of investment in AI overall, which is because it's really exciting. Look at what's happening here at the conference exciting. I just showed you. That Salesforce
really hard
has run the information management for the World Economic Forum for more than a decade. So all of everything that's happening here is running on Salesforce, and we've used our Einstein platform here for years, but this is the year that we're using Agentforce. So now you have an agent that's front-ended your app.
You should probably define what that is.
Okay, well, what it is you have the ability now to use an agent, a kind of almost like a digital worker, to help you to
like a digital worker.
Get your job done. So here I am, I have my app, I'm on my phone, I'm normally just bringing up my World Economic Forum app, I'm going through trying to find all my sessions, when is Brad speaking, how do I know Brad, can I contact Brad? Instead, now I can just say to the agent, hey, when is Brad speaking, and will you contact him for me and help me make this happen? At Salesforce, we just deployed our Agentforce technology on help.salesforce.com, which is how we deliver help to our customers. 36,000 customers a week come to help.salesforce.com. If you had come there a month or so ago, about 10,000 of those customers have to move off and get support from human beings.
Yeah, and when he says customers, he doesn't mean like you or I, right? He means businesses. So 36,000 businesses use Salesforce. So that's how pervasive this is, right? I tried to make that clear earlier in my comments, but Mark's doing a better job for me, I guess.
And about 26,000 got resolved by our software. Now with Agentforce, only 5,000 are going off to human beings. So our 9,000 support agents have a little bit less to do because the software is able to resolve a lot of this on its own. And that's a very exciting moment that AI...
When I listen to these AI guys talk, The future that I imagine is Demolition Man, right? Everybody that lives on the surface is an elite, right? They make a lot of money, they live comfortably, and then the rest of society lives in the sewers. Because there's no jobs for you, and with people like Donald Trump in power or whatever else, like you have no health insurance or anything else. And so you just kind of, you're subhuman almost, at least in Mark's eyes, I'm sure.
And agents can kind of give us this incredible productivity that we couldn't have, whether we're trying to navigate the World Economic Forum in Davos or we're Mark Benioff is trying to answer his customers' support issues. Agents are making a huge difference in our ability to be successful.
I want to come back to that, but I just want to make sure we answered the previous question on kind of AI parity between China and the U.S.
I don't think there is AI parity today.
Okay.
No, I think that the U.S. has a definitive lead, and I think most of the analysis, and I think obviously you have a big shootout going on at the very top end of the frontier models between Google, OpenAI, and Anthropic. Salesforce is obviously an investor in Anthropic. We obviously have relationships with OpenAI and also Google. The Google technology, I think, is amazing. Neil Ferguson just wrote a tremendous analysis of the three models and kind of said it.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip forward a little bit because this guy is just fucking going on and on about a bunch of shit. But later on in this conversation, he started saying some other shit. I think we will want to hear. Can't remember where he says it. It's hard to remember anything that this fucking guy says. It's just also nonsensical.
Describe
but
Agent Force and drawing juxtapositions with Microsoft and Copilot. Not to do more Microsoft bashing here, but I think you compared it to.
Right ahead,
did he just say he's excited about cutting jobs?
Because
I'm sorry, I missed that in the fluff of the Mark Benioff here. Did he say he's excited about cutting jobs? I'm not shocked to hear that he said that, actually. And some of it, the fact is he just says so much garbage. It is hard to take it all in at once. A good thing I have people like you to be listening as well. I'm not sure he's already been laying people off. Right? We talked earlier this year about how millions of customer service reps are losing their jobs because of his technology. I don't remember when it was. I think it was over the summer. So we've been talking about AI practically all year. Once I realized just how bad it was for the environment, like I didn't need any more reasons to hate it. I was like, okay, we're coming at AI from now until the end of time.
I don't know that I really fully got my brain around it, how the Agent Force model is different than the Copilot model.
I can make it very simple.
Yeah, what are the two?
Well, first of all, you're right. Microsoft has disappointed, a lot of customers with Copilot, and the reason why is
I'm not sure everybody agrees, but okay.
Well, I mean, you can read the Gartner analysis, you can read a lot of the media, but I'm sure you're a big Copilot user yourself. Is that right?
I try to moderate my use.
Oh, I see. So you don't.
I don't want
all right, but you're like most people. You don't
my
use
writing
it.
For me.
All right, thank you. Thank you for making my case. But anyway, the point of it is all Copilot is repackaged ChatGPT. So in a chart I just saw of the 20 most used apps currently on the internet.
It's almost like Mark is making a case for me right now. We don't need any of these. We already have one. Honestly, we don't need competition in this space. We need less. We need actually zero of this. We certainly don't need a shell of AI, of OpenAI as a different source. Like it is, God damn it. Oh God, I hate these people.
OpenAI was very much at the top. Copilot was not on the list. I just retweeted it actually. So when you look at that, why that is because why use it? It's not really offering me any value. So Agent Force is really what AI was meant to be, the ability to give a company, a user, a customer, really the value of artificial intelligence. That's why I was excited to bring it to the show, excited that Davos has deployed it, and we can really show customers here that this is a really great opportunity. And an example, yesterday we were in a session with Royal Bank of Canada, who just deployed it for their wealth management. Look, their ability to scale and compete against the big U.S. banks when their wealth management is augmented because they're using Agent Force. That's very exciting for them.
God. Oh my God, I am excited.
Phrasing?
Oh my God, wealth management? Oh, thank God. They were having all the wealth managers were just struggling so much to accumulate wealth. And God, every night I was going to bed thinking, how can the wealthy make more money? Oh, thankfully they have AI. Oh God, because I was running out of ideas. Seems like they were using all of them in existence. Mark, he's so glad.
Dave McKay is here. It was really a great moment to hear, what they're doing with this.
So before you mentioned the abundant capital flowing into AI, Anthropic, even today, there was news of another $1 billion from Google. Is there any case to be made that AI is over-invested at this point?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
I would say that we are really at a point where everything is changing. I think the evidence, like we just did a demo with your associate in the back here, where I just took out my phone and we were demoing the World Economic Forum app. And if we were here a year ago, we'd be looking at a very similar app, kind of going through what sessions are we going through, who's coming to the conference, I need to contact this person, all the typical things. And instead, I have this agent that I just can go right to and say, hey, do all this for me.
Oh, yeah.
That level of productivity, that's why.
Wow, yeah. Right. That level of productivity. So productive. Wow. Well, there's other companies that are benefiting from AI, not just Mark Benioff's Salesforce or Larry Ellison's Oracle or OpenAI or any of these other places. There is one company that has been really, really benefiting from all this, one that surpassed the $1 trillion valuation mark earlier in 2024, that being NVIDIA. I say we investigate.
The newest company vying for the title of the most valuable in the world isn't selling phones, oil, or an infinite stream of vertical video content that lobotomizes middle schoolers. I'm talking about NVIDIA, the shop designing tiny little chip doohickeys that power tomorrow's AI technology, led by a masochistic Top Gun cosplayer. But as NVIDIA continues blazing its path as one of the best performing stocks of all time, fueling the market's hottest 2-year run in a century, Dan Toomey's got some questions. Questions like, what do these MFs actually do? How did they get here?
Good
and
question.
Are we sure the road they're driving our economy down is a good one?
Stakes
high enough for you? Let's fucking do this.
The tale of NVIDIA begins where most of my nights end. The Denny's on Berryessa Road in San Jose, California. That's where NVIDIA co-founder and CEO Jensen Huang embarked on his mission to design fancy computer chips while having the worst logo ever made. Despite his initial sweet boy vibe, Jensen proved to be a Tier 1 capitalism maniac, transforming NVIDIA from a niche video game graphics chip designer into the primary arms dealer in the race to develop AI and integrate it into society. Now obviously there's a ton of complicated stuff that I could tell you about how Jensen and NVIDIA accomplished this transformation, but I went to the Ryan Seacrest School of Journalism, where details are the enemy of clicks. So long story short, it turns out that
Details
the
are
computer
the
chips
enemy of
NVIDIA
clicks,
was
it's true.
building back in the day
I should
to make
know.
video games look cooler.
I should know. I'm a man of details, constantly talking details. And, we don't get the same sort of clicks as people who just sort of, gloss over everything.
School of Journalism, where details are the enemy of clicks. So long story short, it turns out that the computer chips NVIDIA was building back in the day to make video games look cooler are actually the perfect chip for doing complex computing that tech companies need to do today if they want to build cool AI stuff.
For example, the fastest selling app of all time, ChatGPT, which is precisely the sort of thing that can only be built using the hardware NVIDIA, got a decade-plus head start on the rest of the world designing. And when Wall Street put all that together, well, there's no easy way to say it, but I am a reporter, so I'm obligated to tell you the truth. they jizzed all over the place.
NVIDIA's rocking the entire market right now.
NVIDIA stock has absolutely exploded today.
NVIDIA has done it again. NVIDIA stock price went to the moon. NVIDIA. I just renamed my darn dog NVIDIA.
Hey there. Big news, we just got this fancy new green screen. Check this out. Desert! Pretty cool, right? Tundra!
Helpful.
Anyway, all this fun stuff costs us money, so it's time to pay some bills. The Fundrise Flagship Fund is a $1.1 billion real estate fund open to investors of all sizes. Investing in real estate used to be primarily limited to rich institutional investors, but all you need to invest in the Fundrise Flagship Fund is $10. Investing in real estate can be a good way to diversify your portfolio and also hedge against some inflation.
Yay.
So if any of that sounds up your tree, do yourself a favor and go check out that Fundrise Flagship Fund. Himalayas!
Carefully consider the investment objectives, risks, charge. I love he made a Surgeon General warning for it. This dude is fucking amazing. Carefully consider the investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses of the flagship fund before investing. This and other information can be found in the fund's prospectus. Read them carefully before investing.
Himalayas!
Oh, they're so majestic.
On May 25th, 2023, NVIDIA's market cap increased by over $200 billion, one of the largest single-day gains in history. Around the same time, Jensen told investors that NVIDIA had sold its supercomputers to 50 of the 100 largest companies in America, a feeding frenzy that's still leaving our economic waters chummed and bloody. Big tech now spends...
It's true. And the fact is NVIDIA has been just banking on this because they're one of the only current manufacturers of the chips needed to do all this. So they are basically a monopoly, and that's why they're now over $1 trillion in valuation. Oh, God. Who knew that video games were actually going to destroy society? Anybody who had on their card, their bingo card, that the video games would destroy society by way of the technology used to make them look cool, well, great job. Not sure. Wow, really good job. I don't know how you did that. It was not on my bingo card. Oh, we got it. Oh, we do. We have to take another break. God damn it. Almost forgot our necessary break, which we do every 2 hours. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. But if you haven't, do remember to like the stream and also subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so that you get all the requisite notifications whenever we go live here with the Galactic News. Now, while you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely dependent on people such as yourself, people who enjoy the stream. So many great ways to do that. And one very good way right now in this moment is to help us get to that goal. We only have 2 left, even though it says 0 of 5. We're at 3 of 5 right now. So if you 2 people were to donate, super chat, super sticker on YouTube, that would get us the rest of the content tonight after the 6-hour mark. But of course, there's other ways to do it. You could become a member on YouTube. You could subscribe on Twitch, but of course you can always become a Galactic Patron, where you can get the most space benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy for your Earth money. Get a little avatar on stream here at our breaks, shout-outs, and so much more. Alright, chat. Space intermission incoming. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, chat. I am back. You know what that means? Better get back to those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss all that sweet, sweet space content. By the way, thank you, PB and Janelle Walker, for your super stickers. Those beautiful pear-shaped, just so sexy. These stickers, I gotta say. I mean, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that pair. So cute. And that gets us all the way. I'm gonna count it. I'm counting it. That's 5 of 5. I'm just gonna end the goal. How do I end it? Can I just end it now? Yeah, I'm just gonna end it. There we go. Remove it. Any purchases? Oh yeah. Alright, cool. There we go. That goal's been disabled because you've already gotten there. It's very impressive. Alrighty, we're going to move away from all the AI talk, because I feel like we really covered our bases today on all of that. Let's get on to some other stuff that's been happening environmentally here. Start off talking about the LA fires. Now, Donald Trump did finally make his way over to California, even though he went to North Carolina first. I guess he was just going in chronological order. Who knows? But he certainly had some things to say after getting to California. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say on his little Cali vacation here. Oh, volume's low. Yeah. What is that sound? Oh, I think I know what it is. Is it this? Wait, hold on. Pause. Why are you being a dick to me right now?
I appreciate the...
Please pause. What is that? Where's that sound coming from? I'm seeing something here. And now it's gone. Oh, maybe it was the... Okay, I fixed that. 6th emotional support character? Holy crap. That's a lot of likes. That is a lot of likes. We better go back to the Galactic Cantina. Get another emotional support character from the GCU universe. I know U stands for universe. I like saying it that way. Do not correct me. Alright, let's go here now. Back to California with, I think that's Astrid, number 8. See Astrid back there, sort of sandwiched between Archer and oh my god, how did I just forget the name of the guy from Twilight Zone? Just broke myself inside. Just happened. Play. Oh my god. Being a real dick to me right now. Don't appreciate it. Rod Serling. God damn it. Why is that so hard?
I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin. Thank you very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed.
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us. Not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID.
I love how his demeanor changed when he said Palisades and then Altadena, because of course Palisades is a much higher income bracket than Altadena. And did you see the face that Donald Trump made?
Just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We got to get it finished.
Operation
We're
Lightspeed.
looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. It's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which would be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things. Okay?
You know, I'm wondering what's going on. We don't see Melania as much. You make a good point, Tracy. She does look awkward, but also, do you remember the first Trump presidency? She was never around this much. I wonder if the post-nup is kicking in here. Maybe part of the agreement leading into the election was that if he gets elected, she'll get a lot more FaceTime with the cameras. I don't know. I just remember her sort of taking more of a back seat during the first presidency. But now she's seemingly with Trump everywhere they go. I'm not sure what is going on. All right, we're going to keep talking here in California. There was a meeting that was held, a public meeting. Karen Bass, some of the other officials.
I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things.
What? I mean, there has been so many photos of this. So many, like, you know, drone flights that we've seen going over the affected areas. I don't understand. He's the president. How does he not know? How did he need to be on the ground in this place? Like, he's a tactile learner is what it is. You know, he has to be able to put his hands on the destruction to actually know how destroyed something is. From picture, you just can't get the adequate vantage point.
Devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. We're going to essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits.
Okay, we're going to go back to that in a second, but first I figured we'd just sort of take a well-deserved break of Trump talking
Super scoopers,
with
air tankers.
Lady, you're getting ahead of me. Thank you very much. There we go. As I was saying, threw me off. Oh, yeah. We're just going to take a slight break from Donald Trump here. And he just got done saying how they were going to cancel all the necessary federal permits to rebuild. And before we go back to that meeting, which got a little contentious, not going to lie, a lot of stuff was said. First, I figured we'd go back and talk about the fighting effort that's going on there. And another thing that is on the horizon, which may cause this region to have further problems. Let's start here with this. Talk about firefighting planes and helicopters. It's Sunday fun day. We have to try and have fun, people. This is at least slightly more fun.
Air tankers, and helicopters. These specially built aircraft play a vital part in the battle against wildfires. These planes help firefighters cover a wide area, dropping thousands of gallons of water at a time while flying extremely fast through rugged terrain just a few hundred feet off the ground.
For us at CAL FIRE, we own and operate the largest wildland aerial fleet in the world. We have over 60 firefighting helicopters and even more when you add the air tankers.
Battling a fire from the air has huge risks.
That tells, me, and I think should tell basically everybody who, certainly the people who were like, oh, California not doing enough and blah, blah, blah. And, like, California has the largest fleet. CAL FIRE has the largest fleet of firefighting planes and helicopters in the fucking world. The entire goddamn world. It's crazy.
Even more when you add the air tankers.
Battling a fire from the air has huge risks. Fire pilots must deal with smoke, turbulent air, And when flying so low, power lines and trees.
They can get anywhere really fast, and they can have a heavy impact. A lot of these places you can't drive a vehicle close to getting a water truck in to spray down these flames.
Despite CAL FIRE having the biggest fleet, private companies like Bridger Aerospace, 10 Tanker, and Erickson Aerotanker are contracted to bring in additional planes when needed. Some of the tankers are retrofitted commercial planes that once flew passengers and have been converted to drop retardant and water from the air.
Really, it is in all hands between the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forest Service, and many other partners that own aircraft, including the military.
CNBC takes a look at how airplanes are used to battle wildfires. Due to the raging Santa Ana winds and dry conditions, the Los Angeles area has been hit with one of the worst fires in U.S. history. The area
We would not catch you flying your cowardly ass up there. That's funny. I like that. Yeah, it's a crazy job. Honestly, though, at one point, I wanted to be a pilot until I found out that they were incredibly underpaid. When I was a kid, I thought they were super cool. I wanted to fly planes real bad. Real bad. Oh my god. Not even gonna go down that rabbit hole. Oh man. Then I found out that they made, the same sort of wages that, I mean, basically like fast food workers practically get right now.
Fleet working to put those fires out included helicopters, tactical aircraft, and tankers. Each aircraft varies in size and play different roles.
The overall strategy when it comes to a major wildfire like this is bringing in all types of resources. Firefighters on the ground, fire crews, bulldozers, water tenders, in addition to the aircraft. Our air tankers drop retardant ahead of the fire to slow it down. The helicopters work with the firefighters on the ground to douse water onto hot spots. But then the size of the aircraft also plays a role.
CAL FIRE has been using aircraft to fight wildfire since the 1950s. It's been acquiring more helicopters and tankers to make sure it has enough capacity as wildfires have become more widespread and severe.
We've just finished a transition of replacing our older Vietnam-era helicopter fleet with a brand new, what we call Firehawk. It's the equivalent of a Black Hawk helicopter. But not only did we replace the fleet, we've been adding additional helicopters.
The fleet's newest addition is a retrofitted military plane called the C-130 Hercules. It has the largest capacity in CAL FIRE's fleet, with a payload of over 4,000 gallons of fire retardant per drop. Despite CAL FIRE's fleet of over 60 aircraft, other companies are contracted by the U.S. Forest Service to bring in additional resources when needed. In 2023, the U.S. Forest Service extended a 10-year contract worth $7.2 billion to 10 Tanker and 4 other providers.
Jesus.
CAL FIRE got additional aerial help from local fire departments, the U.S. Forest Service, and the California military, among others.
We're contracted with the U.S. Forest Service, and so ultimately we move our base throughout the season depending on where the Forest Service wants us to move to. We could be in Oregon and we get dispatched down to Southern California.
Many of these aircraft used to fly passengers and were converted to become air tankers.
If you want to be...
Yeah, as you can see, there's a huge amount of money and effort being put in by California, not just in California. CAL FIRE, like you mentioned, goes to other places. They were fighting the post-fire all the way up in Oregon. I think that's what he was referring to. I think they also went to, where was it? Idaho earlier this year. I mean, they're here for America, right? Not just California. But when California needs them, they have the biggest fleet in the world of firefighting aircraft. Unfortunately, those aircraft are not going to come in handy on this next problem, which may be hitting LA in the coming days. Let's go to KTLA 5 from a day ago.
This weekend's storm will be a welcome reprieve from the dry and windy conditions we've seen in recent weeks. But the wet weather brings its own dangers. Flooding and mudslides are possible when rain hits the burn scars of the Eaton and Palisades fire.
KTLA's Chris Wolf is live in Altadena with the latest on how those communities are preparing for this weekend's storm. Chris.
Micah and Court, the mantra this weekend may be plan for the worst, but hope for the best. Really, nobody knows what to expect with rain in the forecast. However, government officials and public safety personnel are taking no chances, and they're urging the public to do the same. Work crews in the Palisades fire and Eaton fire burn areas are busy preparing for a new threat, wet weather. Rain over the weekend could help and hurt Southern California, dousing flames or smoldering hotspots of lingering wildfires, though possibly also causing flash flooding, mud and debris flows down recently charred hillsides where the Palisades and Eaton fires vaporized vegetation. Workers are clearing sediment and obstacles from storm drains or catch basins and setting up barriers to divert any water or mud flow from buildings that survived the fires. Crews are digging pits into hillsides called debris dams to catch sediment that might break loose during rainfall. They're also tackling what's called firestorm watershed protection, laying tubular filters called wattles to keep heavy metals and asbestos and other toxins from reaching streams and creeks and rivers and eventually washing into the ocean.
The strategy here.
So yeah, I mean, this might be completely counterintuitive to most people, but after this fire has happened and now is subsiding, while it will help, while rain will help put out the fire, a whole slew of other dangers are introduced. You know, aside from the, like they mentioned, all the potential toxins and other things that could be washed into the waterways and the environment, there's also the threat of landslides. We already saw one that happened that was due to the amount of water coming down the hill from all the firefighting efforts. We saw one house that was completely unscathed by the fire that then split in half as the hill that it was built on slipped out from underneath it. And it was insane. Like we saw the photos of it. It was literally split in half, completely gone.
Is to keep the runoff from going directly into the storm drains, and so laying out the wattles, laying out the silt socks, puts a barrier in place that filters. So what goes into the storm drains is less contaminated.
Meteorologists explain even brief blasts of rain could cause flash flooding that would loosen soil, rock, and debris on the burned hillsides, sending the muck racing down toward neighborhoods and then fanning out in a river of mud.
I cannot stress enough the dangers of mud and debris flow.
Yeah, and we saw the images of the atmospheric rivers in 2024 of different areas around Los Angeles that got hit by it. I think it was Los Angeles. Was it Sacramento? I'm pretty sure it was LA. And they were just insane, you know? Cars buried, like we saw like a Yukon Denali buried all the way up to practically up to the roof in mud. It's a dangerous situation, completely different than the fire, but still nonetheless very dangerous and just destructive. Wait, did I give you your sixth support character? No, I think I did. All right, let's go back. Talking about Donald Trump, because he's still in California, or was at least, talking to officials. And he did mention something about FEMA. Let's see what he had to say here.
Of any of the congressmen, governor, anybody?
Sir, are you going to sign an executive order on FEMA, getting rid of it? Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them.
Other than all the things I just listed, we're very happy with them. Is this guy just going to contradict himself all throughout this presidency? This whatever that we're calling it? Because, like, dude, what in the hell is he talking about? Aside from all of that long list of things that I had to complain about, they're doing a very good job.
I think
we're going to get rid of them.
When there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately.
Okay, so he switches from talking about the system of FEMA, right, to switching over to talking about just the U.S. government. He's like, because I'm fairly sure that FEMA has not been around for 250 years. It's a really weird, it is a non-segue. He just immediately transfers, like his thought just completely just goes somewhere else.
It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think, everybody. Do you know everybody here, pretty much? I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge. Right over the so you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region.
So yeah, I just looked it up just because I felt like I had to know this. 46 years is how long FEMA's been around for, so not 250. And like I said, I think he must have just switched over to talking about the U.S. government, and just as a broadly speaking.
Including Tennessee, the people of Appalachia are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten it. And that there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee, so thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters. When I came here right after, the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage.
I just realized this one was in North Carolina. I don't know why I thought this. I think this was just in because we watched this earlier in the week. I just want to reiterate with Donald Trump saying that he wants to cancel, the state, the federal funding for FEMA, and just get states to pay for it.
I often agree with.
Okay. So yeah, let's go here. As you can see, you got Karen Bass over here, and Steve Chu. I think that's his name, right? Oh God, I might be wrong about that one. But yeah,
also on tariffs,
this is the meeting I was
often agree with you on tariffs. But how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Yeah, no kidding. Of course, Donald Trump likes the idea of that. He's like, oh, building materials? Absolutely. Especially when it comes to my hotels and the billionaire rebuild in LA. That'll be no tariffs there. Everybody else, tariffs.
Mr. President. Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape. We could get people back building as fast as possible. And we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No. That will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
There's 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You've got it. I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
How is that helpful? That's not what she means. She means the federal government stepping in with assistance, money. Stupid, of course, but he knew that. He knew that. He's just trying to pretend like what he said is helpful.
Permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources. I am
more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months. Exactly.
I don't know what that means. 8 groups of homeowners. My guess is he was talking to Larry Ellison, probably. He owns 15 homes in Malibu, at least. So it was probably him and some of his buddies, I guess, that he talked to 8 times, I guess.
And they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to define what's hazardous, okay? Come on. What does that even mean? What's a hazard?
Come on!
Use English language, please. What am I supposed to understand from the word hazardous? Would you define it for me, please?
Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Last night, 18 months. So if that's not the answer, Mayor Bass, what is the answer? Because that's what we were all told last night.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity.
That'd be 18 months. Is it not 18 months? Is it like we that's the answer that we got, and that's what we're all hanging on.
Yes.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it, I mean, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately.
Oh my God. Donald Trump's like, we just gotta start rebuilding on top of the toxic waste, okay? I don't know why we're worried about hazards, okay? Need to immediately start building.
And you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You should let them do it, because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can.
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot.
Yeah.
I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, you have a very powerful emergency power. And
yeah.
There you go, Donald Trump not giving up on blaming California for everything, including the existence of the necessity of cleaning up. Look, we can build right on top of the rubble. I am a builder. I know how it goes. He's not arguing. He's just arguing on behalf of the billionaires who are upset. The people who already have the cash to rebuild, right? The people who have been complaining directly to Donald Trump, who already have his ear, who have properties here, who are telling him, oh, we need to be able to rebuild. We've got millions of dollars, billions of dollars sitting around, but we can't go to our houses and start rebuilding right now. I got all this cash. No housey. I mean, I've got a house on Hawaii or on Lanai or wherever, in New York City, Billionaires Row, but I need to be able to rebuild on my property now. The fact is most claims have not even, right? So, like, if the people who are complaining about being able to rebuild right now have just a hoard of money sitting around, right? Because most claims have not even gone through. Like, I don't know the percentage, but it's very, very low percentage right now in terms of claims because the investigations haven't even happened, right? Like, the only people who are, that's just my opinion. But anyways, let's move on from all that. There's too much arguing. Nothing got done at this meeting. Just Donald Trump just making a fucking spectacle of this situation. While Melania wears a hat so low you can't see most of her face, which is fine. It's fine for me, but I just find it funny. Like, you can't even see her eyes, can't even see her whole nose. It's just all hidden, like under this Top Gun outfit she's wearing right now. Okay. Let's go to a different situation, much different. A much colder situation. Some might even call it icy. Uh-oh. Stuck in the ice. This is on Lake Erie, and most of the Great Lakes do freeze over, aside from Ontario and Lake Michigan, I think. I think I got that right. But Erie freezes over during the winter, and this tanker here was attempting to make its way through the lake and got stuck in the ice. Now let's go to one other icy situation going on way south, because if you didn't hear, the south got hit by a very strange weather anomaly, causing a system of snow to move through much of the southeast, including South Carolina. What's going on here? What am I looking at?
Climate and everything are the same word.
Look at that. Gator stuck in the ice too. Not just boats get stuck in the ice. Sometimes even gators getting stuck. Okay. All right, let's go back to talking about boats. But these boats we're about to talk about aren't stuck in the ice. And they're trying to get us stuck out of a paradigm which we are living in right now. That being fossil-fueled sea transport.
80% of all global trade travels by sea, and the ships carrying it account for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Now, some shipping companies are taking a new tack as they try to navigate the industry to sustainability on the high seas. It might look like an old-school tall ship, But this vessel is charting a new course.
We always use the sail and only the sails. I mean, we don't use the engine, even in really bad weather.
Jan Jordan is the captain of the high-tech cargo carrier Grain de Sail 2.
Last crossing, we did maximum speed of 18 knots and average speed about 11 knots.
Its fastest crossing took just 15 days from New York to Saint-Malo on the west coast of France. The only power? The wind. It's a new take on the clippers of yore, fitted out with 2 giant carbon fiber masts, an aluminum hull, and solar panels and hydro generators to power the ship's electronics. Jacques Barrault founded the Grain de Sail with his twin brother Olivier. They used profits from their chocolate and coffee business in France to build their first sail-powered cargo ship.
The position of the Grand Sail fleet is to be at minus 90% compared to the usual carbon footprint.
That's less than 2 grams of carbon emissions per ton per kilometer. By comparison, the most efficient container ships on the sea today emit 10 to 40 grams of CO2. An airplane emits as much as 800 grams per ton.
Yeah, and let's always remember that CO2 doesn't really weigh a whole lot, as it's a gas. So, this is good.
We want to not only reduce the carbon footprint, we want to kill it.
He acknowledges that it comes with a hefty price tag.
The cost of the transportation, when you want to be compatible with the environment, it's more expensive, but that's the normal price is here. When you are transporting goods with fuel, you don't pay the pollution, you don't pay the global warming, it's free. So that's normal that it's it's very cheap.
The European...
Yeah. We do have to consider, alternatives to this right here.
Union is trying to change that. Starting this year, large container ships will pay for some of their emissions. About 165 cargo ships around the world already use some wind power to save fuel. The regulatory pressure could make wind more appealing. The Grain de Sail 2 is half the length of a soccer field and carries up to 350 tons of cargo, not much compared to the hundreds of thousands carried by some diesel-powered ships.
We will need in 20 years to reduce the quantity of goods transported across the oceans. If we don't succeed to reduce this amount of goods transported, it's not going to work.
The Barrault twins want to launch a third boat in 2027 that will carry 8 times more cargo, helping drive down costs. Jan Jordan guesses he would earn 4 times.
Okay, but does it scale? I mean, like they just said, it does scale to some degree. It's not as, as easy to move as much cargo with fossil fuels, but the implications are certainly drastically better, I would say.
Much working on a big cargo ship, but he says he can't stomach going back. He's got something besides money putting wind in his sails.
I also do it for my son, for him to be proud of what I did, maybe. Hey, Daddy, what did you do to improve the situation? Well, I did my best to make my job in a clean way.
There you go. 2 Frenchmen attempting to solve the situation. Now they can't do it on their own. We all have to be, especially the profit centers, the companies, multinational companies that are shipping goods are the ones who have to make these changes. It's not like you or I are shipping goods across the, I assume, across the ocean. Well, certainly not scale. But yeah, it just seemed like a good Sunday fun day, a story for us to talk about. Time, how are we doing on time? We're doing good. All right, let's go to Ireland, where, of course, as we talked about earlier, I think Friday, Ireland was hit by a record-shattering storm.
We've got a easy there. You see, these are things that you don't. Oh, yeah. Saudi a triple. Look at the wings flexing. Easy, mate. Easy there. Ribbons coming off these flaps as well. Think we might have a little bit of yeah, we have, look. Whoa, easy there, you see, take it easy, man. Ribbons coming off these flaps as well. Think we might have a little bit of yeah, we have, look. Whoa, easy there, you see.
All right, we got some more videos here from Ireland. This is the Independent as well. Totally normal. Ireland just builds their power poles in the middle of the road, of course. It's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, and so the wind in this storm broke records in certain parts of Scotland and Ireland. Wind as high as 114 miles an hour was recorded. Flattening buildings like this, an ice skating rink, and in some cases bringing the ocean on land, like you can see here, where usually the ocean isn't supposed to be. Also, nearly 1 million people in Ireland went without power over this weekend from all this. Some people, I think, are still without power, but they are working as fast as they can to restore that. Now, this one's from yesterday, showing some more of the aftermath of all of this.
Ireland bore the brunt of Storm Éowyn. Authorities had warned of extremely destructive gusts of wind. Gusts of up to more than 180 kilometers an hour were registered. The winds are the strongest recorded since the Second World War.
The wind's ferocious and very wet. The waves are kicking over the wall there, so we're all drenched.
Around 1 million homes, farms and businesses were without power in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Hundreds of flights were cancelled, schools closed, public transport disrupted. City centres such as Dublin, Belfast and here, Glasgow, were eerily quiet.
We haven't broken the all-time records for the UK, but with the wind speeds in Northern Ireland being the strongest since 1998, that certainly would suggest it's a once-in-generation storm for Northern Ireland and potentially for parts of central and southwest Scotland as well.
The disruption is set to last through Saturday. Scientists say pinpointing the exact influence of climate change on a storm is challenging, but all storms are happening in an atmosphere that is warming abnormally fast.
Across Scotland, this was a day for assessing the impact of yesterday's extreme weather. Damage to buildings, to the power grid. Thousands this afternoon still without electricity. At the Brooklyn Cafe in South Glasgow, they were back in business this morning. And it's a business that's been running since 1931. No insurance claims, they say, for the last 89 years. One of many records broken by Storm Éowyn.
was a tough day. We were here hoping for an eventful day, hoping to just do a little bit of DIY while we look after the building. It is 100 years old. We know it's susceptible to storm damage. We never expected anything of that nature.
It was after the predicted peak winds yesterday afternoon that Airwind did its worst here. A social media plea brought help to shore up the damage, but also attracted plenty of criticism, part of a nationwide debate about who had and who hadn't followed advice to stay home.
A lot of comments kind of go towards the greed factor, but we knew we'd lose money, but that wasn't why we opened. We opened because we're here anyway, and there was a few people in yesterday who really did need us and thanked us for it.
Engineers from Network Rail Scotland have been out through the day attending to more than 400 incidents of damage, obstacles ranging from trees to roofs to garden sheds. At Glasgow's Central Station, tales of journeys interrupted or not even begun.
Well, we were booked to fly down with EasyJet to Birmingham yesterday, and we should have been on the 7 o'clock flight. And they didn't tell us it wasn't leaving until 10 o'clock last night, when they kept saying it was going to leave at 10. So we then booked the train, and then when we went on the train app this morning, it says that's now cancelled.
Well, during the storm yesterday, all of ScotRail services across the country were suspended. The message then was that nothing would be running until 12 o'clock at the earliest today. It's just after midday now, and here in Glasgow still no trains are running. A few.
There you go. Do I have one more on this? Oh yeah, I've got one more video on this one. They're showing some more of the footage of this storm here.
The UK and Ireland have been hit by a severe storm with record-breaking wind speeds of 180 kilometers per hour. At its height, 1 million properties were without power. Officials say the storm was the worst to hit some areas in decades. SCBC's Anna Cunningham reports this extreme weather event has left a trail of destruction in its path.
Well, this was Storm Eowyn. It came with a rare red weather warning, meaning a danger to life. People were told to shelter in place on Thursday into Friday. Now, it hit the Republic of Ireland first. Take a look at this footage. Attempts there being made to collect wind speed data. That's on the coast of County Clare in Ireland, and it gives you a real sense of just how strong those winds were. Ireland actually recorded its highest wind speed in 80 years.
I'm sorry, what? Only half of Glasgow is Irish? Is it even half Irish? What does that mean? Isn't Glasgow 100% inside Scotland? What's going on? What is happening?
The storm also took hold in Northern Ireland, here ripping off the roof of this film studio where the TV series Game of Thrones was made. And in Scotland, as well as parts of Northern England and Wales, we've seen widespread property damage, as well as destroyed rail lines, power cables down and trees uprooted. Take a listen to these people in Ireland and Scotland who experienced the storm.
It was the worst storm we've seen since we moved to Galway 25 years ago. Very, very frightening, I'd say. Between 2 and 4 a.m. last night was particularly bad. And certainly wouldn't want to see too many of them.
I just think it's very apocalyptic up there. There's not like one person, all this, the barriers are down and bins everywhere.
There was a broken bench.
A broken bench.
The Irish Premier Micheál Martin has described the destruction as unprecedented. We know that one man died in Ireland after a falling tree hit his car. Those power companies are now working to reconnect homes and businesses. And as the worst of Storm Eowyn has now passed, there are still weather warnings in place for strong winds and heavy rain. As that
well, there you go. There's your Irish, Scottish weather report. Now, where are we at on time? We might need, we don't need to take another break. We're okay. Although I need a pee. This will be a good time to do that. Let's talk about food waste as fuel? What? Tell me more. I'll be right back.
These insects are being used to convert food waste into fuel.
It's called the black soldier fly. It's a beneficial insect that eats enormous quantity of waste.
It's all part of a process engineered by Circa Biotech, based in the United Arab Emirates. The company is breeding thousands of black soldier flies, which they say could help tackle a global environmental problem. Here's how it works. Workers bring in food waste to Circa Biotech's warehouse in the Al Ain Desert. That food waste is processed and fed to the black soldier flies.
So 5 days later, they grow to this size. And you see almost half of the food is gone.
The insects are then roasted and put through a machine to extract biofuel from them. This is Circa Biotech co-founder Haytham Riahi.
In 10 days, they grow 500 times their initial weight. They eat all the food waste that we give them. After, we harvest them and we extract protein and oil.
Riahi says the protein they extract is used for animal feed, and from the oil, they produce sustainable aviation fuel.
It's insane.
The company also harvests the flies' eggs.
I would never in a million years have said, yeah, actually you can turn bugs into oil. What?
Sustainable aviation fuel. The company also harvests the flies' eggs to breed more of them, meaning the cycle can continue.
Here, as you can see, are the eggs that they laid. Okay, so we recover them in those wood stacks, and this is what will be hatching. So what will be hatching out of these eggs are small larvae.
Riahi says the process helps to recycle and reduce food waste, as well as creating an alternative and sustainable source of power.
Food waste is not a UAE problem, it's a global problem. Just to know, 1/3 of the food produced globally is wasted.
Yeah, so this tackles multiple problems at the same time, which I find fascinating. You know? It's a very unexpected, especially an unexpected development from scientists in the UAE, of all places. God damn it, it's cold in here. Okay. What next? Well, we're going to go straight into the space news because it's not break time yet. I do have space news for you. If you haven't heard, there is a planetary alignment that's been going on over the last couple of days, starting on Friday, I think it was. But some of the things being said about it are untrue. Thankfully, we've got somebody here to help debunk some of this for us.
Okay, we've got to talk about this. You've probably seen a post like this saying that 7 planets will be lined up perfectly on January 25th. But is it true? Sadly, no. But behind the misinformation, there is an amazing sight to look forward to in the sky this month. So, what's wrong here? First, the planets won't be lined up behind each other like this. This is technically possible, but it will only happen every 396 billion years. Our sun
That's
is
a
only
lot
4.5
of
billion years old,
that's a lot of
and
years.
it'll be dead in another 5 billion years, so we'll almost certainly never see this happen.
Wow.
And it's definitely not happening on January 25th. Planets will line up across Earth's evening sky this month, but because they orbit our sun on a flat plane,
Oh shit,
the
it's
planets
quiet.
always move along a single line in our sky, and we call this line the ecliptic. But here's the good news. The January 2025 evening sky is amazing for planets. You won't see 7 at once, since Mercury's in the morning sky, and Neptune and Uranus are too faint to see without optical aid. But 4 bright planets, Mars, Jupiter, Venus and Saturn, are all clearly visible at the same time, in one of the best planetary displays we've seen in years. Oh, and it's not just January 25th. These 4 planets will be up for all of January. Start looking after sunset as soon as the sky gets dark. And take in the feeling of being inside a 3-dimensional solar system, travelling space alongside those other worlds you see in your sky.
There you go. Very, very cool. And we're going on all January. So
we want to keep an eye to the night sky, as Ashley was mentioning, the next few weeks. Stargazers are getting ready for that planet parade, a once-in-a-lifetime show with planets aligning for the next couple weeks. So joining us now is Yukon astronomer Kara Battersby with everything that you need to know. Kara, thank you for being here with us today.
Thanks so much for having me tonight.
So set the scene for us. Which planets can we expect to see? Ashley talked a little bit about this. This is exciting.
It's really exciting, and I hate to be a bad influence here, but so the alignment, actually all the planets are always aligned because in our solar system, all the planets orbit around the sun in a flat disk. And so the planets are always aligned from our perspective on the Earth. But what's really unusual is that we have 4 planets that you can see with the naked eye. They're some of the most spectacular planets as well, I must say. There are also 2 additional ones that we can't see with the naked eye. So Uranus and Neptune, you would need a telescope, or perhaps very good binoculars might also work. But we can see 4 planets with the naked eye.
So when and
yeah, there you go. I think that gives us enough information to go on there. Just gotta wait until nighttime and hopefully not be in a city to be able to see it well. Otherwise, you're not gonna be able to see it. You're gonna have to go out somewhere with less light pollution. But it's all pretty cool. Once in a lifetime event, but thankfully you don't have to do it on any specific day. You have a whole month to see it. I should have Elon or Altman install a data center. Oh yeah. That'll fit in the space station. Okay. All right, we're going to go on to talking about Earth news now. Let's go here. Talk about this issue. The U.S. Decided to freeze all foreign aid except for Israel.
The Trump administration has issued a halt to nearly all existing foreign aid, with the exception of that flowing to Israel and Egypt. That's according to a State Department memo seen by U.S. media outlets. The freeze stems from an executive order signed by Trump within hours of taking office, ordering a 90-day pause in foreign development assistance in order to review efficiency and consistency with...
So thoughtful of us to do a little carve out for Israel and Egypt. It's really great. Very thoughtful.
Foreign policy. The order risks freezing billions of dollars of life-saving aid, including to a program that supplies HIV treatment in Africa. The United States is the largest single aid donor.
I mean, come on, like, how's Israel, how is Israel going to wage this horrifying campaign on Palestinians without U.S. money? And to feed, I'm sure everybody's eating fine in Israel, but war, they need the money.
Of dollars of life-saving aid, including to a program that supplies HIV treatment in Africa.
Yeah, that's
the United States is the largest single aid donor in the world, having doled out some $72 billion in 2023. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Liz Schulke, US policy analyst in Washington, D.C. Liz, great to see you as always. So the US provides more foreign aid globally than any other country on earth. So NGOs, major humanitarian organizations, are warning that this freeze is essentially life-threatening for millions of people. So what's the reasoning for this decision by the Trump administration?
As I'm sure many of you have heard already, this last week, Trump has absolutely issued a flurry of executive orders. And so some of that is playing a part here. It's a little bit, there is a concept in the American public that when things are struggling at home, why are we funding aid to foreign countries? They have this misconception that aid and the economics stability of our own country domestically are tied together. So in some ways, Trump is signaling to his base, I'm fulfilling a campaign promise. Right now, one of the pictures on his Facebook page is promises made, promises kept. So a cynic could say that this
Except
is
for
a
eggs.
theater.
Those are going to get
this is
more
about
expensive.
signaling without a lot of heft behind it that look, I'm slashing unnecessary spending. I'm taking this seriously, and I'm going to help strengthen domestics abroad.
Yeah, unnecessary spending. Like, I don't know, making sure a health catastrophe doesn't happen, or more health catastrophes don't happen in Africa, right? Like the AIDS, for the foreign aid for that, or for food in places like I'm pretty sure Sudan receives some small amount of U.S. aid, if I'm not mistaken. Other places, that need it. No, none of that is necessary. Just the money for Israel, of course. Oh, yeah. Priorities. Okay, let's start in South America, where Argentina is facing an unprecedented crisis. I wonder who could have caused it. Not Javier Milei, right? No way that happened. Oh, wait, it is him. Oh, okay, cool. We're expensive. We have the priciest cattle in the region. Why? Because it is adjusted to the US dollar. Both the livestock prices and the dollar adjusted to a certain level. And that's where it stands now. And it has become out of balance. No kidding. Who could have expected that? With this cost structure that this type of exchange leaves you with, and with a greater opening of the economy, there are going to be sectors that are going to have to close or change the composition of their supply between imported and local production. Well, there you go. Donald Trump lover Javier Milei, otherwise known as the Trump of Argentina, decided to get rid of take them off their own currency and change it to being a U.S. Backed. The Argentine peso has, ever since he did that, just been utterly decimated. And it's caused things like this to happen. Who could have expected that? Oh, you're saying many economists said that was probably going to happen? Oh, weird. I guess he just doesn't give a shit about the people. That makes sense. Ask not what you can do for foreign aid, but what foreign aids can do for you. Very good. I like that one. That's funny. Very funny, Orb. I like that. All right. Do we do this one? No, all the content, all of it. We do all of them. All right, let's go here. Let's go to the UK, I guess, technically. Talk about a troubling individual who is continuing to do more and more troubling sort of things. I don't know about more troubling, just consistency in troubling.
I mean, I was a big fan of Russell Brand's too. I saw him live. I read 2 of his books. But
wow, 2 of them.
He is a bit of a con artist. I mean,
I think Sam's too old to have got. I think I too at one point, I'll admit, I thought that Russell Brand was kind of cool and had some interesting sort of anti-authoritarian takes at a time where being anti-authoritarian or just anti-authority was good enough for me, like when I was much younger, and I mean, I never bought a Russell Brand book. I never went quite as far as Emma did, but yeah, I mean, when I was a younger man, I was, in a moment where a lot of stuff that Russell Brand said made sense to me. Now, when I go back to it, I'm like, oh, wait, oh no.
I think when you're maybe when I was into him 19-ish, he's very verbose. But and back when he was doing his stand-up, I've said this before, I went to his show and a bunch of people in Atlantic City who didn't know anything about him walked out because he was saying kind of edgy things about Christianity and had a picture of Jesus up there next to Che Guevara. It was more, it was more in that area.
Was blown a different way back then.
Right.
I followed Russell Brand's BBC show back in the 2000s because he's I think loquacious and I thought funny. Listening back to those shows, he's also clearly perverted. He cannot not channel any interview, whether man or woman, to sex. It's clearly a problem of his.
Yeah, it's gross.
And so I can't really listen to him anymore. But the word of his behavior across the Atlantic as his career here was starting to take off, and the acting gigs dried up, so he needs new patrons now.
I do feel optimistic about Maga, I do, because how I came to how I came to Trump was if they hate him this much, there's got to be something he's doing right. I don't know what it is yet, because I was on board
for a
with
second. If people hate something, if some people hate, I mean, obviously, at least 50%. Depending on how you want to measure it, don't hate Donald Trump. They love him, and there's nothing he could do wrong. In fact, even when he lost in 2020, still there was 70-odd million who Trump, I think, said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue, and they would still love me. So, yeah. But this calculation of, if the people on the left and the people on the right hate you, you're doing something right. Or if some people hate you, then you must be doing something right. That just seems very, very odd. Some people hate Joe Biden. In fact, a lot of them. You're not going to come out in support of Joe Biden.
Some might say there's an entire Joe Biden hating industry.
And when he says hate, that means
I mean, yeah, if people hating you is, my God, there was an entire... a cornucopia of Joe Biden-based businesses, how many people enrich themselves by creating FJB merch for Trump fans, right? It was it's hilarious. I guess he must be good. He must be doing something right.
And
I'm staying in the race.
After 9/11, he went to MTV Studios dressed as Osama bin Laden, and that was seen as kind of like a funny, edgy thing to do.
Right.
Looking back on it, it's clear that Osama bin Laden was the person of the day, and Russell Brand wanted to be the person of the day as well.
And didn't he say at the time he was also on a lot of drugs as well?
Yeah,
right?
He has a messiah complex. It's literally a stand-up.
That was the name of his stand-up.
Stand-up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trump was if they hate him this much, there's got to be something he's doing right. I don't know what it is yet, because I was on board with, you can't say Mexicans are rapists. That's horrible. But then, I just slowly, through realizing that the institutional Kafkaesque bureaucrats that ultimately tried to destroy me, I came to think
the vocabulary on this creep.
More, I think he's
might be a little creepy, or more than a little creepy.
Don't be creepy.
But he certainly got a vocabulary. Truly, his knowledge of the English language knows no bounds. What the fuck is a squircle? What is this? What is happening? Why are there so many squircle comments? What is? Is that a square and a circle combined? What's happening? I'm lost. I need help. I need explanations on this. I don't know if I can move past this. I need to know what a squircle is. Is it a squirrel in the inside of a circle, or is it squirrel related at all? Because immediately when I look at that word, I think squirrel and some sort of relation to a circle.
But then, like, I just slowly, through realizing that the institutional Kafkaesque bureaucrats that ultimately tried to destroy me, I came to think, now this guy, and then more and more, I think he's
Jesus.
He's an American mystic. That's what I think.
Oh, he's the American
He's
mystic.
silverback creature of the American imagination. If there were an American prophet, of course he eats McDonald's and drinks Coke and goes around with a jet with his own name on it. What does the American myth demand of you? Of course you'll have big phallic towers with your name. America created him. America needed him. America got him. And I think that he might be the end of the kind of globalism that we were fearful of before when we were doing censorship.
Okay, can you
industrial
pause it? I'm
complex stuff.
sorry. So, like, I want to hear Schellenberger too, but it's just, like, incredible where he's close to the right answer in the sense of, like, yeah, Donald Trump is an American creation. He's the prosperity gospel president. We worship billionaires and wealthy people, and Trump is like a cartoon billionaire that has marketed himself since the 90s as the rich guy. And so, like, that's actually, he's more of a monster created by our capitalistic society, not a prophet as he refers to him
Yeah,
as.
that monster would also be a rapist.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, what an imperfect prophet if that's the case. But
All of them are imperfect.
you see how he has still the, like, skeleton of what made him more, like, popular in terms of, like, what Matt and I
was gonna
liked
say,
about
he
him.
seems a little bit less pious than he has recently. I wonder if there's some type of reversion. But
the grift has taken over, and so now he's just appealing to the MAGA base.
That we were fearful of before when we were doing censorship industrial complex stuff. But I just, none of us knows what it will beget. And I say, without the one true God, I'd be concerned.
Oh, the one true God. Thank you.
Clip ends there.
Thank you so much,
I
Russell.
need to see Schellenberger talk about his fantastical notions too. Last I saw, he was saying to Glenn Beck.
That is a fair point.
It's very possible that the drones over New Jersey were non-human origin.
Great.
Because the U.S. government, it would be illegal for them to do. My God.
A lot of assumptions there.
One funny bit Russell used to do is torment a religious member of his production staff called Nick the Vicar's son. I wonder if he's going to apologize for the things he said about Christ back then.
It is quite convenient that he gets to be redeemed now.
Well, that's the thing I always keep in my
Perfect
back
timing.
pocket too. If we ever want to make if you ever want to make a turn, that's probably the way that I retire from this show. I have something, and I found
You convert to evangelical Christianity,
yeah.
and then all your sins are
Opus
absolved.
Dei. I'll
Right.
convert to Opus Deism.
That'd be nice.
Yep.
We need a guy on the inside.
Do that after you're exposed.
Jews for
calling,
Jesus.
abuse victims
That's
a
what he's
child.
gonna do. He's gonna be a Jew for Jesus, Messianic Jew / Opus Dei. Sam Cedar of all. That'll be a great sort of rightward shift for Sam. I'm sure he'll be welcomed with open arms. Alrighty. Now, let's go to Geneva, back to Switzerland. One last time. At least for this stream. Oh, God. You were today's years old when you learned what a squircle is. We're all learning stuff about squircles today. It's been a very informative stream, even for myself. Alright, to Geneva, where protests were happening, even with the supposed ceasefire going on. These protests were demanding a permanent, actual ceasefire, not this sort of farcical one that we're watching right now.
People have marched in Geneva in solidarity with health workers. They want the United Nations to do more to push for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and are calling for the immediate release of all health workers detained by Israel. Many here are medical staff themselves and say they're frustrated, accusing countries of failing Gaza.
The international community right now
has the obligation to do something. The ceasefire is the first step. The ceasefire is a good occasion for us to now move fast. We need to now take strong action to make sure that the ceasefire becomes permanent.
This is the first time in history that the health workers and the health structures has been systematically hit. Not even Nazis did that.
Protesters are expected to stay here in Geneva until Tuesday to rally more support for their cause. Their demands include a humanitarian corridor to enable more aid to enter Gaza and the injured to be brought out for treatment.
There's been a ceasefire, but it doesn't mean that the oppression has ended. It doesn't mean that Palestinians have any rights. So today it's really, really crucial that we keep going.
Today, Palestinians are giving us an example of humanity and how it's dangerous to fight for your rights. This is impossible. We have to teach our kids that fighting for your rights should be supported by people, should be supported by governments.
They say they're shocked by Israeli attacks targeting health facilities and medical teams, and fear similar violence could play out all over the world. They want the UN to hold Israel responsible and ensure those atrocities never happen again.
All right, here we go. Now I'm going to go from that to talking about anti-Semitism, Nazism, in a nearby country called Germany, where we have some stuff to talk about. A bunch of stuff, not just what I mentioned. You got a whole slew of stuff to talk about in Germany. But we'll start off here. If you missed this one, a very short clip we watched earlier from, what was this?
Lots of people were shocked
DW,
to see Elon
yeah.
Musk do a hand gesture that looked a lot. Lots of people were shocked to see Elon Musk do a hand gesture that looked a lot like a Nazi salute at Trump's inauguration. Let's see what people here in Germany think of it.
No, I'm just like freezing. I can't believe that that's really happening. I can't imagine what it's gonna be like the next 4 years if this is just the beginning.
If he would be doing this in Germany, he would be arrested on the spot. I know some people might come with the excuse that he is autistic, and as someone who is autistic myself, this is not an excuse.
It's a very offensive.
We had this, and we don't need this. And now we have to do some things that this won't escalate.
I don't really follow up on the internal things that's going on in the US, but let me say it like this, I'm not surprised.
America, really? You don't want that. Germany
No,
had
she's
it.
right.
Don't need to be repeated.
It's true. Let's go straight into this one, actually. This happened a day ago. I think this was a day ago. Was it 2 days? When was this? It was 3 days ago. Sorry. I think I must have found this yesterday. Yeah, I definitely did, actually. But yeah, let's watch this. This was a Led by Donkeys video here. They projected this video onto one of Elon's own Tesla factories, Gigafactory in where is this? Berlin? Somewhere in Germany.
Thank you.
Oh, I just realized the volume's low again.
Thank you.
This is the Tesla Gigafactory in Berlin, where Elon Musk builds Tesla cars for the European market. It's factories like this that have made him the world's richest person. But now he's using that wealth, billions of dollars amassed by selling Teslas, to promote European far-right parties. He's vocally supporting the far-right AfD in the upcoming German election, claiming only the AfD can save Germany. The AfD is so far to the right that France's national rally leader, Marine Le Pen, will not work with the party. Members of the AfD use Nazi slogans, constantly spread disinformation, and trivialize the Holocaust. Wow. In a conversation on Twitter, Musk and Alice Weidel, the leader of the AfD, both spread misinformation and falsified history. Musk claimed that Weidel is the most popular candidate for German Chancellor, when in reality polls put her fifth. Musk also claimed the AfD is the most popular party in Germany. A complete lie.
I don't want reality.
Riedel declared to Musk that Hitler was not right-wing or a conservative, but was a communist, a claim to which Musk said, very much so, and yeah. In reality, the Nazis were an extreme right-wing, racist and anti-Semitic party that murdered 6 million European Jews. Musk has called Angela Merkel Angela Merkin, a sex industry slur. In the UK, Musk has become a vocal supporter of Tommy Robinson, a former member of the fascist British National Party, who has served multiple prison sentences, including one for assaulting an off-duty police officer. Robinson, a football hooligan, is the founder of the far-right English Defence League. He has a history of violence and has been filmed attacking people on multiple occasions. Illegal. He is currently in jail after being ordered by a judge to stop spreading entirely false claims about a 15-year-old refugee who had been attacked by another teenager at school. Robinson repeated the false claims anyway. Musk has backed him multiple times on Twitter. In recent weeks, Musk also came to the defence of Andrew McIntyre, a British neo-Nazi who was a key architect of racist riots that rocked the UK last summer. McIntyre set the time and location for the initial riot that targeted a mosque, drawing a red circle around it and adding the message, "Time for war." 50 police officers would be injured in the attack while congregants had to lock themselves inside. McIntyre then declared on the organising channels he established that the mosques must burn. The day before his arrest, he was calling for the killing of all Jewish, Muslim and black people, adding white power. McIntyre also shared a video of the 2019 Christchurch mosque terror attack, when 51 Muslims were murdered, coupled with a caption lauding the shooter as a white legend and making offensive slurs against Muslims and Jews. When he was arrested, a knife was found hidden in the boot of his car, and when his home was searched, officers found weapons and a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf. McIntyre used Telegram to encourage rioting, but Musk took to Twitter to bemoan McIntyre's 7-year prison sentence for organising the riots using social media. Musk also interacted positively on Twitter with Austrian far-right activist Martin Sellner.
Fuck off.
Sellner's identitarian organisation previously received a €1,500 donation from the Christchurch attacker. Sellner and the shooter exchanged friendly emails before the atrocity, with Sellner inviting the man to join him for a beer or coffee if he ever came to Austria.
The Christchurch shooter. Oh my god. This list is so damning. How anybody in the United States is, and there's not just anybody, there's a slew of people who have been defending Elon Musk as a non-anti-Semite, including Ben Shapiro and Elise Stefanik, people who have been so vocal about anti-Semitism on campuses and all these other places, but they're not willing to talk about the anti-Semitism of one of the most powerful men on the planet. Seems a little sort of pick and choose.
Knowing what the man was planning. When Sellner last year complained on Twitter about being detained by Swiss police at a talk he was giving about what he calls remigration, Musk asked,
what does
"Is
that
this
even
legal?"
mean?
Then there was Norway. Musk has shared a post comparing the country to the USSR, and Italy. He's called on Italian judges to be fired. And the Netherlands. Musk said the Netherlands will die out by its own hand in a Twitter conversation with far-right Dutch leader Geert Wilders. European democracy is being threatened by the world's richest man. But Elon Musk's wealth and power is in large part based on the value of Tesla. When you buy a Tesla, you're backing a far-right activist.
And now, before we completely move on from this video, I just wanted to do this. Because one of the statements made in there, which, you know, Elon has now repeated on multiple occasions. Hold on, let me make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? Oh, this is going to be hard to read. Can I zoom in? Let me zoom in on this. There we go. That's a little better. So Elon Musk keep saying that Hitler was a communist. This is a poem about the Holocaust by Martin Niemöller. First line. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So it's an incredibly famous poem. You would think that a man with access to all the data in the world and all the money in the world, all the time, really, in the world, would be able to, just know some basic facts about history. But Elon doesn't give a fuck about history or facts. He has a very specific agenda. To reinforce all that, apparently, Elon Musk tripled down by going on live broadcast at a recent AFD event over the weekend. I wonder what Elise Stefanik and others will say about this one.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go. Convince your friends, convince everyone. Let's go. Yay!
Musk addressed the audience after the party's co-leader, Alice
Tag
Weidel,
1, liebe Freunde.
On day one, dear friends.
Tag 1.
On day one.
Werden wir
We will close the
die
borders of our
Grenzen
beloved
schließen
fatherland.
von unserem geliebten Vaterland. Wir werden unsere
We will protect our borders against illegal migration.
illegale Migration. Es reicht.
Enough is enough.
An Tag 1
On day one, we will simultaneously deport all those obliged to leave the country. That was Frenchy sounding. Who are illegally, all criminals, all offenders.
alle Straftäter werden wir abschieben.
They must leave our country.
Verlassen.
Musk told the conference attendees that Germany had too much focus on past guilt.
Really say that I'm very excited for the AfD, and I think you're really the best hope for Germany. I think some things that something I think that is just very important is that people take pride in Germany and being German. This is very important. It's okay to be proud to be German. This is a very important principle. I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even.
There you go. Non-anti-Semite Elon Musk saying Germans are too guilty about the past. Of course, Germany has done everything it can to right the wrongs of the past, to remember that past as being bad, and yet Elon thinks that's too much.
That's too much, man!
I am waiting for Monday, because I'm sure on Monday all of those people who were telling us that he was not an anti-Semite and that he was not doing a Hitler salute and all this other stuff, I'm sure that they will finally realize, after hearing Elon say Germany needs to stop feeling so guilty about the Holocaust, will finally come to the realization that this man is an aspiring, or, well, maybe not even aspiring Nazi. Who's to say? Now, of course, Elon owns multiple companies, not just Tesla, although that is his big moneymaker right now. Especially because he's getting paid $60 billion approved by the board of Tesla. But he also owns a social media company you might be familiar with by the name of X, whatever it's called. It's his. It's not making a lot of money for him because a lot of advertisers did leave at one point, although they did make a comeback recently. I guess in an apparent attempt to appease the king. But let's talk about what the EU is concerned about and attempting to do here leading into Germany's election. Because, of course, that rally we just saw was part of the AfD's push to get elected in Germany's upcoming election.
The European Commission has asked social media giants, including Meta, X and TikTok, to take a stress test ahead of the German election to determine whether they're doing enough to counter disinformation. That's according to an EU spokesperson on Friday. It marks the first time this test will be held for a national election. Other tech giants invited to the January 31st session include Microsoft, Google and Snap, all to determine if their safeguards against risk comply with the EU's Digital Service Act. The EU said the stress test would be scenarios-based, checking how the companies would respond. TikTok confirmed it would be attending the session, but representatives for Meta, Snap, Google-owned Alphabet, X, Microsoft and LinkedIn did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
Weird. So TikTok, which we keep getting told loves misinformation and it's run by the Chinese Communist Party, is going to show up to the stress test for social media truth. Meanwhile, X, Facebook, and others are less excited, so less excited they might not even be showing up or even answering questions from journalists. Fascinating. Shocking, even. Could not have expected that one.
Zuckerberg's Facebook.
I was actually pleasantly surprised by that part of the story. I was like, wow, X is Twitter is the I keep saying the wrong thing. TikTok is the only freaking company that that's actually attempting to comply with EU law as it relates to the upcoming election. Meanwhile, all the other ones that we know have in the past been problematic are continuing to want to be problematic because it's better for clicks, of course. You know, if they can put out fake news or, you know, other things like that, you know, hateful rhetoric without, you know, having it be negative for them and in fact be a boon financially, then they would rather do that. They need the clicks. They need the clicks. Come on. Facebook is dying. You can't make them fact check stuff. That's not fair.
That's too much, man!
How are we doing on time? All right, let's make a quick trip down to Africa before we take a break, third break. Specifically, the DRC.
As armed rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo close in on Goma, a critical city in the east that was once a safe haven. The main hospital there already overwhelmed with the wounded, many of them civilians. This mother says she was carrying her baby when a bomb struck her group as they fled, adding, "Everyone around me was dead, crushed like meat." She and thousands of others across the Central African nation, desperate to escape the escalating violence between the Congolese military and the M23 rebel group, which the US and the United Nations say is backed by Rwanda, a claim it denies.
Rwanda's motives are complex and difficult to parse. They've deployed many troops, they've deployed surface-to-air missiles, they've deployed armored vehicles.
The roughly 8,000 M23 rebel fighters have gained ground in recent weeks, earlier this month seizing the towns of Sake and Minova, according to the UN. A man claiming to be an M23 rebel calling on the people there to join their cause, telling them their president had abandoned them in this video posted on social media. And now they're closing in on Goma, a city of 2 million right on the Rwandan border. Tonight, the Congolese army says one of its military governors was killed by the rebels just miles outside the city. Refugees there, who already fled once, fear they are running out of options. I don't know where I am going, this man, fleeing a refugee camp outside of Goma, says. The bombs are following us as we go. The DRC and Rwanda have been in conflict for nearly 3 decades, dating back to the Rwandan genocide. The latest escalation drawing major concern from international human rights groups.
Yeah. So this situation is very, very complicated. You're probably aware of, government corruption that occurs in the Congo. There's plenty of that. There's also plenty, I would actually say a litany of rebel groups in the Congo. So many, I literally don't know the exact number. It's honestly a difficult situation for me to be able to parse through because of the so many different things involved here. 'Cause it's not just the rebel groups. It's not just the DRC. There's plenty of foreign involvement in Congo as well. And so, I do my best here as I possibly can, but it's incredibly complicated. But the fact is we have seen in the past atrocities committed by the M23. They often appear to be motivated by ethnic disputes, essentially, and that's no good, right? I mean, that's what led to the Rwandan genocide, and there has been accusations about them being involved with the not the RSF, the other one. Oh, my brain just broke. What point is there? The DRC needs some serious help right now, and to not have stuff like this going on inside of it, it would probably be good if the president of the Congo was a little less corrupt, maybe a lot less corrupt. It would also probably be best if, foreign mineral extractors weren't coming to try and devastate the land while profiting from it and not giving back anything to the people that live there, who are in many cases incredibly impoverished. I just want to see peace, honestly, and people to be, not being in worse situations than they should be, right? Just being able to live their lives without threat of violence or displacement within their own countries. Now let's talk about a individual in Congo who was, who's no longer alive, but is inspiring future generations in the fight against corruption.
De vivre, de transmettre les valeurs de Floribert à ses enfants déplacés. Parce que Floribert, quand
Sorry, I sat back and didn't realize I was going to have to do translations for you. Totally forgot about that. Let's try this one more time. Through this school, through life, we continue to share Floribert's values. When Floribert served street children, he saved children. He saved lives. This school is a space that saves the lives of many displaced children affected by war, who come from different provinces where there is violence. We carry on his values for future generations because he fought until he lost his life to save the population of Kivu. And to save the people of North Kivu, of Goma. So yeah, just for a little bit more context, Floribert Chebeya Bahizir was a leading Congolese human rights activist in the DRC. Died at the rather young age of 47. He was hailed by many as a champion of human rights, and he was actually from the region which we were just talking about, which lies on the border of Rwanda and the Congo. Okay, wow, perfect time. 6 hours almost on the dot, which means we need to take our final break here. I think it's going to be our final break. I do owe you all of the content, as I promised, so let's take our last break. Where's my sound? What's happening? Oh, that's why. Alright, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so that you get all those notifications for whenever we put out more galactic content. Now, while you're doing all of that stuff, do take a moment to consider contributing in one of the many ways we have available to you, as we do always need your help. Here at the Galactic News Network, completely funded by you, not Polymarket. And that's the way we can continue to fight for luxury space communism, among other things. So many great ways to do that, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. We are continuing to grow those memberships. The more memberships we get, more people who become members, the more emotes that we get, right? Every certain number of members we get on YouTube, the more emotes that YouTube decides to bequeath upon us. So, you could do any of those things. You could go on Twitch, donate bits, subscribe there so you don't get any ads. Cash App, PayPal if you don't want any benefits. But of course, the best way to get the most benefits in this goddamn Milky Way galaxy is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Just a few US dollars a month. And you can get access to all of that. Anyway, chat. Short space break, grab yourselves a drink and a snack, and we'll be right back. I am back, chat. Which means, of course, it's time to get back to those seats for the final half of the show. So many halves tonight. What are we doing? 4 halves? This is crazy.
That's too much, man!
Where did we leave off? Ah, yes, in the Middle East is where we're gonna start back up. Yeah, let's go here. We'll look at some news from earlier this week. I think we briefly covered this story earlier. But on the day of the ceasefire, essentially, Israel decided, since they weren't supposed to be attacking Gaza, even though they were, they figured they would shift their focus onto West Bank, of course. Where else? As the psychos call it, Judea and Samaria. Let's go here to the AP archive from 12 hours ago, showing footage of Israeli settlers lighting cars and buildings on fire in the West Bank.
كانوا ملثمين المستوطنين ولديهم المواد الحارقة وزجاجات المولوتوف اعتدوا على الحي الشمالي على المنطقة القريبة.
Sorry, I don't have translations for this. This is one of those AP archive vids where they don't take the time to add any closed captions for it because it's where they put all of their unused or sort of, yeah, basically they're unused, uninterested in pushing material. Shocking. AP didn't feel like getting this story out on the regular channel. No, put it over here where it gets 225 views for people like me and you. It is really vicariously for you. I think most people are not subscribed to that channel. But I can't help but sift through the Associated Press's throwaway footage. It's a horrible habit of mine, but I'm going to keep doing it. This is why we can't have nice things, is it? Not sure this is the reason, but you know, I'm just gonna let it be. Oh God. I mean, it's certainly one of the reasons why Palestinians can't have nice things, because Israelis keep lighting it on fucking fire.
That's hot.
Maybe literally in Paris. Okay, alright, enough jokes. God damn it. Yeah. Alright, let's go here. This was from 2 days ago on the Associated Press's regular channel, showing Palestinians waiting to return to their homes in Gaza. For a year and 5 months, we have been under siege, war, fear, terror, and a lack of stability and security. Thank God our Lord is finally bringing us back to our homes safely. It is enough, sheltering in tents, living in humiliation. God knows if I will even find my house, standing or not. Life has been very, very hard. We've been living here in a tent, with 5 people crammed together, enduring the cold winter and the filth. Who could accept this? No one. No one would. But we were humiliated and forced to live like this. What could we do? The war was stronger than us. We waited day by day, minute by minute, for a ceasefire and for peace to prevail. The day we return to our homes will be the happiest days of our lives. This is the day we've been waiting and hoping for. And thank God our Lord has finally granted it to us. Now, unfortunately, this is only part true. Because we watched footage earlier this week. We're not going to watch it again today. But we watched footage earlier this week a couple of times, talking about how people who had returned to their homes not only found their homes in rubble, but were fired upon by Israeli snipers and drones, which, you know, sort of contravenes the entire concept of a ceasefire. But, you know, the Western press has essentially completely ignored all reports of Israel still attacking people in Gaza during this ceasefire. It's just, it runs completely counter to the narrative they're trying to push right now. So, you know, might as well just ignore it, right? I think the only people I saw report on it were Middle East Eye and Al Jazeera. Okay, now let's talk about the hostage release a little bit here. Go here first. This is showing the 4 female hostages who were held in Gaza, being handed over to the Israeli military. BBC. This is just yesterday. Where was this? Yeah.
4 Israeli soldiers have been released under the Gaza ceasefire deal. I can now show you those pictures again of that moment where they were walked out by those Hamas fighters, and they were then taken onto a stage, and the 4, who are Karine Ariev, 20 years old, Daniela Gilboa, who's also 20, Nama Levy, who is 20, and Lariri Albag, who is now 19, were taken by those Hamas fighters, they were dressed in uniforms, as you can see. This in Palestine Square in Gaza City, where we had seen building up a number of those Hamas fighters, and also a number of civilians also surrounding that area. This handover this time not as chaotic as we saw on Sunday when the first of the hostages were released.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna keep talking about the hostage deal, but I'm gonna go here instead. Yes, thank you. These are the hostages. And I mean, I keep calling them prisoners of war because we keep getting told that Israel's actually at war and not genociding people. So these are prisoners of war because they're IDF soldiers. That's what you would call them, right? Anyway, these are the 4 women who were just released. They got like plaques and swag bags. Thanks to Al-Qassam brigades for the good treatment. They all look very healthy. Nobody looks like they're starving in this group of people right now. You know, it seems like they're being fed. And, you know, it's interesting. Thanks for the food, water, clothes. Thanks to the men who protected us from the Israeli bombardment. Oh my God. Thank you for protecting us from the Israeli bombardment. Wow. Hopefully this will be a good day. And all of us will be fine. Today is January 25th. I don't know what any of that says. Look, even a little Palestinian keychain. wonder what the IDF is going to have to say, what Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir are going to have to say about this. Wow. Also, one thing I found fascinating about these videos is just how many Al-Qassam and Hamas fighters seem to still be around, even though Israel keeps saying that they've achieved much success. And the whole point of this war, genocide, whatever you want to fucking call it at this point, was to end Hamas. And yet there seems to be plenty of Hamas all around. What does that even mean? Because right? Because all of the bombing, all of the violence, all of the bloodshed, all of the everything that we've seen over the last 15 months has been completely predicated upon the destruction of Hamas, and yet here they are, all over the place. What are they going to do? Reflatten Gaza a second time? It's not even, it has. I mean, wow. Okay. Let's talk more about what I was getting into here with this guy, Daniel Levy. He was on a Middle East Eye podcast.
I mean, just to describe the scene, there's 3 Israeli hostages, and there's the Red Cross that's helping transfer them, and they are surrounded by a sea of people in military gear.
And that military gear looked in rather good condition.
It looked almost brand new.
It did.
And this reinforces the narrative that we've been hearing from even people like Antony Blinken, saying that the U.S. believes that most of the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades have been replenished already. And this is at the tail end of what was supposed to be a war primarily to destroy Hamas and its military infrastructure.
I think it's really hard, by the way, for people to wrap their heads around the extent to which those Israelis who have been held in Gaza all this time have kind of taken up residence in the minds of so much of the Israeli population. This has been, it's been so relentless. The stories of the families, those who've gone out to protest, those who haven't, those who've been very prevalent in the media. So one cannot underestimate the impact on the Israeli public psyche of the release, the initial 3 who were released. And of course, everyone therefore saw those images. They saw the images of the Al-Qassam brigades escorting the 3. They've been told Al-Qassam defeated. They've been told the public has turned against them. They've been told so many things, and then they saw those images. Now, in this kind of a struggle between, where there's such asymmetry, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Between an occupying army, armed and aided by the most powerful military in the world,
That's exactly how I would have put it.
A nuclear-armed state, Israel. In a struggle between that and a resistance movement, we were told, the problem with the total victory narrative is all it would take is one guy with just an arm remaining to raise two fingers in victory, and the Israeli we didn't see one guy with two fingers on an arm remaining.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a very powerful display, and Israelis saw that.
Yeah, and we might try and look through more of that podcast tomorrow, but it was a long one. It was, and I didn't have time in preparation for this stream to go through it. I really wanted to watch the whole thing, but that little clip I thought was really probably good enough for this Sunday Fun Day, considering how many topics we're hitting tonight. But let's keep talking about all this. Let's go here now to Al Jazeera. This happened on the day of the exchange. It is fascinating that this is only being reported by people like Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye, and that the Western I was about to call it the Western media. The Western media is seemingly just ignoring all of the violence that is taking place around and during this supposed ceasefire. All of it being perpetrated by what seems to be Israel. Not even seems to be. I haven't seen any reports of... Yeah, no, it's all... I mean, wow. Let's just go here. For fuck's sake.
Tarek Abu Azoum, who joins us from Al Rashid Road in Gaza, just south of the Netzarim corridor, where there's just been a shooting. Tarek, what more information do you have on this?
Well, we were in the closest point to the corridor where we used to report, and suddenly the Israeli military opened fire against civilians who were gathering in that very close point to the corridor. Many of civilians have started to return back again to their temporary shelters in the central areas and also in the south. Others are still remaining in the area. They have no choice but they're waiting to return back to their houses. Everyone was in a state of shock and fear that the Israeli military had opened fire against them, which considered to be a violation of the ceasefire agreement, especially that no one has crossed the main, has crossed through the Netzarim corridor, but everybody was stationed a bit far away as they were waiting for an approval in order to access northern Gaza. Everyone understands also that the possibility to access northern Gaza will increase tomorrow, especially that there have been many municipal vehicles, civil defense cars, and also different medical teams who were waiting on standby in order to deal with any urgent cases. So apparently the sound of the drones was also very remarkable in the area. It could be clearly overheard. The Israeli naval warships were edging closer to the beach of Gaza, and the civilians just only waiting for a permission to return back. But
look at this. How is this a ceasefire? And how is it that the Western media is not talking about Israel violating the ceasefire? I'll bet if this was in Ukraine and the same situation was going on, right? If a ceasefire had been declared there and Russia was still doing military operations, shooting at civilians in Ukraine, oh my God, we wouldn't hear the end of it. We would not hear the fucking end of it. And it's just... You know me, I'm consistent. I'll do both. If that happens, I certainly will be here to tell you about it. But it's like, where's the rest of the media to talk about this? Why do we have to hear it only from Al Jazeera? It's incredibly frustrating for me as somebody who's constantly digging through the news to see this kind of shit. It just makes me feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, what is this? This is a clear violation of the ceasefire. So where are all the people who are serious about international law to talk about this shit? It's not Anthony Blinken. Where is Marco Rubio? Marco, get out here and say something about this fucking travesty of justice.
But what I can see on the ground is that they started to return back again to their shelters, waiting as they will try again tomorrow in order to access northern Gaza. And there has been a growing fear that they won't be able to access northern Gaza again if Israel did not withdraw from the corridor and allow for civilians to freely flow to the north of the Strip.
Okay, yeah, that's enough of that story, but this is not the first time. We already this week we talked about other instances of them firing on people in southern Gaza, right, in Rafah. So from the south of Gaza to the north of Gaza, the ceasefire is not really ceased. The fire has, yeah, like Albert said, did the fire even really cease? No, it didn't. Not technically. Definitely didn't. They murdered a child, according to Middle East Eye, earlier this week, on the day that the ceasefire was supposed to begin. Really the second day, because Israel pushed the goalpost, and so it didn't actually start until 2 days after it was supposed to, and then still continued to fire upon civilians. Am I on Top Chat again? Oh my god, why am I on Top Chat again? What the fuck?
How rude.
Oh, because I had to refresh. Every time I refresh my window, it puts me back in Top Chat jail. It is incredibly offensive. Oh my god, there we go. There's all the oh my god, why do you do this to me, YouTube? You just don't want me to see viewers' very important opinions. It's an integral part of the show. Is us being able to talk with one another and me being relegated to Top Chat. Unwillingly, I would point out. I wish there was a way for me to just banish Top Chat from existence. Like there were like at least a setting where I could say, no Top Chat for me, please, ever again. Oh god, that is so frustrating. Okay, let's go back to talking about the ceasefire deal, the fake ceasefire, but the real Palestinian, or the real exchange of hostages here. Let's talk about the Palestinian hostages, which were released by Israel.
Part of the agreement, 200 Palestinian prisoners have been released from Israeli jails. Just seeing from Egypt, state-linked media, they're saying 70 of those freed Palestinian prisoners have arrived in Egypt. A large number of the others are going to the West Bank, and our correspondent John Donnison is in Ramallah. Just describe the scenes to us, John.
Well, you can see the 3 prison buses behind me. About 20 minutes ago, those buses arrived, and frankly, pretty chaotic scenes as the prisoners got off. A very large crowd, and we saw the prisoners in their grey prison fatigues, many of them with shaved heads, long beards, a lot of them looking pretty thin, it has to be said, hoisted onto the shoulders, carried into the sports complex behind me. You can just see one now emerging there. Man in his 40s, I'd say, maybe his 50s, being carried out with a shaven head. And when they arrived, you know, the scramble to get to their loved ones. I just saw one prisoner coming out on the shoulders, and what looked to be his young son was hoisted up and put into his arms. Now, the big difference in this prisoner exchange this week compared to last week is the people released today, many of them had been convicted of much more serious offences, including murder, killing Israeli civilians. Now, those convicted of the most serious offences, I think there were 121 of the 200 serving life.
I love how BBC is just here to back up Israel on absolutely everything. Of course, we know Israel's been arresting basically anybody. They went to the West Bank and arrested dozens of people on the day of the ceasefire, aside from these Israeli settlers going around burning buildings and cars. We know that many of Israel's hostages that are in jails are not convicted of any crimes and have no representation in court. I mean, it's disgusting that PBC is just so readily, and like, they're just so here for Israel that, you know, I can't believe that they were accused internally, like not internally by BBC, but by like, I think some Brits were like, claiming the BBC was like too pro-Palestine because they used the word genocide and ethnic cleansing a couple of times. I don't even think they even used the word genocide, but they just, you know, I mean, oh God, it's just so frustrating.
They're going to be taken to Egypt, as you say. They're there already, and they're going to be deported to countries including Qatar and Turkey. So the people here,
because like, remember this,
there's about 100 or so who've been brought here today.
Like, Israel's not trying Palestinian hostages in real courts, right? They're being tried in military courts, right? Completely different set of laws, and very low bar on evidence and everything else. And yet BBC's like, oh, you must remember all these people are horrifying criminals.
They will be allowed to return to their families, their homes in the West Bank. Many of them have been in prison for years, and it's really a big moment for Palestinians here. The prisoner issue is a massive one. Most families in the West Bank will have had a family member or a friend who's been held in Israeli prison at some point. And
all right, that's enough BBC. I'm sorry. I don't know if anybody wanted to actually watch that all the way through, but I certainly don't. I already watched it. It's garbage journalism. All right, let's go here now, showing Palestinians celebrating in the West Bank as hostages arrived. And yes, I'm going to keep calling them hostages and not prisoners. Precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please.
Israel has just released 200 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for 4 Israeli female hostages that were being held in the Gaza Strip. This is just the latest of what's going to be several Palestinian prisoner for Israeli hostage exchanges between Israel and Hamas during the ceasefire that paused the war in Gaza. The vast majority of these 200 prisoners that were released were actually received life sentences, and 70 of them are being forced to live in exile because that was part of the agreement. They were sentenced to life in prison because of Palestinian militancy, in many cases tied to deadly attacks against Israelis. But some of the life sentences, and many with lengthy sentences, dozens actually, arrived here in the West Bank city of Ramallah, and they were received like heroes. Palestinians, their fans, their family, their friends mobbed the Red Cross buses that came through the city of Ramallah. They couldn't even get out of the bus, and they were carried like rock stars on the shoulders of these massive crowds. Of course, though, to Israelis, they remain terrorists, and this remains.
Associated Press doing the same dance as BBC, distinguishing between Palestinians and IDF members. IDF members are hostages, but Palestinians tried in military courts are prisoners because they're criminals. They've been tried in a court of law. A military court, but still. I need Katie Holmes again.
Precision of language, please.
Thank you, Katie. Journalism, words don't mean anything. Come on. Spacecasters. We need spacecasters. Fucking, I can't even finish that sentence. It's a stupid sentence. I shouldn't be the one. I shouldn't be the one that has to correct this shit. Can't they do it? Why can't they do it? I don't understand. Why is it my job to correct the AP and the BBC? The fuck? Let's go here, back to the Gaza Strip once again to view some footage recently taken by drone showing the level of devastation, especially around hospitals in Gaza. Be the one. I mean, I know. Amidst everything, I do know I basically have to be the one in the moment to be like the adult in the room and be like, actually, we're not using words properly right now. It's just annoying because I'd rather be able to make jokes and make things fun rather than be pedantic and grammar Nazi. Oh god. Oh my god, I just thought of that. Has anybody ever seen the Mitchell and Webb sketch, the grammar Nazi sketch? It's actually, I love that one. I'm not gonna lie. If you haven't, it's available on YouTube, depending on what country you're in, I think. This is the Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. as you can see, completely unusable as a hospital. Maybe good for, I don't know, shelter for a deer, or not a human, because it looks unsafe. Here's the Al-Auda hospital in northern Gaza as well. Looks more like a refugee camp than a hospital. Here's the Al-Shifa Medical Complex in Gaza City, which is in central Gaza, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like a fucking multiple bombs and other things hit it. Here's the Indonesian hospital, also in Gaza City, completely bereft of, not bereft of, but lacking windows and or other things that you would want in a hospital. Okay. Oh, now we're here. This is in the title. I've been saying it. I've been saying it and saying it ever. I mean, since the election, I've been saying it. I've been saying that Donald Trump was absolutely not going to be better for Palestinians than Joe Biden. And I know that's an insane thing to hear. But, of course, if you've been here, you've heard me say it. And, you know, ever since this happened, we've seen all sorts of things going on as relates to Donald Trump. But he said something earlier today that really took the cake. You know, we heard him on the first day of his presidency say that he wasn't sure that the ceasefire was going to be continued, even though he said he was going to bring peace to the Middle East. He actually didn't really seem to be all that concerned about the ceasefire at all. And then he said this. Oh boy, this one's rough. It's just audio.
I said to him, I'd love you to take on more, because I'm looking at the whole Gaza Strip right now, and it's a mess. It's a real mess.
So you'd like Jordan to house people from
I'd
Gaza?
like him to take people. I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm meeting with, I'm talking to General al-Sisi tomorrow.
Of Mexico?
And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. I mean, you're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. It's, you know, it's
wow.
Over the centuries. That's many conflicts inside.
Wow. Wow.
And I don't know. It's something has to happen.
Wow.
It's literally a demo.
Let's hear that one more time.
And we just clean out that whole thing. It's, you know, it's over the centuries. That's many conflicts inside. And I don't know. It's something has to happen, but it's literally a.
Now, before I let him keep going, you just heard Donald Trump say that we need to clean out all of Gaza, ethnically cleanse 1.5 million people from Gaza because it's a mess. It'd be better if somebody else took over. I wonder who he could possibly be thinking. I said it multiple times. You know, he's got Jared Kushner, a guy who has at a Harvard open discussion on this situation, say that they needed to, you know, clear out Gaza of people, put them in the Negev desert, and then rebuild it themselves. Huge real estate opportunity, right? Of course, Jared Kushner is Donald Trump's son-in-law, married to Ivanka. You know, I keep saying it. Like, there's no way that, you know, because remember, Jared Kushner was an advisor to Donald Trump on the Middle East, right? In the past. And while he may not have a official position, Donald Trump listens to people that are close to him because he doesn't have any real grasp of most of these situations himself. So, you know, this is basically just a repeating of what Jared said. The video we watched multiple times over the last year of Jared at that meeting saying basically these same words, not verbatim, but it's the exact same vibe. Sure, it's not the Negev. It's not the Negev desert. It's saying it's deporting them to Jordan and Egypt, but it's an ethnic cleansing, and there's no other way to interpret what he's saying right now.
it's literally a demolition site right now. Almost everything's demolished, and people are dying there. So I'd rather get involved with some of the Arab nations and build housing at a different location where they can maybe live in peace for a change.
Temporary, or would they
It could be either. Could be temporarily, could be long term.
Could be temporary, could be long term.
Yeah.
Might be forever. Doesn't matter.
Release them today, and they'll have them, and they paid for them, and they've been waiting for them for a long time. They've been in storage for a long time, but we released them today to Israel.
Why did you do that, sir?
Because they bought them.
And what he was referring to there, if you didn't hear the question, he was talking about him releasing the bombs which had been held, the 2,000-pound bombs, or 2,000-ton, I can't remember, whatever it is, 2,000-pound, I think it's 2,000 pound, whatever. He's saying he has released earlier today all the weapons that have been held back because of the concern of them being used to continue genociding Palestinians. He thinks Israel deserves them. They paid for them. I don't know exactly how Israel paid for them. With our own money, I guess. But there you go. Donald Trump greenlighting the use of those 2,000-pound bombs, as well as talking about just ethnically cleansing all of Palestine for real estate opportunities. Let's go here back to the United States to see what Lindsey Graham had to say in reaction to this comment 11 hours ago.
On Saturday, handed over 4 female Israeli hostages. They've been captive in Gaza for 15 months. Israel released 200 Palestinian prisoners. You've been very involved in this issue, Senator. Last night, when talking about Palestinians who live in Gaza, President Trump said he wants to, quote, clean that whole thing out. What does that mean?
You know, I really don't know. I do know this, that Hamas needs to go. All these guys will...
Sorry, I totally forgot about this conversation. I should have warned you first with a Dana Bash jump scare warning, as well as a Lindsey Graham jump scare. But I told you about Lindsey, but not the Dana part. By the way, this is the epitome of horrifying CNN journalism.
Involved in this issue, Senator. Last night, when talking about Palestinians who live in Gaza, President Trump said he wants to, quote, clean that whole thing out. What does that mean?
You know, I really don't know. I do know this, that Hamas needs to go. All these guys with masks on and guns, they're scum, and I hope they're dead men walking. What they did to those 4 young ladies, prayed that...
I love how they're still talking about destroying Hamas right now. We just got done talking about how it seems like Hamas is completely unscathed, has completely rebuilt, recruited. I mean, it's shocking that anybody would want to fight for their survival while being, just constantly starved and genocided. Who could have guessed that would have happened? But they're still on this fucking talking point, like it's a possibility, like that somehow Israel is going to manage to do this, this thing that they've been saying they're going to do for 15 months and still haven't managed to do.
In front of the Palestinian
whatever, let them talk.
Community and put them on the world stage was disgusting. My heart breaks for what they've gone through. So
don't be creepy.
The idea Hamas survives is a non-starter for me, but the idea that all the Palestinians are going to leave and go somewhere else, I don't see that to be overly practical. I don't know who he's talking about.
Even Lindsey Graham thinks that's insane. That's funny. I love that. Even Lindsey Graham thinks this is a stupid idea. That is, I mean, talk about low bar.
Go talk to MBS, go talk to UAE, go talk to Egypt. What is their plan for the Palestinians? Do they want them all to leave?
You've been going there. What is the plan?
Well, I think they want the Palestinians to be able to live with dignity and security for Israel.
But you got to get rid of Hamas first.
You can't.
Look at this. Listen to that. There was a non-journalistic comment from Dana Bash saying unequivocally, directly, without any sort of qualifications added, anything like that, or as an opinion. She says it as if it's fact. You got to get rid of Hamas first. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. What I would love to hear what Dana Bash's plan on getting rid of Hamas is exactly. Because she's saying this with such resolute sort of tone, if you will, in her voice. Let me hear that again. This fucking stupid shit.
Do they want them all to leave?
You've been going there. What is the plan?
Well, I think they want the Palestinians to be able to live with dignity and security for Israel.
But you got to get rid of Hamas first.
Yeah.
You can't do this without getting rid of Hamas. You're dead right. Hamas is the problem.
You're dead
for the world,
right.
not just the Palestinians.
Dana and Lindsay agree so much.
Does the Arab world
left wing
sending
CNN
all the Palestinians out of Gaza? I'd be surprised if they
palling it up with
I want to turn
Republican
to
psycho
a
Lindsey Graham.
moment this weekend that really had a lot of people wondering what is really going on and what Donald Trump really supports when it comes to elections in Europe.
All right, that's enough. Here they start talking about other ridiculous stuff. Move on from that. But yeah, there we go. Some great journalism from CNN. Oh, God. They're so serious about the facts. Oh, my God. I cannot believe that we're constantly, like, gaslit about CNN being the left alternative to things like Fox News. It's fucking bullshit. It is complete nonsense. But I've heard it so many times at this point. Oh, God. All right, let's go a little bit north to Lebanon. Talk about whether or not that ceasefire deal is holding between Israel and Hezbollah. Spoiler alert. No, it is not.
First this hour, then, the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is looking increasingly fragile. As thousands of people attempted to return to their homes in southern Lebanon, Israeli soldiers opened fire, killing 15 people and injuring dozens across several parts of the south. Now, earlier this weekend, Israel said that it would keep troops in the south beyond the Sunday deadline as laid out in that ceasefire agreement reached with Hezbollah last year, claiming that Lebanon has not fully enforced the terms of the deal. Take a listen to reactions from residents there.
Even if they do not let us, we will enter. We're entering with our children against everyone's will.
Don't tell us that it is forbidden to enter our villages while we have been waiting for more than a year and 4 months to be able to enter.
Well, officials in Gaza, meanwhile, have confirmed that tens of thousands of displaced civilians there are also being prevented from returning to their homes, and this in the north of the territory. Now, the Israeli military personnel have refused to allow them to cross through the barrier near Netzarim, the Netzarim corridor, over Hamas's.
Wow. And the fact is, this is fascinating because France 24 has been very much doing a lot of Zionist propaganda over the last 15 months. We've seen it ourselves firsthand. And even they are willing to talk about how Israel is not abiding by the terms of the ceasefire and are continuing to block Palestinians from moving freely within the Gaza Strip. It's just, wow. I mean, oh, God.
Thus far to release Israeli civilian hostage Arbel Yahoud. Though she was supposed to have been freed by now, Hamas claims that she is alive and well and will be eventually liberated. So for more on situations both in Lebanon and Gaza, then we're going to speak now to Gershon Baskin, Middle East director at the International Communities Organization and a former hostage negotiator. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. So to start, Israel was supposed to withdraw from Lebanon by today. Not only is there no sign of the military withdrawing, but as we just saw, the situation is looking increasingly deadly. Is this the end of the ceasefire deal then between Israel and Hezbollah?
I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think so. I think that both sides have an interest in seeing the ceasefire hold and that the progress be made in the relations between the two parties. The Israeli...
Both sides do? What's Israel's incentive to abide by the Lebanese ceasefire? Oh, what is he talking about? I have no idea. What is the incentive?
The aim is that the Lebanese army, which is supposed to deploy along the border, has not yet deployed. They're slow in their...
Yeah, the one, of course they haven't deployed yet, because Israel hasn't left. And Israel's been firing on, since they invaded Lebanon, they've been attacking Lebanese army as well as Hezbollah. So of course they don't want to go into the same position in which the Israeli army is still at. Like that seems to be, certainly a barrier to that ever happening. You would think Israel would know that, but of course they do. They're just They wish to continue fighting. They got all this extra money. They got more bombs coming now that Trump is in the office. They get to, they don't want to stop what they're doing. If they do that, also, Israel's going to have some problems in the Knesset, Benjamin Netanyahu especially. Oh my fucking God. I'm not going to listen to the rest of this. I found this France 24 piece to be pretty shitty. But I figured we'd at least get part of that. Now let's go here to Reuters from 2 hours ago. This is another report on Lebanon. Residents apparently were killed while they were trying to return to their homes in southern Lebanon. Oh my God. Who could have guessed? Wow.
What?
Shocking.
Israeli forces killed 22 people in South Lebanon on Sunday as a deadline for their withdrawal passed, said Lebanese authorities. Thousands of people tried to return to their South Lebanon homes on Sunday in defiance of Israeli military orders. Lebanon's health ministry said 22 were killed and 124 wounded throughout the south because of what it described as Israeli attacks on citizens while they were trying to enter their still occupied towns. Lebanon's U.S.
Is that what a ceasefire looks like? Disgusting. Disgusting. Nearly 24 people slaughtered and over 100 more injured. Israel doesn't seem to really like abiding by ceasefire. They want everybody else to abide by the ceasefire arrangements, but they themselves aren't interested in a single one that's directed at a single one of the points in these ceasefire arrangements that are actually directed at them. You'd think people would start getting the picture.
Military, which reported one of its soldiers among those killed, has accused Israel of procrastinating in its withdrawal. The Israeli military said that it, quote, fired warning shots to remove threats in a number of areas where suspects were identified approaching the troops. This Lebanese man says that it's unfair to say they're forbidden from their homes after they've waited more than a year.
No, we didn't cover that story there, Donald. This conversation about this this avian mammalian sort of symbiotic relationship vid that you posted earlier. It will also haunt me, as well as my dogs, as well as goth dogs. Oh my God. I can't unsee that, You post these things in as the sort of what do you want to call it, proprietor of the Discord. Good God, I feel like a lot of people here are being left out of it. If you're not in the Discord, go to it, accept the rules, and prepare yourself. The only way to get it is by clicking that link in chat right now.
4 months to return. On Friday, Israel said it would keep troops beyond the Sunday deadline, set out in a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that halted last year's war with Hezbollah. The agreement set out a 60-day timeline for implementation. Israel said Lebanon had not yet fully enforced terms, requiring the south to be free of Hezbollah arms and the Lebanese army to be deployed. The Hezbollah is...
Okay. All right, we're going to leave Lebanon and go a little bit east to Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about how the monarchy of Saudi Arabia has bought and paid for Donald Trump.
Fresh off winning the presidential election, Donald Trump appeared at a UFC event, flanked by bullet-headed UFC CEO Dana White and Elon Musk, who had just spent $270 million electing Trump. But there was another person there who wielded as much influence and wealth as pretty much anyone alive. Yasser Al-Rumayyan, the head of the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi state-run sovereign wealth fund, which controls about $930 billion. Al-Rumayyan could claim some degree of ownership of practically everyone and everything around him that November night. From UFC, which was planning some splashy events for Saudi Arabia, to Elon Musk, whose companies had long been recipients of Saudi investment capital, and Trump himself, a stalwart Saudi ally whose political, economic, and family interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building.
Lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's D.C. hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
At the Trump National Doral.
Have a good time, everybody. They buy apartments from me. They spend $40 million, $50 million.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand. They're dealing with the transactional president.
Crown Prince, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
And now, as we head into a second Trump administration, the question is, what more do they want?
How would you describe the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's fine, but with me it will be G-R-E-A-T, great.
Hey, he spelled it right. Good job.
The host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
What we're seeing with Saudi Arabia is unprecedented because of the sheer amount of money that they put in.
Kareem Zidane is an investigative sports journalist.
They're investing in absolutely everything.
Al-Rumayyan's appearance at the UFC fight wasn't just about Trump. Sports have become a key part of Saudi Arabia's investment and influence peddling strategy. Kareem and his colleagues at Play of the Game mapped over 910 sponsorships from Saudi entities in 2024 across the globe. There's the ownership of the Premier League's Newcastle United, the creation of Live Golf, a competitor to the PGA Tour, sponsorship for the Women's Tennis Association, backing Formula One's Aston Martin. There's MMA, esports, equestrianism, wrestling, cycling, billiards, and a potential new venture into boxing.
As a matter of fact, it might be easier to list the sports that Saudi Arabia hasn't invested in. Honestly, I can't think of one at the moment.
The Saudis would call it investing. Others call it sports washing.
Yeah, sports washing, a fascist dictatorship, or well, at least certainly a theocratic monarchy that does a bunch of horrifying stuff, not just to its people, but certainly to them. But also, I mean, like, there's so many lists of, there's a list of atrocities we could go down. But more perfect union is going to help.
Sports washing is the deployment of sports as a means of reputation laundering. When countries use sports and major sports events, for example, to distract from human rights abuses. When Saudi Arabia invests in sports, it's really looking for geopolitical influence. It's looking to recraft its own global image. It might not reap the most significant monetary returns, but I don't think that's what they're interested in from sports. They're looking at influence, and I think they're doing a damn good job about it, as much as I don't want to say that.
And this is happening with other Saudi investments too.
What's your take on the unabashed expansion of the Saudi investment fund into Silicon Valley?
In 2016, then Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, made a well-publicized trip to Silicon Valley. By 2018, Saudi Arabia was the single largest investor in US startups. But where was that money going, and what was it doing? Let me give you an example. Twitter. When Twitter was a public firm, the Saudi Kingdom Holding Company was its largest outside shareholder, owning a bigger part than even co-founder and longtime CEO, Jack Dorsey.
Wow.
But it wasn't just a financial relationship, as I've covered in my reporting. Twitter has long been an important place for the Saudi government to propagandize on behalf of MBS's economic program, flood Saudi-related discussions with posts from pro-regime trolls, and track and harass dissidents, some of whom have been doxxed, arrested, and tortured.
Illegal.
In 2014, Twitter's leadership learned that a key MBS advisor was running a spy ring inside Twitter's San Francisco headquarters. Twitter never publicly accounted for its role in fostering the Saudi spy ring. Jack Dorsey enjoyed a chummy meeting with MBS just 6 months after the Twitter CEO had been told by the FBI that his company had an espionage problem. They weaponized their investment, used it to spy on, target, and harass critics. And they did it all without any consequences. And their investment continues today.
Let's fight!
So back to the fight. And another guest, Elon Musk. When Twitter went private under Musk, Kingdom Holding Company rolled its shares into the new private entity and became its second largest investor after Musk. But Twitter wasn't the only tech giant receiving backing from the Saudis. In April 2023, Sanibel, the venture capital arm of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, did something surprising. It published a list of dozens of American venture capital and private equity firms it had partnered with, showing just how widely the kingdom's money was being spread around. Tech, AI.
Yeah, I just want to look over this list real quick. Is this? Yeah, A-Star is a big AI company. Or A, whatever you call it. A asterisk. B cattle. Wow, dude. Look at all these assholes.
The kingdom's money was being spread.
Andreessen Horowitz. Mark Andreessen is getting Saudi money. Write that down for later.
Around tech, AI, surveillance, media. But the influence purchasing campaign doesn't end in Silicon Valley.
I would like to bring up the CEO of Affinity Partners and former senior advisor to the White House, Jared Kushner.
That's Jared Kushner, the husband of Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He served as a senior advisor in the first Trump administration and was everywhere. And by all accounts, he had a lot of influence on his father-in-law. But he's known for one thing above all else.
It seemed as if from the get-go that Jared Kushner was charged with cultivating the relationship with the Saudis.
Virginia Cantor is Chief Ethics Counsel at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
It appears to be that at the end of the administration, the payoff was a $2 billion investment in this investment fund.
Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Kushner's newly minted investment group, Affinity Partners, secured a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund,
Is that his?
or PIF.
Interesting.
The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious, he had no experience in that field.
The panel responsible for screening potential PIF investments.
Yeah, that's called paying for influence, okay? Who cares if Jared Kushner has no experience in that? Just give him billions of dollars.
Field.
So you can talk to his daddy-in-law. Come on. You can draw the lines.
Come on! Screening potential PIF investments reportedly voiced serious concerns about Kushner's lack of experience. But the board was overridden by MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. That news raised even more eyebrows.
Isn't that a nice story of friendship? Things you do for your bros?
MBS proved to be a close ally to Kushner in the first Trump administration, working closely with him on various Middle East diplomatic negotiations. They worked so closely, in fact, that MBS reportedly told others he had Kushner in his pocket.
Illegal.
Unbelievable. I mean, very believable. Just, I mean it in the sort of colloquial sense. But yeah, just disgusting. And, you know, of course, Jared's he might not have an office in the White House, but he can certainly stay in the guest house with Elon at any point. I am sure of it. 100% sure of it. In fact, I'll bet if he wanted to sleep in the Oval Office, he could, on the couch. All right, let's go Oh boy, we're getting closer to the fun end. All right, chat. It's Sunday Fun Day, technically. This is the Sunday Fun Day stream, at least. It's no longer Sunday in most of the world, aside from, like, Hawaii and Guam. But, now Alaska, maybe still technically Sunday? No, not even Alaska, right? Wait, no. Wait, no, yes. But, point is, it is still Sunday Fun Day. So, shortly, we are going to attempt to have at least a little bit more fun. I know it's been a rough one. But before we get into fun, let's talk about Russia, because Putin made a statement a couple of days ago on discussion of the potential for ceasefire talks and Donald Trump's involvement in all of that. Let's see what old Putin had to say just a couple of days ago. What just happened? Go web go. Go web go. Fly web fly. We would better meet and have a calm conversation on all
реалии сегодняшнего дня, поговорить спокойно по всем тем направлениям, которые
issues of interest to both the United States and to Russia based on today's realities. We are ready, but I repeat, this primarily depends on the decisions of the current U.S. administration. We always had a business-like pragmatic, but also trusting relationship with the current U.S. President, Donald Trump, who owes Russian banks lots of money. Sorry, that was an editorial. He didn't actually say that. I could not disagree with him that if he had been president, if they hadn't stolen victory from him in 2020,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The crisis that emerged in Ukraine in 2022 could have been avoided. Never would have happened, of course. Makes sense.
I don't want reality.
All right, let's talk about Russian money real quick.
Here's Dave Rubin. Now, one of the things I like about Dave Rubin is his total frankness and his transparency.
Man of his word.
Tim Pool the other day made a great point that the reason why he wants to ban TikTok. Well, let me rephrase that. Tim Pool the other day made a point. The reason why he wanted to ban TikTok was because he perceives China as being one of our adversaries. China. And he believes that China, having control through a Chinese national who owns TikTok, could twist the conversation that people are having online in a way that would help this adversary. And, you know, I suppose that's a legitimate concern. I think it's a little bit unfounded. I don't see necessarily evidence of that, but that dynamic can definitely work. The idea that a foreign adversary would expend resources to influence the information that people in this country get through social media makes a lot of sense.
Say it then so.
You could buy a platform, change the algorithm, let's say if you're Elon Musk, and you could say like, oh, things are going to be, we're going to promote things that look really bad for the country. And then if, Donald Trump wins, we're going to promote things that are a little bit better. You could manipulate an algorithm that way. Or you could fund existing, let's say, influencers.
No.
Ones that your message as an adversary of this country aligns with theirs.
Right.
And you would just fund them because they're already doing the work for you, and you would help them succeed more. So, maybe this person's already putting this stuff out and they already had some success. But what if you could give them a couple more $1 million, $4 or $5 million, and they could go out and advertise and get even bigger. And then they don't even necessarily have to know where the money's coming from because they're already working on your, in your way. They're providing, let's say, misinformation or dissension where, and you're just happy for that to happen. Mm-hmm. You would pay for them. And that's what happened to Tim Pool. Tim Pool was already out there, and the Russians just said, like, this guy's great. He is providing the kind of disinformation, as Tim describes, that we want. So we're just going to promote him. He doesn't even have to know that we're doing that. And also, Dave Rubin, same deal. And here he is on Piers Morgan, and someone says it, and he gets very testy about it.
To an American company that's not being controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, also known as the CCP.
China.
Again, you're never going to learn, buddy, if you don't listen, okay?
Premise 2 is false. Premise 2 is false. Your premise 2 is false. Your conclusion cannot be true.
Again, you can argue in a second, but listen and maybe you'll learn something. I know you're making all your money
not
from the Chinese
condescending
Communist
at all.
Party via TikTok. I get that.
And Dave is making his money from the Russians. Right, we understand.
Dude,
burn.
Look at him. Pierce has gotten under his
Sorry.
skin.
Sorry, everybody. I was talking over all that. Let me. I just find this one to be hilarious.
Get that.
And Dave is making his money from the Russians. Right, we understand.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Look at him.
He's very angry.
No, because
you're just.
This is Dave Rubin right now inside of his head. How dare you say that I take Russian money, even though I definitely did.
Look at him. Pierce has gotten under his skin.
No, because you're just like a little rat.
You're an idiot,
We're
man.
here. We're here trying to actually discuss important things.
Isn't it
There's an
unbelievable
resurgence
freak
of
out
America
right now? This is
and
great.
he brings you on.
By the way,
dude, he
you know
brings
why I wanna
you
ban
on
TikTok?
because the
Because these guys get a
commenters all think
platform.
you're
They're
retarded. Okay,
Look at
that's
these
what's really
guys
Wow.
freaking out right now. This guy's having a mental
R
breakdown
word.
over there. Relax.
Sorry,
Dave.
everybody.
Anyway, listen. Okay, Ben, let me rebuttal
little
you.
rat,
That's
dude.
great, Dave.
We've
That's
tried
great.
to have a
Dave was complaining earlier about personal
Don't
insults.
get a word in, Dave.
Dave was complaining earlier about
All right,
personal
you know what?
insults.
No one can now hear a word anyone's saying. I want to change the temperature a little bit.
Wait.
We can hear.
Pierce, can I just quickly rebuttal like 5 seconds? I promise.
No, you can't.
Interesting. Protecting the
So wait a
conservative
second.
guest.
So this guy, that's not Ben Dominic, is it?
No.
It's Ben Ferguson. I get them confused. So Ferguson is
All the
saying
young
that
people
this
blend
guy is
together for
basically that this Harry Sisson is promoting communists, Chi-Com talking points.
Thank you. Thank you for not making me say it, my dogs. I've said it too many times. I feel like I'm a broken record. But seriously, thank you. If only they had a moderator who was, concerned about even-handedness, facts, things like that. But of course, they just have Piers Morgan, the P.T. Barnum of internet drama.
And Harry says, "Oh, you mean like literally like what Dave Rubin was doing with the Russians?"
I don't want reality.
And then Dave just talks over him.
Just got very, very upset about that. It's
yeah.
fascinating.
Little rat.
You might say he's
He
spiraling.
said the R word, right? Which is now.
Oh, he definitely did.
This is what we get. The Trump administration. He's providing already. He's giving all these white guys permission to say the R word in public, which is better than I don't know the price of eggs.
Now, something that came to me during this, and I'm not going to say the word, but I wonder what, because Dave Rubin just had the R word with extreme, what do you call it? Wow. Why can't I think of, this happens at least 3 times a stream.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
My brain sucks. Oh, God. Wake up, brain. Anybody in there? What was I saying? Right, okay, so, Dave Rubin here is saying the R word with extreme impunity and just sort of just very flippantly, just sort of throwing it out there. I wonder how he would feel if somebody directed the F word at him, right? I'm certainly not going to do it. I find it to be abhorrent, right? But here we are, Dave Rubin just throwing slurs around. I wonder how he would feel. Probably not good. Probably bad. I would assume. Maybe not. Maybe he just thinks people should just say whatever they want. But, it's very offensive to be saying that kind of stuff. But he just doesn't seem to care. I just wonder if it was directed at him, if he would have the same sort of laissez-faire vibe about all that.
Going down or whatever. But that's really what it is. He just started to talk over him because he didn't want him to be able to get the rest of his his thought out about that money, huh?
Well, I guess Dave Rubin is sensitive about
very true.
All of the Russian money. Was it $4 or $5 million? Also, did he get back to Megan?
Kelly.
Megan Kelly when she said, "Is he going to donate some of it?" And he said he was going to look into it. I mean, it feels like it's the end of the year. You'd probably have done your donations. I wonder if he did. That would be an interesting question for Piers Morgan to ask him next time Dave Rubin's on.
Also, so that was Tuesday, January 21st was that appearance. So yesterday. Wasn't Dave supposed to retire if Biden made it and live through his entire term? He said he would close down all of his social media and retire from public life. But it's odd because January 21st, that's
a great point. That's a great point.
Out of the
That's a great point. I'm glad that we have Emma here who keeps track of all online bets. Oh, God. With all the sports betting, I think there's a tiny little bit of a degenerate inside of Emma. So, somebody goes out there and makes some sort of like huge bet with the entire internet. She's keeping track of it. She's writing it down in her book. She's probably taking bets on the side. And she's keeping track of this. Where the fuck is Dave Rubin on this whole I'm quitting the internet thing? What happened? I too was waiting for it and somehow forgot. But Emma's here to remind us all of that. And for that, we should appreciate her.
And live through his entire term. He said he would close down all of his social media and retire from public life. But it's odd because January 21st, that's the first day of the Trump administration.
When he dropped out of the
second day,
the presidential race, he declared victory.
Yes. Yes, of course.
It's not the same thing.
Technicality.
Oh, it's not even a technicality. It's just a completely different metric.
God, we just gray screened. Sorry, I'll pause for 2 seconds. Let this reacquaint itself with normal human colors. There we go. There we go.
Dave, is sitting on a huge stack of Russian money, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
A little bit sensitive about it, though.
He is very sensitive about it. I would recommend that's something that everybody should bring up with him. To ask him.
I think Sam is right. We must get to the bottom of this, Dave. All right. Let's move away from Russia and talk about China. But not China in the normal sense that we usually talk about Chinese geopolitics or whatever. But something's coming up in just a couple of days on Wednesday. That being Lunar New Year. We will be celebrating. 100%. I will be here. Ow, that's my nose. There we go.
Every winter, a sixth of the world's population, including more than 1 billion Chinese citizens, celebrate Chinese New Year. The 15-day festival, also known as Lunar New Year or the Spring Festival, kicks off on the second new moon after the winter solstice. Or, according to the Gregorian calendar, in use since the 16th century, sometime between January 21st and February 19th. But Chinese New Year goes back a lot further than the 16th century. It's based on the ancient Chinese calendar, which existed as early as the 14th century BC. Even though China adopted the Western calendar in 1912 and began marking January 1st as the official start of the year, Chinese New Year remains the country's most important social and economic holiday. Over the centuries, holiday festivities have spread far beyond China and now take place all over the world. In fact, the biggest celebration outside of China takes place in the United States, San Francisco to be exact. Ever since the gold rush in the 1840s and 50s brought an influx of Chinese immigrant workers to Northern California, the city has held a massive parade for Chinese New Year. According to Chinese tradition, each year is named for one of the 12 animals associated with the Chinese zodiac.
It's true.
Two of those animals, the dragon and the rabbit, are particularly important to Chinese New Year. You'll see dragons everywhere.
By the way, I'm going to go back here. We are just wrapping up the Year of the Dragon right now and are going to be entering into the Year of the Snake.
Associated with the Chinese zodiac. Two of those animals, the dragon and the rabbit, are particularly important to Chinese New Year. You'll see dragons everywhere because the Chinese are said to have descended from the mythical creature. And on the 15th day of the New Year, known as the Festival of Lanterns, many people displayed paper lanterns in the shape of rabbits. These symbolize a Chinese goddess named Chang'e, who is said to have brought a rabbit along with her when she jumped on the moon. To prepare for Chinese New Year, lots of people clean out their houses to rid them of ghosts and bad luck associated with the old year. They might get a new haircut and clothes, settle disagreements, or pay off debts in order to start the year fresh. In this way, the Chinese New Year customs resemble the Western custom of New Year's resolutions. In the late night hours of Chinese New Year's Eve, many families make dumplings together. This food is said to bring good fortune to the household. Long noodles are also a traditional Chinese New Year's dish. But if you want to live a long life, never cut the noodles while eating them. And be sure to wear red, the color of good luck, and avoid black, which many people associate with death. Whether they're
Yes, all of those things. Make sure to not cut your noodles, maybe get a haircut, maybe throw out some stuff in your life that was representing bad stuff from the past. All of these are things that you can do to improve your potential standing going into this next year as we celebrate the Lunar New Year. Now let's keep it going. Let's talk about how to prepare a little bit more.
Sang Ni Fai Lok Gong Hei Fat Choi. That's Cantonese, or in Mandarin, Xinian Kuai Le Gong Xi Fat Cai. In English, Happy New Year, wishing you a prosperous year. The Lunar New Year is on Wednesday, January 29th, the Year of the Snake. And this weekend, many people will be stocking up on all their decorations.
Now, I don't hear most people say the whole thing. It's usually just Gong Yi Fa Choi, or Gong Yi Fa Sai. But yeah, it's a little longer technically. But just remember that last part.
English, Happy New Year, wishing you a prosperous year. The Lunar New Year is on Wednesday, January 29th, the Year of the Snake. And this weekend, many people will be stocking up on all their decorations, getting ready for the celebrations, and spending time with family. Our Marcus Washington went to San Francisco's Chinatown to learn more about the cultural traditions.
That's why I was like, Black Eyed Peas, I'm very Southern, just kind of how my family is and where, the traditions. So that's why I love talking to people about traditions.
Oh, well, I'm so excited for you to learn about how, our cultures probably intersect quite a bit.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Cynthia Huey owns On Waverly, a small business in Chinatown.
What does Lunar New Year mean to you?
I think it's a year that's really going to be marked by being a creative year, a year of resilience. This is a whole phrase, basically.
In that creative spirit, we meet artist Terry Look. He's been sharing his calligraphy work in this community for more than 70 years. His artwork, popular decorations commonly hung outside of a home or near the door for good luck.
New Year happy. So for people who speak different languages, there are different calligraphy sets that are available in all different languages, as well as even adapting this to your own home by, writing those words: health, wealth, happiness.
What are some of the things within the Lunar New Year that you all gravitate to food-wise?
I think we have...
Not gonna lie, there is a lot of sort of, what do you call it? Sort of manifestation type prosperity gospel type stuff around Lunar New Year, big time. You know, as long as we can see words that, that represent prosperity, it's definitely going to happen.
So much food that's related to Lunar New Year. There's a lot of food. Some of the things that we have in our homes that I think we always stock up on are like oranges, pomelos. Citrus really represents kind of like this abundance, you know, abundance of happiness, abundance of wealth.
We did a little shopping ourselves to check out.
Yeah, I mean, that is literally, if you translate Gong Yu Fa Choi to English, it basically means be happy and have a lot of money. And I've heard people translate it in different ways, but it's basically that. It's like, may the next year be happy and full of money for you.
With the popular Lunar New Year items.
This is a kumquat tree.
The fruit symbolizes gold on a tree.
So this is a pomelo, and these pomelos, if you smell them, obviously are very fragrant.
Smells like a grapefruit.
Yeah. In Cantonese, this is called a luk yao, and luk is like rolling. Yao is like have this concept of bringing that wealth and bringing that health and fortune to you.
Now this is pretty cool. Is this kind of what we will see during this celebration?
Yes.
Next.
Now, unfortunately for Americans looking to celebrate Lunar New Year, we just talked about it way earlier in the stream about how citrus prices are probably going to go through the roof if places like Florida have all their immigrant workers deported. So that's going to be awkward.
We stopped by Asia Star Fantasy, Zungret Avenue, and as you can see, a place for all things decorations.
But I love the fact that it's just so rich, and what I see is this culture and history.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell we're very maybe superstitious.
And this, you said this will go like on the front door.
Yeah. So you generally want to hang it like near an entryway because you're ushering in luck and also like taking good luck out with you when you're leaving. So the red envelope.
Okay, we still have more to talk about. Lunar New Year is almost here, so I've been holding on to a bunch of stories for a while here, preparing for all of this. I've also been working on the decorations for the set, which no one has seen yet. I'm planning on keeping them all very secret until Wednesday. Okay, now here's another thing you can do in preparation for New Year's. You could improve the feng shui of your home. Here's CBS New York.
This Wednesday is the Lunar New Year. It's the year of the snake. The holiday is marked with parades and special events here and throughout the world, especially in China and other Asian countries.
And joining us now on the couch is Jean Lin, founder of the Downtown Design Gallery and Studio Colony. She is the daughter of Taiwanese immigrants and is a gallerist and an author. Jean, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, yeah, this is something that we were talking about off camera. Encompasses more than just feng shui, which is, I think, something people might be somewhat familiar with, that concept. But this incorporates the 5 Chinese elements. Your book, What We Keep, is really about that. So tell us more about that.
Sure. My passion is finding and sharing the beauty and the meaning behind the objects that surround us every day. The book is really about that. It's about collections, and it's about the people behind those collections. The traditional Chinese elements were the perfect concept to organize my book. Wood, fire, metal, earth, and water. So those 5 elements, they are really about balance. They're about balance in the natural world. They're about balance within ourselves. And they're really about balance between us and our surroundings. What are some simple ways that people could refresh their homes for the Lunar New Year? So refresh is a really interesting word. I think people come in and they think, oh, you know, we have to get rid of everything. But really, for me, it's more about intention. Let's look around us and decide if this object still serves us. Does this still make us happy? Does this still serve the purpose that we got it for? And this really sets us up for a really good year to be able to make intentional decisions with our purchases throughout the year for our homes, for ourselves, everything.
So as people look at their homes, how is it that they can sort of incorporate those 5 elements that you mentioned when they're looking around and thinking about their living room, their bedroom, you know, these areas of their homes where they're spending a lot of time?
Completely. I love this question. There were so many ways that people brought the Chinese elements into their home in my book, but one way that I really love is through live plants. So earth is one of the elements. Plants are really an obvious way. There's soil, there's plants that's bringing the outside in, but there's so many other decisions as well. What do you put your plant in? Where do you put it in your home? What do you put it on top of? Even the act of caring for the plant, pruning, watering, it really is a meditation on all the Chinese elements in one object.
There you go. Maybe add a plant to your room, to your apartment, to your home, wherever you may reside. That'll help your feng shui. Last one. This one I don't even know what's gonna we gotta watch this one. Because of course the one element we haven't really talked about but have only kind of glossed over up to this point is of course the maybe even some would say the most important tradition, depending on who you are, of Lunar New Year, and that is the red envelopes. Happy New Year. My mom said I can't accept it. It's already in your pocket. Her mom is looking over with such disdain. Happy New Year. Thank you, but I can't take it. Be good. Take it. No. You are more. Oh God. Oh God. She's using an app for red envelopes. Oh God.
红包，行，谢过，那咱回家吧。今天开不开心啊？开心，开心。姑姑，新年快乐！不客气，不客气。
Now, the significance of this, if you don't know what's being alluded to, just for clarity, single people are the ones who receive red envelopes from their elders and other married people, right? Once you're married, that's when you start giving envelopes, right? And I'm pretty sure it's not explicit, but I'm assuming that maybe her husband died or something like that, essentially. Maybe got divorced, and now she's single, and so she's trying to turn the tables. So there you go. I just thought that was a cute little piece for us to talk about while we're preparing for celebrations. Hopefully you now have more understanding of Lunar New Year, which will be coming ever so soon. All right, let's I've got a few more stories to talk about before we end the stream. I know. All right, let's go here to North Korea, where we might get a glimpse into the life of Kim Jong-un and his army.
When 2 North Korean soldiers were captured alive, it was a victory of sorts for Ukraine. Videos released by Ukraine's military have shown the men being questioned with help from South Korean intelligence. One of them said he thought he was going for training, not a war, and that initially he didn't know who he was fighting. The North Koreans are providing a rare glimpse into Russian forces in Kursk, where U.S. officials say some 12,000 North Korean troops are taking heavy losses. But for Ukraine, the prisoners are also crucial evidence that could expose Kim Jong-un's role in an expanding war. Ri Sung-hyun knows how Kim's army thinks. He was one of them until 2019, when he ran across the demilitarized zone to freedom in South Korea.
Honestly, it's not easy to capture North Korean soldier.
Why is it not easy?
Before captured, they suicide themselves. They trained like that.
Rui said all recruits learn a song about saving their last bullet for themselves. This is how most of us usually see North Korea's secretive military, marching in parades with ballistic missiles or showing off skills in propaganda videos. Yet interviews with several former North Korean soldiers revealed that one of the largest standing armies lacks much training in modern warfare.
I only fired 3 bullets per year. When I moved to a special force, we do had more than 20 bullets.
So how committed would these North Korean soldiers be to fighting for Russia?
There's no voluntary option whether you go or not. It's a military order.
Lee Chul-yun was a military intelligence officer who swam 6 hours to escape the north. Soldiers, he says, worked mostly at farming and construction. The main enemy was hunger. Grass, potatoes, even tree bark, he says. You ate tree bark? Wow. In North Korea, starving is the most common cause of death, he says. For soldiers, deploying to Russia would at least mean better food. In return for troops and weapons, Kim's bargain with Vladimir Putin gives him Russian technical help to advance his weapons program. Kim also gets cash, about $2,000 per soldier, according to South Korean intelligence.
Every penny will be delivered to Kim Jong-un's desk.
U.S. officials are warning that North Korean forces are also gaining combat experience and the prestige that comes with it. It's this sense of honor rather than allegiance to Kim Jong-un that motivates them, says An Chanil, among the first military defectors over 40 years ago. He said,
well, there you go. It would seem the conditions for North Korean soldiers are not super good. Something I think most of us probably knew inherently. America did this? What do you mean with the Korean War? Or the sanctions? Which one? I'm not sure. I mean, I think I get what you're trying to say. All right, let's go to slightly south from North Korea to South Korea. Place we've been talking about quite a lot over the last months with everything going on there, with the declaration of martial law by Yoon Suk-yeol, the protests that happened immediately after that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Then the impeachment in the Congress there, and then the ever contentious arrest of Yoon Suk-yeol afterwards. I feel like we've kept up with every single part of this thing, and now Yoon Suk-yeol has in fact stood trial, which we talked about, in the Constitutional Court, which presides over the lawfulness of any of these impeachments that have been handed down by the Congress. They had the final say on. And, in fact, they have now indicted Yoon Suk-yeol over his choice to institute martial law in the country.
South Korea's prosecutors indicted impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol on Sunday. Yoon's lawyers confirmed that he faces charges of leading an insurrection when he briefly imposed martial law in December. The charges are unprecedented for a South Korean president. If convicted, Yoon could face years in prison. His lawyers criticize the indictment as the worst choice made by prosecutors, while the main opposition party welcomed the decision. Asia's fourth largest economy has been plunged in political chaos since Yoon's martial law decree on December the 3rd, which sought to ban political and parliamentary activity and control the media. Separate to his criminal charges, the Constitutional Court is also in the process of determining whether to remove Yoon from office permanently or reinstate him. That's after Yoon was impeached by Parliament in mid-December and suspended from power. At the impeachment trial last week, Yoon and his lawyers argued that he never intended to fully impose martial law, but had only meant the measures as a warning to break a political...
That's even worse. What are you talking about? There were soldiers in the street entering the Parliament building through the bashed out windows that they were doing. What? What? That's a warning? You don't do martial law as a fucking warning, okay? That is just heavy-handed isn't even the word I would use. I don't even know what word I want. Blunderous and idiotic. Who does martial law as a warning? So dumb. Oh my god, I just realized that I just screwed you all. I screwed you, all of you. Well, not literally. But I forgot to give you your applause video, and we've already blasted through the penultimate video to the last real video, so I guess I'll give you that one. That applause, it feels empty almost, because the last video isn't even something you need applause for. I mean, this one's going to be real easy. It's Sunday Fun Day, and I just felt like listening to... I just wanted to watch this. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't have any reasons for why I put this here. Besides, I wanted to hear it. Okay? Please hold. God damn it. Don't do that. Anyway, this is the end. Oh my god, why are we gray screening again? Oh my god, the gray screen. Why does this even happen? I don't even understand it. It's just like suddenly YouTube just decides to have a meltdown. Oh my god, full gray screen. That's the most gray it's ever been. This is the grayest of screens. Alright, please hold. I'm gonna wait.
Climate and everything are the same word.
I just love those guys, both of them. Fred Armisen, Reggie Watts, they're both not just funny, but also talented at their art. It's Sunday Funday, so I just felt like peppering in a random music vid, you know? He was just on Bad Hasbro. That might be why, I think that's why I might have incepted it into my own brain, because I watched that stream. Well, we got through another stream, chat. I hope you all enjoyed. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I was going to forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Jokey, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. I almost forgot this. Well, before we start the Galactic After Stream, we must recognize another group of people who have helped to make this all possible. And that is the Galactic Benefactors. That's right. For a little bit more a month on Patreon, you can become a Galactic Benefactor and support us and what we do a little bit more than usual, than the normal base price. People like PB have chosen to take the leap. Very frequent and fantastic chatter who is always here. Nadia. I don't see Nadia all the time, but Nadia is always here. She's correcting my pronunciations and giving a fantastic individual advice here and other things like that. I'm moving. What did I just do? I'm messing up my shoutouts. Nadia, yes. I believe Nadia just moved to Mexico, but is still popping in chat from time to time. Mo and Noab, of course, always here as one of our fantastic galactic modesses. Tracy, Eva, a new addition to the Galactic Benefactors. She's in chat right now. Donald James X, fantastic man, fantastic guitarist. A megastar. Often flitting between Twitch and YouTube chats, but always a great addition to what we do. Mitty, of course, one of our mods as well. One of our fantastic benefactors, Mrs. Jen. We don't see Mrs. Jen enough, but we know you're out there. Disco Wolf. Great guy, great chatter, loves the Timberwolves. Won't hold that against him. Techno Puck. Narwhal by nature, one of our ocean-dwelling chatters. Always good to have you, Narwhal. There we go. That's right. There is the messaging from our galactic benefactors. Let's go to the pool. Enough of this. Nice to get to relax a little bit at the end of these long and arduous streams. Hang out by the pool or the lake, by the bar, and just enjoy one another. Maybe a little music too.
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise. Você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se você me vê sorrindo à toa. Se você me vê sorrindo à toa. 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 Você me vê.
That's what I need to check. I almost forgot to do. Whoa, why are we lagging? That's random. Okay, so one thing I've been thinking recently is I might hold a vote inside the Discord / at the Galactic UN. We might do like a little votey stream for people who make it to the voting sessions. We've done voting sessions in the Galactic UN before, of course. That's how we got the emotional support characters, is the combined efforts of our viewers and Discord members. Of course, if you're in the Discord, you get a second vote, so do consider joining if you're not already in there. Link is only available when I post it in chat, as we haven't made it a public Discord, mostly due to the amount of potential headaches it would cause me. So get in there, because I might start a vote on which emotes we keep on YouTube, because there's a limit, and there's a bunch I'm holding on to right now that I would like to add. And I figured I would let the space fans speak on this, and rather than just sort of unilaterally deciding, have options. So do get in the Discord so you can get involved in that voting. And by the way, I just looked at it. What was it? I think we're 15 members away from getting another emote, which would bring us to 14, which is a ton of emotes. So if you're not already a member, do consider becoming one, so that you can get the perks as well, but also help us in achieving goals and attaining even more emotes. Stop the space steal.
Illegal.
Also, to people who have joined the Discord recently, don't forget to accept the rules, otherwise you'll just see a blank Discord rather than all of the stuff that we've got waiting for you in there. Doesn't it look like the bear is literally playing the flute right now? That's amazing. I'm loving that. I know I'm the one that made it, but come on. It's amazing. I'm afraid you're mistaken. It's not quite a duck. It's almost a duck. But that is a platypus. Sorry. It's as close as you can get to a duck while still being a mammal, I'm afraid.
Or what's it called? Someone latrine or whatever it's called.
It's true, Donald James isn't lying. Paid for a patron benefit, and I put his avatar in 2 places. Why? Because I love it so much. Because it's a poster of Michael J. Brooks, who is one of my heroes. R.I.P. Michael. And yeah, I hid that Michael J. Brooks poster around here somewhere. You're just gonna have to look real hard to find it. But he's, he's a leftist hero, icon. When someone asked me to put that on here, I was like, please, thank you. I would love to do that. By the way, here's the Galactic UN for those of you who've never seen it. This is where we do our official galactic voting for important space issues. Brings back memories. Us hanging out, deciding on emotional support characters together as a community with democracy. I can even zoom in. Look. Oh, how to do that. So fancy. Oh wow, did we get to 70 likes? Well, great job. You're not getting an emotional support character today. I'm holding it for tomorrow. Because of course, what would I do? How would I can't just insert an emotional support character right now at the very end of the stream. But thank you for telling me that, Geo Dragon. I'm gonna write that down, my mental notes, and make sure to give you all a free support character at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. Remember to remind me in case my mental notes fail. Wow, Choki. That is some pro level lurking. All stream. I haven't seen you one time. It's good to see you.
To the